Chapter 1181. The war ended, but the storm continued. A life planet called Eternal became the focus of people's discussion. The ancient race was unwilling to accept this. They were attacked inexplicably and suffered many casualties. They wanted to retaliate. The strongest ancient royal races, as well as the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other lofty eternal races all captured some captives. They tortured and interrogated them, obtaining a lot of information. A nation that had given birth to gods attacked the Big Dipper star region in search of divine ores to refine the evolution fluid. This news caused a huge uproar. The noisy North region and the noisy ancient race attracted the attention of the whole world. The exploration of life planets outside the region and the great counterattack against Eternal caused heated discussions. In this war, some ancient kings of the ancient race had fallen. Their ancestral lands had been breached and looted clean. Some races had even been razed to the ground. How could they accept this? The ancient royal race was furious and wanted revenge. The whole world knew about it. The Eternal Lord Star became the focus of people's attention. Ants, the light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. You killed my clansmen and destroyed my ancestral lands. This enmity is irreconcilable. An ancient king roared, shaking the whole north region. People guessed that this was the anger of someone who was infinitely close to the great sage. Yi Fan was speechless. The Eternal Lord Star regarded the natives here as uncivilized races, while the ancient kings of the Big Dipper star region regarded them as ants. They were really not much different. The outside world was in an uproar, and it was difficult to calm down. Wow, it's so exciting! The little Baldy Huahua from the heavenly village shouted excitedly. He came down from a mothership, swaying as if he was drunk. The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue, feeling a lingering fear. He stumbled out and cursed, "I just went out to test the ship, but I'm like a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat me up. F***ck, I almost died outside." The heavenly village had seized 3 saint-level motherships. This was an astronomical amount of wealth. The big black dog, Yen Ishi, Li Heishui, and the others naturally wanted to test the waters and see the performance of this ship. They performed a few spatial jumps. However, the eyes of the ancient race outside were completely bloodshot. The moment they discovered traces of them, an army of tens of thousands rushed up into the sky. It was as though they were heavenly soldiers and generals. There were even more than 10 ancient sages chasing after them. The Black Emperor and the others were chased until they were in a sorry state. Fortunately, they were already familiar with controlling the mothership and immediately used a spatial jump. Otherwise, they would have been skinned alive. The Sacred Prince was not interested in these battleships. He stared at an ancient sage mecha and fiddled with it for a long time. After learning how to use it from the captive, his eyes lit up and he entered the mecha, wanting to spar with Chi Luo. The heavenly village was bustling with activity. A group of people were all bustling about. Even Duan eagerly ran over after receiving the news. He would definitely be there wherever there were treasures. The group of captives hung their heads dejectedly, all of them with sullen faces. Now that they had fallen into the hands of this group of people, they even had thoughts of dying. Is this the weak native that the Yao god spoke of? Stop joking. Don't you see? Even a little baldy in open crotch pants is acting so sly. He blinks his big eyes and is trying to extort a confession from a Dao executioner. What kind of people are these? Every single one of them is powerful. That barbarian with a big stick is actually arm wrestling with their race's half-saint. Motherf ***, he is actually using 2 fingers. Too arrogant. Also, that dog has a square head and big ears. Its eyes are as big as copper bells, and it is like a small mountain. It is actually piloting the saint-level mothership like a human. What kind of place is this? Even a dog is so powerful and abnormal. The most ridiculous thing was that monkey. It almost tore apart the ancient sage's war tool. Just how powerful was its physical body? Motherf ***, it is just a monkey, yet it can tear apart a saint weapon barehandedly? The group of captives' faces turned deathly pale. They inwardly felt that this place was definitely the home of the devil. Otherwise, how could the little wimp, dog, and monkey, these low-level creatures be so powerful? These people were about to cry. Seeing this group of powerful natives tormenting them, they even felt like dying. They regretted their past actions. They really shouldn't have come on this expedition. What kind of monsters are these? In the end, we have instead become their prey. Aren't they rushing to their deaths? The faces of this group of captives were all green, and their hearts were filled with worry. They wanted to cry, yet they couldn't. Even their intestines were green with regret. Now that they had been intimidated, they could only obediently teach them everything they knew. Otherwise, didn't they hear what that large black dog had said? They would all be thrown into a pot of oil and fried human flesh to go with wine. Not a single one of them would be left alive. Mist curled up in the distance. Between the small bridge and the flowing water, there were strange rocks and verdant trees. Yi Fan and the elders of the heavenly village were drinking tea and enjoying this rare tranquility. Little blinked her large eyes as she poured tea for them. Then, she stood quietly at the side and listened to their conversation seriously. Yi Fan told Qi Luo and the others about his journey of trials. He talked about the various mystical aspects of the eternal star domain, and he even emphasized the wonders of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. The Killing Saint nodded after listening for a long time. He expressed that he would support the Black Emperor in deciphering the mothership and researching the star door. If they could reach that star domain, they might be able to obtain even more evolution fluid. During this process, Yi Fan also understood what had happened in the past 2 years. He was constantly paying attention to the problem of the path of immortalization because it was of great importance. During these 2 years, the path of immortalization naturally hadn't opened yet, but the figures of sages from the outer realms kept appearing. Some terrifying people have come. Even the ancient races don't dare to offend them, the Killing Saint said. For example, not long ago, 2 ancient golden crows had flown over from beyond the heavens. Their magic power was overflowing, and dazzling fiery light streaked across the middle state. It was as if 2 suns had descended. It was said that these 2 ancient demonic sages were just scouting ahead. Behind them were their clansmen, and they came from an ancient planet with life called Huasang Country. What? Huasang Country? Yi Fan revealed an odd expression. The universe was boundless, and currently, there were only a few known sources of life. Huasang Country was definitely one of the most powerful ancient planets with life. When he returned to Earth, he had learned some of the truth. In ancient times, the sages of Huasang Country, Skirich Country, and Gaochen Country had gone there in search of the diagram of immortalization. And the Huasang Country planet was absolutely powerful beyond compare. The legend of Dei shooting the sun on Earth was related to them. In ancient times, 10 ancient golden crows of the saint level caused chaos and brought disaster to ancient China. The unrivaled expert Dei appeared out of nowhere and forged 9 arrows. He drew the bow in succession and shot the 9 golden crows to death. In the end, the old golden crow of the Huasang Country, who could look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crossed the star field and arrived. He was a quasi-emperor, and in the end, he caused Dei to fall. These records and legends left a deep impression on Yi Fan. How could he not be amazed after hearing them today? This ancient hero of Dei had died many years ago, but his legends never ceased. Yi Fan took out the 2 black arrows he had brought from Earth and gently stroked them. He hoped that he wouldn't need to use them in the future. Otherwise, it would inevitably be a peerless massacre. The Huasang Country planet was truly terrifying. During these 2 years, the Big Dipper star region was very peaceful. There weren't many great battles, but undercurrents were surging. Even the heavenly laws and energies had undergone changes. They became increasingly mysterious and couldn't be deduced. During this period of time, apart from the Huasang Country, the other outer realm sages were all very mysterious. Even now, no one knew where they were and they rarely interacted with the natives. The Big Dipper star region is going to be chaotic. Only heaven knows what will happen in the future. The Killer Saint sighed. And now, the path of immortality had stirred the clouds in all directions. Everyone was paying attention to it. The ancient sages of various star fields had all come. It was very likely that it would become the most terrifying battlefield in the universe. The more he understood, the more anxious he felt. Yi Fan even felt a sense of anxiety, a bad premonition in his heart. The deities of the outer realm, the saints of all heavens, and the experts of various regions had come in droves. It was bound to be a grand meeting that was rarely seen throughout the ages. It could also be a terrifying storm. There isn't much time left. Not to mention the other life-forbidden zones, just the appearance of the supreme existence of the undying mountain is not something the human race can contend against, Yi Fan muttered to himself. One had to know that there were a total of 7 life-forbidden zones. Even if the races and factions were different, one could imagine that it would be an unprecedented disaster. Yi Fan's expression was firm as he said, "Cultivation and raising combat power are the most important things at present. Everything else is empty. Only by breaking through to the next realm and advancing in cultivation will we have a foothold in the future." The most powerful physique and bloodline evolution liquid was undoubtedly a divine medicine that could shorten the time needed to become a saint. This time, Yi Fan and the others seized a total of 5 portions of the evolution liquid. Moreover, they learned from some important captives how to refine this precious liquid. It was just that many of the divine ores couldn't be found in the Big Dipper. 5 portions of the evolution liquid, all close to the 4th level, but not yet there. We can't waste them like this. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duan De, the Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, the Killer Saint, and the others sat together. They seriously studied the ancient deities' alchemy recipes, observed the evolution liquid, and discussed solemnly. 2 years ago, I seized the Destiny Rock from outside the Undying Mountain, right? That's the main material of divinity, and it's still very useful. Yi Fan said. The gray rock was carried over. The evolution liquid from back then had been used up, allowing Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Little K, Er's unpolished gold and unpolished jade physiques to undergo an astonishing transformation. I still have a piece of the heart of the realm of death, but so far, there are only 2 main materials of divinity. We still need 2 more to extract the 4th level of the evolution liquid. Yi Fan took out a black stone. It was shrouded in the aura of death, but it contained an indescribable vitality and mighty power. The origin ancient mine contains a peerless main material of divinity, but there's a supreme existence hibernating and sleeping inside, so there's no way to extract it. Through the captives, they already knew how precious the origin life stone was. Even a fingernail-sized piece was enough to make the people of the Eternal Lord planet go crazy. If we find the origin life stone, even if we gather 4 main materials of divinity, we'll most likely be able to refine these 5 portions of evolution liquid into the 4th level of evolution liquid. After all, 100,000 years ago, it was the 8th level of precious liquid. Now, they all knew that this kind of evolution liquid was extremely important. It might be able to make the people here become saints, and shorten the cultivation time by several hundred years. I'll take a trip to Mount Meru and ask my uncle to see if he can find the origin life stone, said the Sacred Prince. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out from Mount Meru, spreading throughout the western desert. It was deafening. The victorious fighting Buddha was about to descend the mountain. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting is about to come into the world again. What? The victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru is coming to the eastern wasteland? The people of the eastern wasteland who were well informed all had different reactions when they heard this. However, there was one thing they all had in common, and that was fear. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha had killed the great sage Kuan-zhou and fought against several great ancient imperial clans alone. Even now, people were terrified. The Sacred Prince returned with shocking news. His entire body was covered in golden fur as he said, "My uncle wants to enter the origin ancient mine to ask for a piece of the origin life stone." What is this, true? Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others were all dumbstruck. The Black Emperor's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was stupefied and couldn't say anything for a long time. "Can you let your uncle bring me along?" Only Duan De's skin was as thick as a city wall. Chapter 1182. Me too. I want to go too. The little baldy flower blossom blinked his large eyes. He reached out a tender little arm, jumping and jumping. It was because he was only at the base of everyone's thighs, fearing that he would be overlooked. The group of people were all speechless. Who dared enter Origin Ancient Mine? Even the victorious fighting Buddha would most likely be risking his life this time. That was but a life-restricted region. Yi Tong hurriedly walked up and pulled him away. Senior brother, let go. I want to bravely enter Origin Ancient Mine and become an indomitable great hero. The little Baldy said valiantly and in high spirits. We'll talk about it when you don't wet your bed anymore. Yi Tong said. The group of people laughed loudly, all of them ridiculing him. The little Baldy immediately felt embarrassed. His age wasn't that young, but he would still wet his bed from time to time. This was an embarrassing matter he didn't want others to mention the most. Senior brother, I'm going to stake it all against you. The little Baldy bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Brother Emperor, is this true? GZ frowned. He was also in Heaven Village. If the most powerful evolutionary liquid was completed, he would be one of the first to use it, because with his aptitude, his fighting strength would soar to deal with future situations. The sacred prince nodded seriously. However, there was a bit of worry in his eyes. Origin Ancient Mine, what kind of place was that? No matter how many people went, how many people died? Since ancient times, how many people dared to invade this place? This was a restricted land respected by all under the heavens. My uncle's lifespan doesn't have much left. He said that he wanted to take advantage of this time to do some things. When everyone heard the monkey's overcast words, they all shivered inwardly, feeling a bad premonition. The victorious fighting Buddha shouldn't be going to fall, right? Medicine King, Divine Marrow, Undying Medicine, and other things could extend one's life after taking them once, but after a second or third time, there wouldn't be much of an effect. Everything couldn't be repeated. During the archaic years, the old sacred emperors might shook the world, the four seas worshipping him. Apart from the immortal peach divine medicine, he naturally obtained a few other immortal treasures, previously granting them to his younger brother. There were some things that could extend one's life that the victorious fighting Buddha had already used before. That was why even if he could find some other things in this world, it would still be difficult to extend his lifespan. My uncle came out from the source of God more than 2,000 years ago. The most terrifying thing is that my clan's cultivation method is unyielding and overbearing, exhausting one's life essence the most. It is a life and death trial, the sacred prince said sadly. Back in the day, his father only lived for one lifetime, and something went wrong with his cultivation. Their clan's mysterious art shook the 9 heavens, but it was too tyrannical. It killed the enemy in a straightforward manner, but it was also a great loss to the body. My uncle's age is not lower than those of the same cultivation level. It can be said to be a miracle for him to be able to reach such a level of cultivation. Everyone nodded. After all, this was the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting. One had to know that the old Saint Emperor had already fallen. Even though the battling Buddha was the younger brother of the ancient God Emperor, and there was a gap of several thousand years between them, time was merciless, and he had lived for far too long. Cough, this humble Taoist is serious. I wish to follow the victorious fighting Buddha into the Origin Ancient Mine. To think that I, Duanda, have plundered all the great tombs of the past and the present, moving unhindered underground, sweeping away all obstacles, I really want to see if there are any other places that are worth my time. The group of people rolled their eyes, looking down on this unscrupulous Taoist. This was especially the case for the old assassins from Heaven Village. No matter how they looked at him, they just couldn't bear to look at him, truly wishing they could give him a stab. I will declare that the ancient tomb in the village was not plundered by me, but rather that little bastard little Baldy. Duanda said with a guilty conscience. Nonsense, it has nothing to do with me. Hua Hua cried out in injustice. At the same time, her large eyes fluttered about, staring at the treasure in the Taoist's hands. Dang! Bell waves were like ripples as they spread through the northern region, unhurriedly spreading outwards. The victorious fighting Buddha arrived. A streak of Buddhist light turned into a golden arch bridge, piercing through the western region. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The ancient races were all greatly alarmed. This type of power made all of their bones go cold, all of them couldn't help but tremble. Even the archaic emperor race was no exception. Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha proved his unmatched might, not even the great emperor races daring to provoke him. Could it be that he has broken through again? A golden arch bridge traversed over, turning a territory of millions and millions of miles into a single meter. This is truly an extraordinary method. As expected of the holy ape that was praised as having divine skin and immortal bones in the archaic era, it seems like his cultivation level has become even deeper. We must definitely not cross over that threshold. Among the archaic emperor race, there were many people who were fearful of him. What they didn't want to see the most was that he could still live for a long period of time. That would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. A few great sage, as well as the old patriarch of the archaic emperor race, knew that this bloodline's tyrannical technique was a huge problem. He sat on Mount Meru to cultivate precisely because he wanted to find a Buddhist technique to resolve this difficulty. The golden arch bridge shone with immortal splendor. Many people came to pay their respects. The old holy ape made everyone feel extremely apprehensive, regardless of whether it was sincere or not. At the very least, they had to pay their respects on the surface. The sacred prince had come, and people like the Black Emperor and Duanda could only hide in the dark. Otherwise, they would be too hateful. Many ancient tribe members wanted nothing more than to eat the large black dog alive. As for Duanda, he wasn't any better. He had long established his business in the ancient tribe's cemetery. Now, it was unknown how many ancient kings were thinking about him. The golden arch bridge slowly faded away. The victorious fighting Buddha took a step forward and landed on the land of the northern region. He gazed at the desolate broken mountain in the distance and sighed. That was the old haunt of the battling sacred ape bloodline. It had been destroyed in the archaic era when his elder brother passed away in meditation, and it was in a terrible state. Now, no one dared to blaspheme it. Even though there were only 2 members of this bloodline now, they could still shake the world with their might. As long as the old monkey was still alive, this would be a peerless great race that could rival the various imperial tribes. "Uncle!" The sacred prince went up to greet him. The victorious fighting Buddha nodded. There were also a few golden arhats and guardian Vajra following behind him. One of them was naturally gifted. He was tall and burly, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looked like a giant golden ape. Some people silently cursed. Could this be the descendant left behind by the victorious fighting Buddha in the western desert? Of course, upon closer inspection, this could be completely ruled out. This was a pure human, but he was naturally gifted. He was a guardian Vajra of the Buddhist sect, and his strength was extraordinary. Yi Fan's gaze froze. This was Kaida, the one who entered this world with him and Pang Bo. Later on, he was taken away by the Buddhist sect's holy monk to Mount Meru. Kaida was Li Xiaoman's classmate. Many years had passed, and when they met again, things remained the same, but the people had changed. Yi Fan was disappointed and frustrated. Time had changed a lot. Li Xiaoman was beaten into the ancient abyss by him. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have already turned into dust. Many ancient races appeared, and they were incomparably reverent toward the victorious fighting Buddha. They didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Don't be fooled by the Buddha's radiance, and he seemed benevolent and peaceful. However, once this old sacred ape was angered, it would definitely overflow the heavens like a flood. Right now, many people were speculating how long the old monkey could live. Many people had a kind of worry in their hearts. This terrifying Dojan would definitely clear away all obstacles for his nephew before he passed away, so that no one would harm him. If that was the case, there would definitely be a great calamity. Blood would most likely rush into the ocean, and many giant races and experts might disappear from the great earth. Those who didn't get along with this race were all afraid during this period of time. They hoped that the old sacred ape would pass away, but they were also worried that he would use iron-blooded methods to slaughter his way through the world. "You've come." The divine silkworm princess appeared. Her expression was gentle, and her purple hair covered half of her immortal face. She was clear and auspicious, completely different from her powerful attitude in the past. She handed over an ancient command token to the victorious fighting Buddha. The patterns on it were dim without the slightest bit of luster. It looked ordinary and simple. Well, that's the command token left behind by the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor. A few archaic giants cried out in alarm. Even the great imperial clan's elders narrowed their eyes. This thing was extremely important, and it was normally impossible to see it. I've heard that the Heavenly Prince went to Origin Ancient Mine with the Undying Emperor's command token. I don't know if he entered or not. Now, the Divine Silkworm Ridge's Ancient Emperor's command token has also appeared. Could it be? Everyone guessed, and their scalps went numb. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. The Divine Silkworm Ridge's Ancient Emperor's command token was made of some unknown metal. It was dark purple in color, and after millions of years, apart from being dim, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Even time couldn't erase it. My race also has it. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head. 2 command tokens are better than 1. The divine Silkworm Princess didn't allow him to say anything else. She firmly stuffed the dark purple metal command token into his hand. This trip to Origin Ancient Mine was unpredictable. The divine Silkworm Princess didn't give him the ancient Emperor's celestial robe because if he wanted to behave atrociously there, he would only be courting death. He could only rely on the ancient command token of his predecessor. If anything happens to me, help me take care of them. The victorious fighting Buddha secretly transmitted his voice. He glanced at the sacred prince, then at the Arhats and guardian Vajra. This was what he had entrusted to her. The divine Silkworm Princess's eyes became misty. She really wanted to stop him, but she knew the old sacred ape's temper. Once he made a serious decision, she couldn't persuade him at all. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wants to enter Origin Ancient Mine? This news spread throughout the northern region and eastern wilderness like an explosion. It couldn't be hidden at all because many people were watching the victorious fighting Buddha. Moreover, the people who were watching him were all of high status. Among them, there was no lack of the great sage. Even on normal days, there would always be people watching Mount Meru. Once he left the mountain, they would immediately know. This also showed that many large races were extremely afraid of him. They were afraid that he would be massacred by the sacred battle ape before he passed away. The victorious fighting Buddha wanted to enter Origin Ancient Mine. What exactly did he want to do? This was like a hurricane that swept through the world, affecting the nerves of every expert. Could it be that he wants to go in to find a way to prolong his life? Or does he want to use this immortal divine mind to break through his current realm and take that most crucial step? The hearts of the old clan leaders of the various primordial sovereign families surged. They gathered together to study it for a long time, but no one could calm down. The eyes of everyone in the world were once again focused on the forbidden land of eastern wilderness in the forbidden land of life, causing a huge uproar. Becoming an immortal and building one's Tao is a million autumns. The stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is filled with sorrow. 10,000 ancient emperors fall, the celestial court has already collapsed. Where can I go? Outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, Duanda walked with the victorious fighting Buddha while singing. Even the old sacred ape revealed a strange expression. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine Silkworm Princess, and the others all had strange expressions. This Taoist priest Duan actually wanted to go in. His courage was unbelievable. Duanda, have a safe journey. If you die a heroic death, I will burn a few pieces of paper for you every year, the Black Emperor said. The little baldy Hua Hua even shouted, Martial Uncle Duan, Uncle Black Emperor said that you haven't left behind the treasures you've plundered your entire life. Damn it, you evil little brat, why are you so direct? This emperor is still thinking about how to express it tactfully. The Black Emperor gave him a slap. Chapter 1183. In reality, Duanda's behavior confused everyone. They felt that he was purely tired of living. He dared to enter the Origin Ancient Mine? What kind of joke was this? Even the victorious fighting Buddha might die if he entered. He walked while singing, his expression calm. He was really about to approach the forbidden area, and it was clear that he was not joking. He was about to enter. Dunda, are you tired of living? Yi Fan shouted. Wicked Taoist, you're not serious, are you? Are you really going to enter? The large black dog asked with wide eyes. Senior Uncle Duan, don't do that. If you die, I'll be very sad, the little baldy shouted. The victorious fighting Buddha stopped and looked at Duanda. Golden fur flickered all over his body, his appearance solemn and benevolent. He didn't say anything. Ancient Buddha, don't look at me like that. I'm not from the same orthodoxy as you, and I don't have any interactions with the people of Mount Meru. I won't become a monk. Duanda laughed dryly. The victorious fighting Buddha still didn't say anything. He actually walked around Duanda, looking at him carefully, and seemed to be deep in thought. I'm just a commoner with no background. Duanda recited the boundless celestial being. The others all felt strange and didn't say anything. They stared at him unblinkingly. Duanda's background was mysterious, and no one knew his master. Now, he seemed even more extraordinary. However, even when they opened their heaven's eyes and looked carefully, they couldn't see anything. The victorious fighting Buddha said, if you've become an immortal for 1,000,000 years, why would you still recite the boundless celestial being? You just have to respect yourself, and you probably won't be outdone. Duanda coughed dryly and said with a gloomy expression, if I was that kind of existence, why would I still be so reserved? I can go up to the sun and moon, down to the underworld, and move anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if there are gods in the origin ancient mine, they most likely can't harm me. Everyone thought about it carefully. This was indeed the case. Even though Duanda's background was mysterious and his cultivation strange, he definitely couldn't be a supreme being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. To tell you the truth, I really came here because I had no other choice. I most likely won't die. It's really like what you said, and it really seems like I'm seeking my own death, Duanda said with a sigh. If you really want to enter, you need to have the ancient emperor token. Otherwise, you can only die. Do you have such a thing? Princess Divine Silkworm asked. Just now, he was still joking, thinking that he wasn't serious. But now, he was so serious. If he really stepped in, he might be consigned to eternal damnation, so he had to warn him. I have an ancient medallion. Duanda nodded and took out a dilapidated and slightly rusted bronze medallion. It was simple and ordinary. Duanda seemed to have quite a few ancient badges on him. In the past, he had used a few badges to scare others, and now he had another one. No one could see through him. The ancient sovereign token is not an ordinary item. How did you manage to dig it out? Princess Divine Silkworm naturally did not believe that his bronze token was effective. Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. This should be the real deal. I dug it out myself. Princess Divine Silkworm didn't believe him and said, nonsense. The ancient tokens of the primordial emperors are in the hands of the various royal families. They have never been buried underground, nor have they been lost. How could you have them? This one of mine is real without a doubt. I can definitely enter. It was forged by an ancient emperor himself. It was probably formed more than 1,000,000 years ago, Duanda said with certainty. Since he had already said so, such a slippery person would definitely not be stupid enough to seek death. Naturally, no one had anything to say and could not dissuade him. Brother Duan, you are about to enter the origin ancient mine. Don't you have anything to say? Don't you want to talk about your background and past? Yi Fan asked. They had known each other for so many years. Even though this Taoist was very unscrupulous, he had helped him a lot after all. Now that he was going to the origin ancient mine, his life and death were uncertain, he wanted to ask. Regarding this poor Taoist, I'm just a member of the multitude of living beings. There's nothing special about me. Actually, for so many years, I've been walking in the ancient underground mausoleum, trying to solve 3 questions. Duanda said seriously. Everyone's expressions froze. It was rare for him to be so serious. What were the 3 questions? They all wanted to know and could not help but listen carefully. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I need to go? Duanda's face was serious, not looking like he was joking at all. However, everyone still felt like they were tricked by him, that he was clearly speaking half-heartedly. Martial Uncle Duan is a philosopher. the little Baldy said while blinking his large eyes. Longma had a look of disdain on his face. Pa, this one is spitting immortal energy all over your face. It is one thing if there are people on the other side of the starry sky who say these things, but you are always digging up graves. How could the likes of you understand the domain of this humble Taoist? This is the great archaeology, researching the origins and trajectories of all living beings. Duanda boasted shamelessly, returning to his original appearance. Everyone looked at him with disdain, no longer saying anything else. Yi Fan stared blankly, looking at his rear figure, looking pensive. However, he still couldn't see through him. The group of people arrived at the edge of the absolute beginning restricted region, not daring to set foot inside. The existence in origin ancient mine revived in this age where the path of immortality was about to open. Normally, it slept, not willing to exhaust even a trace of its spirit. In the past, even if they entered the restricted region, it wasn't much. However, things were greatly different now. Once they entered, they would startle the supreme existence in the depths of the restricted region. At that time, it would be difficult to say whether it would be a blessing or a disaster. Yi Fan and the others withdrew, crossing the void and entering the divine Silkworm Ridge, waiting there for news. This was a vast mountain region, as if there was no end to it. There were mulberry trees everywhere, and there were strange silkworms crawling all over them. However, the descendants of ancient emperors, divine silkworms, were extremely rare. These mulberry trees are produced from divine origin, not true plants. This was the first time Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Yan Yishi, Dongfang Yi, and the others came to the ancient emperor clan's land, so they were naturally extremely shocked. Everything they saw was extremely novel. Even the sacred prince and GZ, as the children of the ancient sacred emperor and great emperor, had never come to this kind of place before. This was the first time they entered a divine land. As for the large black dog, he was a bit lacking in confidence. After arriving here, he looked left and right, appearing extremely unnatural. There was nothing he could do, he had too many enemies, even provoking the divine silkworm race before. In the depths of the mountain region, there were 9 divine silkworm ridges. They were majestic, mysterious, and unfathomable. There was a large expanse of mist curling about, all of which was celestial energy. There was the aura left behind by the archaic emperors. The reason why Yi Fan and the others were able to come here was all because of their relationship with the victorious fighting Buddha and the sacred prince, so they naturally couldn't truly enter the central forbidden region. However, they were fortunate enough to ascend the first divine silkworm ridge, entering a majestic land. Here, plants were lush, and ponds decorated the land. It was extremely deep and serene. On a blue stone, there was a sloppy Taoist currently sleeping, and beside him was a row of wine jars. It was actually the child of this race's ancient emperor, Taoist divine silkworm. His face was a bit pale, and there was a gloomy air between his brows. He had sunk into a deep slumber, and he didn't move at all. The people of the divine silkworm race sighed, but didn't say anything. This ancient prince was different from Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others. He lacked a type of vitality, and there was an additional wave of lethargy about him. He seemed like he didn't fit in with this world, and it had been like this for so many years. No one could change this. Yi Fan and the others didn't disturb him. They entered this mountain ridge, passed through the divine mulberry forest, walked past Origin Mountain, and came to the side of a jade-green spring. This spring was less than 3 meters long, but there were strands of immortal chi rising up. Under the control of Princess Divine Silkworm, it became jade-green and sparkling. It became translucent and bright, turning into a mirror. Swoosh! Green light streaked past, and it illuminated the scene of the absolute beginning forbidden region. The figures of the victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda were clearly visible. This was a spiritual spring left behind by the ancient emperor of the divine Silkworm Ridge. Every direct descendant could refine their body here, and it even had a special ability to observe the 3 realms and 6 Daos, similar to the heavenly magic eye of the demon imperial palace. Unfortunately, it was difficult to activate if one wasn't an ancient emperor. Later generations could only inject the aura of the people and scenes they wanted to see into it, and only then could they capture their tracks. With the relationship between Princess Divine Silkworm and the victorious fighting Buddha, they could naturally obtain a strand of his condensed aura. Now that they had come to the side of this spiritual spring, they could see everything. "Let's go in," Yifan said. The victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion and walked into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone immediately became nervous, holding their breaths as they watched. "Not good. How could I forget about the heaven-devouring demon cap? This is something this emperor has been thinking about my entire life. Even if I had to snatch it just now, I should have seized it. Letting him bring it in is purely throwing meat buns at a dog." The Black Emperor was overwhelmed with regret. The absolute beginning forbidden region was terrifying beyond compare. Every step could lead to killing intent, because this place buried a great secret of the past. The great sage and archaic giants didn't dare approach. "There's a situation, there's an abnormality in the absolute beginning ancient mine," GZ said in a low voice. Within the jade-green spiritual spring, the absolute beginning ancient mine was reflected with an expanse of immortal mist, rising in spirals. It was hazy and strange, making people tremble even from so far away. "What is Duanda saying? Why can't I hear anything?" Everyone was anxious, staring at the spiritual spring. At this time, within the absolute beginning forbidden region, Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion, his lips moving. No one knew what he was saying. "There's another ancient medallion that I've never seen before." A cold and emotionless voice sounded from the primal chaos immortal domain beyond the 33 heavens, shaking heaven and earth, rumbling with noise, making the faces of everyone by the spiritual spring turn pale. It was unknown what Duanda said. Absolute beginning ancient mine became quiet. After a long time had passed, the rusted copper tile in his hands flew into absolute beginning ancient mine. "It really is an ancient emperor medallion." In the end, only this cold voice sounded from the ancient mine. In the ancient mine, 3 streaks of light rushed out one after another, dazzling and dazzling. These were true immortal splendor. They arrived in an instant, blasting Duanda's body. Pooh! His body exploded, breaking apart into pieces. A bloody mist scattered, turning into strands of energy, merging into heaven and earth, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What? Duanda died. No, why is it like this? By the spiritual spring, a group of people cried out in alarm, all of their faces ashen. Duanda actually died just like that, body and spirit erased, not even a bit of bone residue left behind. No one could accept this reality. Who was Duanda? He was cunning and slippery, so why would he choose this type of path to death? Martial Uncle Duan. The little Baldy wept loudly. Master Duan. Yi Tong also cried out loudly. In the past, when Yi Fan left for a long time, it was the large black dog, Duanda, Li Tian, and the others who taught him. They could be considered half a master to him. How could it be like this? Everyone cried out loudly. In absolute beginning ancient mine, the mist became even thicker, immortal energy surging. The emotionless and cold voice sounded again, saying, "It's the ancient tribulation crossing heaven art." Chapter 1184. Martial Uncle Duan Wu. The little Baldy wept in grief. No one expected Duanda to die, his body exploding as soon as he entered the life-restricted region. It was just that sudden, leaving everyone stupefied, finding it hard to accept. Origin ancient mine had existed since the ancient times, respected by everyone under the heavens. It was extremely ancient, and its ruthlessness and terror were obvious to all. Tribulation crossing heavenly art, this sect's ancient method has always been flawed. No true scriptures have appeared, so how did he obtain it? In the depths of the restricted region, a cold and emotionless voice sounded, as if it was inwardly confused, not understanding what was going on. The Black Emperor stared blankly, revealing a look of shock. Duanda cultivated a flawless tribulation crossing heavenly art, so he most likely still has hope of living. Uncle Black Emperor, what are you saying? Hua cried like a little kitten. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the others also felt that this was inconceivable. Those were unmatched existences from origin ancient mind. They personally took action, so how could anyone survive? Tribulation crossing heavenly art. Princess Divine Silkworm revealed a strange expression. It was clear that she had heard of it before. This was a type of heavenly art that had existed since the archaic years. The human race had two great mother scriptures, known as Great Yin and Great Yang. They were ancient, and their effects on later generations were profound. Even the great ancient emperors had received enlightenment from them. It wasn't necessarily the most ancient that was the most powerful, but the mother scripture's significance was definitely extraordinary. It was respected by the people of the world, pushing the human race forward. Meanwhile, in the archaic years, there were other heavenly arts that were passed down, not necessarily any later than those two mother scriptures. However, because they were lost, they couldn't be passed down, which was why they weren't known and respected by others. In the archaic years, the star domain was vast, supreme beings soaring through the 9 heavens, arriving at many mysterious ancient lands. There was more than a single type of ancient scripture that was passed down from other star domains. In reality, one could also imagine that the human race's inheritance had been passed down for a long time, no one knowing where it originated from. How could there only be 2 ancient methods, Great Yin and Great Yang, before the archaic years? There were naturally other ancient texts. Only, after endless years, the great scriptures that were truly passed down were mainly those 2 types. At the same time, the Great Yin scripture and Great Yang scripture set out from the 2 most fundamental types of mother force, expounding on the principles of Yin and Yang. As such, their status as mother scriptures was established. Legend has it that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was created by the supreme celestial being of Taoism. One had to constantly experience all kinds of great tribulations in his life before finally attaining the Tao fruit. The ancient emperors read the supreme Yin scriptures, observed the supreme Yang scriptures, read the myriad of ancient arts, and absorbed their essence. They experienced all kinds of trials and tribulations, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Only then would they be able to create their own arts and establish their own Tao. The large black dog had followed Wu Shi for over 10,000 years, so he had naturally heard of the heaven tribulation technique. This was an ancient scripture that had been lost in time. It could steal the fortune of the universe, and it had all sorts of wondrous effects. In the past, there were several great emperors who had comprehended this technique. Of course, no one had ever obtained the complete version. They were all just fragments of the technique. Incomplete techniques were most afraid of being struck by lightning. There was an ancient secret that stated that Ruthless could not become an immortal, but after proving his Tao, he searched for ancient techniques to reverse Yin and Yang and revive his elder brother. Some speculated that Ruthless had obtained the most ancient techniques, and it was possible that she had collected the most complete version of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. However, she had never cultivated it before, and since she could not reverse reincarnation, it was useless to her. Duanda had once obtained Ruthless heaven-devouring demonic lid that was formed from her skull. Although it had been forged into an extreme weapon, some people thought that a portion of her consciousness might have been preserved. And it was precisely because of this that some people speculated that the heaven-devouring demonic lid was priceless. If one obtained it, they might be able to comprehend some mysterious ancient techniques. Duanda possessed the demonic lid, so he might not be able to obtain the heaven-devouring demonic technique, but it would not be a miracle if he obtained a portion of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. After all, no one knew what his consciousness might have left behind. The heavenly art of passing tribulations required one to continuously transcend tribulations, and the greatest tribulation it had to transcend was definitely the death tribulation. However, it was rumored that even the creator of this technique, celestial being, had not transcended it. Otherwise, if one could truly transcend the death tribulation, they would attain immortality and become an immortal. Let me see it again. A slit appeared between the Black Emperor's brows, revealing a strange vertical eye. It replayed the scene of Duanda's body shattering into pieces and transforming into a mist of blood. Cleansing, he's cleansing and refining. This is also a type of tribulation, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Emperor Wuxi had once said that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was difficult to cultivate. The main reason for this was that the requirements for this Tao were far too many and harsh. The human body had both life and death qi, and it was very difficult to cleanse all of the death qi. Unless one had the assistance of a great emperor, they would be able to transform the human body into pure yang qi. Only then would they be able to achieve a major breakthrough when cultivating this technique. However, if one lived with a great emperor, it would be difficult for them to attain immortality no matter how much they broke through. Even if they were cleansed by the great emperor's qi, they would still be suppressed in the later stages due to the emperor's Tao. Unless it's a flawless heavenly art of passing tribulations, doing this is no different from seeking death. But how could he have possibly obtained a complete ancient scripture? The Black Emperor could not understand this no matter how hard he thought about it. Emperor Wuxi had once said that the celestial being of the school of Taoism did not seem to have passed down a complete technique in this galaxy at all. I understand. Could it be that he dug up the corpse of that celestial being? I've heard that in the end, that person might have been buried in the Big Dipper, and he came for the path of celestial ascension. According to the records of many ancient sects, apart from 2 or 3 great emperors, none of them were born in the Big Dipper. They came from other ancient galaxies, and just like the ancient emperors of the Archaic era, they descended on this planet for the sake of obtaining the opportunity to become a celestial. Unfortunately, in the Archaic era, the various races all made mistakes in their deductions one after another. The time for the path of celestial ascension to open was far from here, and it should have been in this era. That period could all be described as missed. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Duanda had dug up the corpse of that celestial being? No wonder he spent all his time walking in the tomb. Did Duanda want to borrow the power of the supreme existence of the origin ancient mind to cleanse his body? In this era, no one had proven their Tao and become a great emperor, so this was an opportunity for him. In the future, he would not be suppressed. There are strange movements in the origin ancient mind. Yitong said. The dark green spiritual pool was clear and translucent, clearly reflecting the terrain. Everyone held their breaths, snapping out of their stupor, carefully watching. Origin ancient mind's immortal energy rose in spirals, completely burying the ancient cave below. A voice without any emotional fluctuations sounded, as if it could cut down the 33 layers of heaven. More than 200,000 years ago, when that person established a Tao right, there was a mysterious aura that appeared. Could it be that the ancient celestial being was buried on this ancient star, was discovered? When Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others heard these words, even though they were separated by endless distance, only hearing it through this spiritual pool, they still broke out into a cold shiver. This type of secret wasn't something they should hear. Fortunately, origin ancient mind's existence didn't continue, stopping this topic. A pair of ice-cold beams of light flew out, circling around the victorious fighting Buddha. The old sacred ape was used to seeing life and death, and his eyes were fiery and golden. He could see more clearly than Black Emperor and the others, so he didn't have any emotional fluctuations regarding Duanda's death. He walked step by step towards the depths of the Forbidden Land. Every step he took was filled with Tao marks. His footprints were very deep and heavy, and it was very strenuous for him. The closer he got to the ancient mine, the more it was like this. It was as if he was walking with the 9 heavens and 10 earths on his shoulders. Why is it that the existence in the ancient mine is still so cold to the sacred battle king even though he has the ancient sovereign token? Princess Divine Silkworm's expression changed. Although this place couldn't be said to be the oldest forbidden land in the world, it was almost there. Back when the ancient race ruled over the world, no one could approach this place. Immortal energy filled the air. In the ancient mine, a pair of cold eyes pierced through the mist and stared at the victorious fighting Buddha, emitting an ancient voice. The sacred battle ape bloodline is the most unyielding and domineering. You look old, but the blood energy in your body is surging. If you come out, you can devour heaven and earth. I sense a familiar aura. You are very similar to someone. The victorious fighting Buddha wasn't arrogant. Regardless of whether it was in terms of seniority or cultivation, The supreme existence of the origin ancient mine could accept his greeting. There was no sound in the origin ancient mine. Everything was very cold. The old sacred ape came here with the ancient sovereign token, but he didn't receive any special treatment, so he didn't say anything else. Your heart is unyielding, very similar to that monkey from back then. What does it have to do with him? After a long time, such a divine voice came from the ancient mine, oppressing the ancient sky until it rumbled, as if it was about to fall. The Emperor of Fighting is my elder brother, said the old sacred ape. That monkey who doesn't respect the heavens and earth. This was actually the evaluation he received. The victorious Fighting Buddha's eyebrows twitched, and golden light vaguely appeared in his eyes. The Emperor of Fighting's magical power is boundless. He wants to become a war immortal and look down on the world. As his younger brother, do you still need to come to the origin ancient mine? It was still that kind of emotionless voice. The old sacred ape's spine was perfectly straight, and he stood there without saying a word. The golden hair on his body was very dazzling, and his eyes were also very cold. What did you come to the origin ancient mine for? I beg for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious Fighting Buddha spoke, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes stared at that expanse of mist. He didn't walk over. In reality, he was still quite far from the ancient mine. For your own life? For my only nephew. A cold laugh sounded from within the ancient mine. Your elder brother is arrogant enough to think that he can become a war immortal, yet he still can't take care of his son, needing to come here to beg for a stone? Not good. Within the divine silkworm ridge, the divine silkworm princess revealed a look of fear. The Emperor of Fighting has shocked deities and made immortals weep, showing disdain for the archaic era. He doesn't respect the heavens and earth, so he definitely offended the existences of the origin ancient mine. Yi Fan, Yen Ishi, the Black Emperor, and the others' expressions all changed. This might be a great disaster. Now, who could resist the existences in the life-forbidden land? The victorious Fighting Buddha was most likely in trouble. The sacred prince's brows stood on end. When his eyes opened and closed, golden light shot out in all directions. A cold voice sounded from within the ancient mine. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't mind bestowing a piece of life stone, but the Emperor of Fighting had previously said that he didn't need all of this, that he could break through the heavens alone. It was me who asked for a piece of absolute beginning life stone for my nephew, not my elder brother. The victorious Fighting Buddha said, standing there like a javelin. Isn't it the same? Brothers, father and son, uncle and nephew, how bad can it be? I only came here to ask for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious Fighting Buddha's voice was loud and clear. You can leave. I won't bestow it to you. The existence of the origin ancient mine refused. This place doesn't belong to you alone. I came with the ancient sovereign order, so I need a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious Fighting Buddha said. Are you speaking to me like this? The voice immediately became incomparably cold, killing intent surging through endless time, shaking out from within the origin ancient mine. Wait. A second voice sounded, and at the same time, a rusty copper order appeared. This was another unparalleled existence, and he said, before that person's body exploded, he said that he would give this order to the sacred ape. With 3 ancient orders in hand, all of his requests should indeed be fulfilled. The Emperor of Fighting wanted to break through the heavens alone and look down on the past and present. He had once said that he didn't need anything else. You and I both know about the past. The absolute beginning life stone shouldn't have been given to his younger brother. Moreover, he was disrespectful to me just now, so he should be beheaded. A terrifying killing intent rushed out like a vast ocean. Roar! Suddenly, a black iron rod with brilliant immortal multicolored light rushed out from the victorious Fighting Buddha's head. A giant golden ape that reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds appeared. It let out a loud roar that resounded through the heavens, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Emperor of Fighting! Princess Divine Silkworm cried out. Father! The sacred prince shouted. Chapter 1185. The black metal rod shone with dazzling immortal light, Auspicious light released in millions and millions of streaks, scattering down on the life-restricted land, producing an expanse of eternal brilliance. The extreme Tao Emperor's might erupted. However, the most shocking thing was still that giant golden ape. Its divine might was matchless, looking down on the world, its might rushing into the 9 heavens, suppressing the 9 hells, its roar shaking up the Big Dipper. Emperor of Fighting! A cry of alarm sounded from the depths of Origin ancient mine. When this type of imperial might appeared, it was like a tsunami, as if it was going to cut through 3,000 realms, covering heaven and earth. Its power shook past and present, making even saints tremble in fear. What? The old holy emperor who died in meditation during the archaic years? Why did he appear again? A few ancient race giants were paying attention from the distance. When they saw this scene, they were so scared they began to tremble, almost kneeling on the ground. That imposing figure left them terrified. Holy Emperor, it really is him. After so many years, he lived until now. A few people had previously seen the Emperor of Fighting, seeing his true appearance with their own eyes. When they saw the golden figure that towered between heaven and earth at this moment, they were all stupefied. The Emperor of Fighting had too many legends. He had never been defeated in his entire life, competing against DK on the path of vindication when he was young, and later on, he became a war immortal. His achievements were wondrous, his divine might shocking past and present. Who wouldn't submit to him, who wouldn't fear him? He shocked the world with his battle, displaying his disdain for past and present. That was why he was known as the Emperor of Fighting. In terms of fighting strength alone, it was difficult to find an opponent. He was an emperor in battle, incomparable. The killing intent that rushed out from Origin ancient mine was destroyed by this giant golden ape's roar, making the entire Origin ancient forbidden land erupt into chaos. Golden light submerged the ancient mine. The victorious fighting Buddha stood there, his expression absent-minded. There was reminiscence, joy, as well as disappointment and frustration. Only after a long time had passed did he release a sigh. What had passed was still gone in the end, unable to return. His older brother died in meditation, unable to become a war immortal during the archaic years. It wasn't that his aptitude wasn't enough, but rather that the environment didn't allow it, this heaven and earth didn't allow it. In this cosmos, no one could achieve immortality. If one didn't do so, the path of immortality would already be blocked. The black iron rod rose and fell, suspending above the giant golden ape's head. He didn't display anger, but he exuded might. His pressure covered the 9 heavens, overlooking the endless past like a deity. This naturally couldn't be the true Emperor of Fighting. He didn't respect the heavens and the earth, and he fiercely went against the flow. In order to become a war immortal, he had already fallen over 1,000,000 years ago. This was just the deity contained within the iron rod, reproducing his divine might and majesty. The ancient imperial weapon revived on its own and protected the victorious fighting Buddha, preventing him from being killed by the existence in the ancient mine. An ancient weapon left by the Emperor of Fighting. What do you want? A shout sounded from within the ancient mine, as if it was furious. There were finally some emotional fluctuations, no longer as indifferent as before. Hand it over. An ice-cold divine sense transmitted over. There were only these 2 words. What do you want? The existence in the ancient mine calmed down and regained its ruthlessness and coldness. Absolute beginning life stone. The giant golden ape held the iron stick, coldly gazing at the ancient mine under the swirling mist. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the Emperor of Fighting? You're just an ancient weapon. The voice in the ancient mine was dignified and domineering, revealing a type of aura that ruled over all living things. Hand it over. The giant golden ape still spoke these 2 words. The black iron rod in its hand pointed forward, and as it walked forward, the entire forbidden area trembled. An ancient imperial weapon wants to fight against me. The voice of the existence in the ancient mine was cold to the extreme. It emitted a wave that overflowed into the sky, shaking the northern region. It wanted to fight. Another existence spoke with a calm voice, saying, "Why did you wait until this era? You've paid so much, so why bother about this? So what if you give him a life stone? The depths of the life-forbidden land immediately quietened down. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At the end of the Great Earth, the old patriarchs of the archaic imperial clans were all very nervous, paying close attention to all of this. Some people held ancient imperial tokens, seemingly wanting to go over as well. This isn't the archaic era. Even the victorious fighting Buddha will be killed if he goes in. It's better for us to stop here. The giants of the archaic era all experienced many things in order to live to this era. They didn't want to make the existence of the life-forbidden land unhappy, so they silently backed up, not daring to go forward. Only after a long time had passed did the unmatched existence in origin ancient mind that was always opposing them with equal harshness. Sacred Emperor who doesn't respect the heavens or the earth, in the end, didn't you still come here to ask for help? A silvery white life stone flew out. It was the size of a fist and contained the secrets of the absolute beginning, containing the power of life. It became the focal point of heaven and earth as soon as it appeared. Tens of thousands of strands of silver splendor poured down. It rose and fell, containing Tao essence as it flew towards the Emperor of Fighting. Even though he isn't my older brother, he still has his own thoughts. What he said was to hand it over. The victorious fighting Buddha said, correcting the error. Strand after strand of killing energy seeped out from the ancient mine. It was incomparably terrifying, spreading towards the old sacred ape. It could collapse the primordial spirit of ancient saints. The Emperor of Fighting held the great rod in his hand. He walked forward, and with a pring sound, the killing energy was scattered. He immediately obtained the absolute beginning life stone. However, he still felt like it wasn't enough, continuing to ask for more. Hand it over. At the limits of heaven and earth, everyone who saw this scene sucked in a cold breath of air. Even though this wasn't the old sacred emperor, his past power and domineeringness were clear to see. It was because this was just his ancient weapon, yet it was already this powerful. If it was his true body from the past, what kind of unmatched divine might would it possess? Brazen! An explosive shout sounded from within the ancient mine. Ancient imperial energy pervaded the air, as if a supreme being was about to appear, making heaven and earth about to collapse. Northern region, all things were destroyed, all creatures trembling. This was a type of pressure that was difficult to contend against. Sunset Ridge within the absolute beginning restricted region was the place where Hengyu Great Emperor refined weapons. Even now, there was still an ancient structure towering there. After all these years, it still hadn't collapsed. At this moment, the inscribed board on the ancient structure released strand after strand of multicolored splendor, precisely the two words Hengyu. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens, clearly stimulated by the ancient emperor's might. Inside Origin Ancient Mine, imperial might surged, the aura becoming more and more powerful. That existence actually didn't hesitate to fight to seize this metal rod. We came with 3 ancient emperor badges, so what if we offer up a piece of life stone? We should satisfy the requirements, or else we will be going against the agreement. Another unmatched existence spoke in a timely manner. It was clear that the existence in the ancient mine didn't wish for anything unexpected to happen, even more so not wishing to break this type of peace. What did they wait for all these years for? It was all for the sake of the path of immortality. Fine, in the future, before we leave the mine and step onto the immortal path, we will settle things with the battle sacred ape bloodline. A great battle was avoided, calming down. In Divine Silkworm Ridge, Divine Silkworm Princess and many others' faces became snow white. This karma was too great. That was but an unmatched existence. Apart from great ancient emperors, who could face him? There might be a great disaster in the future. This made everyone feel a layer of gloominess. What were they supposed to do in the future? Unless they confirmed the Tao, there was no way they could be a supreme being's opponent. The situation is urgent. Everyone needs to increase their strength as soon as possible. An elder in Divine Silkworm Ridge said with good intentions. Origin Ancient Mine was like a great mountain crushing down on their hearts. Only heaven knew what would happen in the future. That supreme being definitely has an old grudge with my father. However, that's fine. I will head into the starry sky, return when I am strong enough. Sacred Prince said, there isn't much time left. Jeezy said, they all had heaven-warping aptitudes, so if they had enough time, they would definitely rise up. However, if they wanted to contend against a supreme being, then that was hard to say. It was because that was the most terrifying restricted region ruler since the ancient times. In the absolute beginning restricted region, a washbasin-sized life stone appeared in that golden sacred ape's hands, the life essence and Tao radiance it released even more astonishing. Immortal energy descended, surrounding his entire body and the metal rod within. Shwa. In the end, all of this disappeared, turning into a streak of divine splendor, entering the victorious fighting Buddha's body. He walked into the distance step by step, heading out of the life-restricted region. In the distance, a few archaic giants were silent, finding it hard to say anything. There was no lack of one or two archaic emperor race old clan elders, all of them full of reverence towards this old monkey. He entered the absolute beginning alone, his older brother not getting along with the ancient mind's supreme being, yet he didn't lower his head, actually coming out alive, moreover bringing back what he wanted. After who knew how much time had passed, not a single sound could be heard. Deep into the night, a low voice sounded from the depths of the absolute beginning restricted region. However, there was no way the outside world could hear it, completely cut off. That is the Emperor of Fighting's undying will. He failed to transform into a war immortal, and even though he died in meditation for endless ages, he was still unwilling. The victorious fighting Buddha returned safely. Divine Silkworm Ridge erupted with cheers, all of them extremely happy. This was a great matter, something worth celebrating. I wonder what happened to Duanda. He turned into strand after strand of energy, merging into heaven and earth. Could it be that he really died? This was an unsolved mystery. According to normal reasoning, with Duanda's nature, he definitely wouldn't bring about his own destruction. However, everyone personally saw him explode. The victorious fighting Buddha appeared in Divine Silkworm Ridge, handing over this washbasin-sized life stone to them. Uncle, Sacred Prince said with a trembling voice. This stone was exchanged for with the old sacred ape's life. Back then, it was extremely dangerous. I'm fine. As long as you don't become a saint, I won't die in meditation. I will wait until you are strong enough. The victorious fighting Buddha said. He brought several arhats and vajra with him, preparing to return to Western Desert. If that really is the case, then I would rather not become a saint. The monkey said. The victorious fighting Buddha revealed a benevolent expression. Foolish child, everyone will die one day, no one an exception, unless one becomes an immortal. Uncle and your father both find it difficult to succeed. I hope that one day, you can enter immortal domain and become a war immortal, fulfilling your father's wish. Just what kind of existence was hibernating in origin ancient mind? This was something everyone wanted to know the answer to. The old sacred ape only spoke a single sentence. That was a past supreme being, so he felt great restraining fear. He didn't want to say too much out of fear of provoking a great disaster for the later generations. As such, he left. No one could avoid death, unless they achieved immortality. Otherwise, there would be no long life. If one wanted to break through normal reasoning, one had to pay a cruel price. The Heaven's Mandate Rock, Death World's Heart, and Absolute Beginning Life Stone were in their hands, moreover in sufficient quantities. This made their moods fluctuate greatly. The amount of divine essence main, or as they had signified the amount of evolutionary liquid they could refine into. Third stage? They were extremely unwilling. Meanwhile, they had a few portions of precious liquid in their hands that were close to the fourth stage, but hadn't reached it yet. If they used the 3 main ores to nourish it, they would most likely be able to increase the quality of the divine liquid. I still feel a bit unwilling. If we found another main material, then there would be no need to nourish it, and instead directly extract it. We would be able to refine a lot. Got it. Yi Fan was moved, feeling like they should be able to succeed. They could truly refine the 4th stage evolutionary liquid. Everyone looked over, all of them a bit excited. This was an opportunity to become a saint. If they succeeded, many people would be able to take a crucial step. Chapter 1186. Of course it's the undying celestial medicine, Yifan said. There was a clear imprint in the sea of consciousness of a noble in the eternal star region that immortal herbs were the rarest and most precious great herbs. If one could find a perfect one and collect other divine ores, they could refine the evolutionary fluid of the 9th stage to the consummate stage. Unfortunately, since ancient times, it was difficult to find 7th and 8th stage divinity ores, let alone godly medicines. The most sensational news in the past 50,000 years on the main eternal star was that someone had extracted the 6th stage of evolution fluid. Don't tell me you're going to throw in the seeds of the Qilin godly medicine to refine it? The large black dog's expression changed, and he strongly objected. They returned to the heavenly village, because these medicines were too precious, and it was not good to discuss them in the divine silkworm ridge to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course not. The undying celestial medicine was too rare. There were only a few in the Big Dipper star because the ancient emperors had come, and they had brought them from other galaxies. Otherwise, it would be rare to see them. Using the seeds of the undying medicine to refine the evolution fluid was not worth it, because they didn't have other divinity materials, so it was impossible to obtain the 9th stage of the consummate treasured fluid. Moreover, even if they could refine it, they had to consider whether it was worth it. After all, the ancient emperors had one each, and no one had ever heard of using it to refine medicine. On the main eternal star, if the ancient gods obtained the undying medicine, they didn't extract the evolution fluid, but refined it into the 9 turns celestial pill. This was beyond the scope of the treasured fluid, and no one knew how effective it was now, nor could they perfectly restore the ancient method. Nowadays, although some great forces used alchemy methods to refine the evolution fluid, not all the steps were the same as in the ancient times. That was the secret recipe of the ancient gods, and it was difficult for modern people to completely master it. We don't have the perfect undying medicine, but we have the undying true dragon medicine drops. We can add a few drops, Yifan said. In the past, he had narrowly escaped death, and obtained some true dragon medicine drops from the coffin of Ruthless in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He distributed them to everyone present, and now they could be used. This kind of thing was too precious, and couldn't be squandered just to refine medicine. Yifan felt that a few drops might be enough. Yifan said, "It's just a few drops, so don't use them all. After all, this kind of thing only belongs to the ancient emperors, and every drop can save our lives in the future." A few drops. That's too little. It's most likely ineffective. Killing St. Chi Luo shook his head. He was also participating in the discussion. Gai Joyo sent the ancestral ginseng liquid and the divine phoenix immortal herb back. He only consumed a portion of it. Let's use it to extract the evolution fluid this time, the Black Emperor said with a pained expression. The divine phoenix immortal herb was rooted in the Purple Mountain. Back then, before Yifan set foot on the ancient path of the universe and returned to Earth, the Black Emperor had found a few drops for him to preserve his life. After Yifan returned to the other side of the starry sky, he met the ancestral ginseng in Changbai Mountain and was gifted with some of its medicinal droplets. It was a type of half-divine medicine. Yifan had hardly used these 2 items and had given them to Gai Jiuyo when he returned 2 years ago. However, this matchless expert only used a small amount, returning it to Heaven Village. These were all heaven-defying items, and now they had to be used to refine the evolution fluid. Everyone felt pained. It would be impossible to have these life-saving treasured medicines after they were used up. Put 2 drops of the immortal medicine of the true dragon and immortal phoenix, and 9 drops of the ancestral ginseng liquid. Leave the rest in the heavenly village. If anyone encounters a calamity in the future, this might be a life-saving straw. Yifan said. He didn't want to use all of these heaven-defying treasured liquids. He had to keep some for future use. Although the amount of immortal herb added was very little, it was extremely precious. They estimated that it was equivalent to one of the main ingredients and could be used to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. We have the main ingredients, but we lack the divine supplementary ingredients, Yen Ishi said with a frown. One had to know that refining the evolution fluid required too many divine ingredients. The main ingredients were indispensable, and a large number of supplementary minerals were also needed. There should be quite a few supplementary ingredients on the Rock of Destiny that we can continue to use. We'll think of a way to purchase the rest from all over the world, Yifan said. Back then, the purple-eyed girl and her sister were refining the divine liquid near Undying Mountain. Later on, they acted violently when they were about to leave, but Yifan counterattacked and brought back an entire pond of precious liquid. The liquid inside the pond built from the Rock of Destiny had long since dried up, but the divine minerals were still there. Some of them could still be used. They've gathered very few ingredients and can only extract the initial liquid. We have to search the entire world. The sacred prince frowned. If the divine main ingredients are abundant, then even if the supplementary ingredients are a bit less, or even incomplete, it won't be a problem, Yifan said. He brought out the liquid he obtained from the Immortal Ascension Pond and prepared to use a portion to extract the evolution fluid. If the fourth stage of evolution could be completed, it would be enough for Yifan to reach a higher level. It was just that it was too difficult to become a saint, and he most likely needed to use the fifth stage of the evolution fluid. However, as long as he could reach a higher level, it would be enough for him to fight an ancient saint. That was because he was about to have this kind of capital, and he only needed to reach a higher level. Similarly, GZ and the Sacred Prince were also like this. They were destined to be unable to use the fourth stage of the evolution fluid to become saints because their constitutions were just as terrifying as Yifan's. However, for Yen Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others, this was good news. If they could successfully refine the fourth stage of the evolution fluid, they would be able to consolidate it step by step in the future, and they might even be able to become saints in the end. Their constitutions were not bottomless pits like Yifan and the Sacred Prince. Right, since the supplementary divine materials are insufficient, then let's increase the main ingredients. The Killing Saint said. The absolute beginning life stone was as big as a wash basin, and no matter how they squandered it, it was impossible to use it all up. The Rock of Destiny was also quite considerable, and it was so big that it formed a pond. Our blood can also be added in. Jizi said. He was the son of an ancient great emperor and had inherited the precious blood of the great Tao of Void. It was the most precious, and if it could be refined, it would definitely be a great medicine in the world. Very well. The Sacred Prince agreed. This time, they could only succeed and not fail because they had paid a great price for it. Yifan also nodded. He had the human race's sacred physique, and on the Lord Eternal Star, he was known as the indestructible golden body. The value of his blood was immeasurable, so he immediately began to refine it himself. Not long after, an alluring fragrance wafted over. Within Yifan's room, the jade container was enshrouded with auspicious and peaceful radiance. The luster of the golden blood was astonishing. This was the blood essence he had extracted from within his body. The golden liquid rolled down from his wrist drop by drop, and its fragrance immediately filled the entire courtyard. When he left, the little baldy Hua was the first to run over. He gulped down his saliva and stared at the jade container. The Black Emperor said, "He hasn't even become a saint yet his blood has already turned into a precious liquid. If he succeeds in the future, tsk, I'm drooling." A rich fragrance similarly wafted over from the other two courtyards. GZ and the Sacred Prince had also extracted their blood essence, and all kinds of visions lingered around them. Their life auras were respectively inherited from the ancient Great Emperor and Archaic Emperor. If the refinement is successful, there will be no need to fear saints. Everyone was naturally excited. Afterwards, everyone became very busy. They split up and went to various large auction houses. They walked into some ancient medicine pavilions and began to search for supplementary divine materials, spending heaven-grade money to purchase them. This formed a storm. In a short period of time, the prices of all kinds of strange items and materials began to soar, multiplying. The people of the Heavenly Village and the Celestial Court were all mobilized. They didn't hesitate to pay any price, rushing east and west, trekking through the central province, entering the western desert, and going as far as the southern mountains. For everyone, there was good news every day, because the people of the northern Dipper Star region had never refined the evolutionary liquid before. Many minerals could be seen, and they hadn't gone extinct. However, what made people depressed was that some things couldn't be found from start to finish. They didn't exist on this ancient planet at all. After all, if the people of the Eternal Kingdom wanted to refine the precious liquid, they would enter deep into the starry sky every time, mining on many withered stars. They weren't limited to a single place. In the end, the large black dog clamored and led some youths of the heavenly village to drive the mothership, rushing into the starry sky. Many people were dumbstruck. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you looking at me? Have you never seen such a heroic hero of the universe? However, a large dog driving a spaceship was really a bit out of the ordinary. They didn't plan to travel far, only searching in the nearby star regions. At the same time, it was also to test the voyage and grasp all kinds of essentials. In the following month, the Black Emperor really led people to find some divine ores. They mined them on ancient planets one after another, and they had great harvests. However, when the mothership encountered an ancient saint in outer space, they didn't take any more risks, because they almost died. The path of immortal ascension is about to open, and there will be ancient saints coming from the northern Dipper star region from time to time. If we go into outer space without permission, we might encounter a great disaster. In the end, they could only place their hopes on this ancient planet with life, hoping that they could find enough ores. Actually, we've already collected 60 to 70% of the auxiliary divine materials. Perhaps we can refine them now. Dongfeng said. No. The sacred prince shook his head. If they were going to do it, they had to succeed. Otherwise, if they were ruined, it would be too much of a waste of so many precious divine materials. Something's wrong. Right now, all the major auction houses, as well as the famous ancient medicine pavilion and mining areas, have people sweeping through them. They're even crazier than us. Li Heishui brought bad news. Competitors had appeared, and now there were people fighting to compete with them. They specialized in purchasing all kinds of divine ores. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that they had acted earlier and had the initiative. They had almost bought all the most valuable things. Poor they. Old Saber Honcho's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. They're not to be trifled with. There's the Fire Qilin Caves royalty and the Blood Phoenix Mountain Saint. They've personally issued orders to collect all kinds of ores. Li Heishui said. They've finally made their move. Yi Fan nodded. Several of the theocrats and some of the ancient theocrats had captured some captives. These days, they had been working hard to make a series of arrangements, clamoring to attack Eternal Lord Star while digesting the information they had obtained from the captives. These 2 days, there were spaceships flying in the sky from time to time. Clearly, they were testing the voyage. Moreover, some of the big shots of Eternal Lord Planet had survived and fallen into the hands of royalty like Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain. The heaven-defying medicinal formula of the evolution liquid would definitely be extracted. We've seized the initiative. Their harvest won't be that great, said the Black Emperor. In reality, this was indeed the case. The people in charge of purchasing ores from Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain were hopping mad. They could still hear about all kinds of strange materials in the past, but now it was very difficult to find them. Wu, continue to purchase. Once the 4th stage of the evolution liquid is formed, we can fight saints, said Yifan. On this day, killing Saint Qi Luo's body was covered in wounds. He came back dripping with blood, and half of his body was about to rot. Everyone jumped in fright and went to support him. You've been injured several times in these years. What exactly happened? Said the Black Emperor. This actually wasn't the first time. I've always been paying attention to hell and the human world, and they've long since sensed my existence. This time I was stopped, but the harvest was also great. I obtained some divine materials. He placed a pile of flickering objects on the ground, and they immediately attracted everyone's attention. They were all extremely special ores. They were necessary supplementary materials, and he had actually collected them. Chapter 1187. As a saint of killing, Qi Luo walked the path of killing to prove his Tao. Normally, he would come and go without a trace by using the secret arts of the celestial court. Especially after Yi Fan taught him the line secret art, He had reached the acme of perfection. In this world, including the 10,000 ancient races, there weren't many people who could stop him and injure him. After all, he was an ancient saint who had mastered the line's secret art. He could go anywhere in the world. But now, he was injured to such a state and almost died. This made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hell and the human world were the two ancient killer dynasties. They were incomparably mysterious and difficult to destroy. In ancient times, they were known to assassinate all over the world. Even saints had to bear grudges. Their ancient palace was built from the skulls of kings of various physiques. The floor was paved with the divine skin of saints. It was the most terrifying place in the world. During these years, killing Saint Chi Luo had been paying attention to them. The two divine dynasties had also noticed the rise of a killing saint in the celestial court, so they had always been targeting them. This is the fourth time I've been injured. Fortunately, I wasn't intercepted, Chi Luo said. During the desolate antiquity era, the celestial court was destroyed by these two divine dynasties. It could be said that they were mortal enemies and wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. We'll deal with them sooner or later, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. In the past, the two divine dynasties had attacked Yi Fan many times, causing him to suffer several disasters and almost dying. Later on, he killed the goddess of hell and the divine son of the human world. Only then did he step on the ancient path of the starry sky. Without a doubt, the celestial court and the two divine dynasties were enemies. One side would fall sooner or later. Otherwise, there would be no solution. Put it aside for now. When a few experts from the celestial court that can fight saints appear, we'll settle the score with them, killing Saint Chi Luo said. He swallowed some medicine and operated his mysterious art. Flesh and blood slowly grew out from the damaged half of his body. However, this process was very slow because of the terrifying murderous intent contained within. He was injured by a terrifying saint of the killing Tao. In the human world and hell, before the natural laws of heaven and earth changed, there were already two terrifying killing saints. They were neither human nor ghost, their lifespans didn't have much time left, but they still didn't die. After living until now, they were definitely even more terrifying. Chi Luo took action and destroyed the other party's two small worlds. The divinity ores he brought back were sparkling and incomparably precious. He solved a major problem. Yi Fan said, "Senior, although you're injured, you've given us a reminder. There are some things that we need to think of ways to obtain. Great forces with long legacies and deep foundations should have some in their hands." At present, he had collected quite a lot of divinity ores, and he still lacked the most crucial supplementary materials. If he obtained them, he could immediately extract them. Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as they became stronger, they would have the opportunity to break through and reach the next level. Killer Saint Chi Luo was very open-minded. He didn't care about momentary success or failure. He had suffered many injuries in the past few years. His state of mind was tranquil and very calm. After we break through, we'll be able to contend against ancient saints. At that time, we'll launch a counterattack against the human world and hell. We'll return the favor and flatten their orthodoxies. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others all had this kind of potential. Once they advanced, even if they couldn't become saints, they would still have that kind of terrifying combat strength. In the following days, they worked hard and did everything possible to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in preparation for refining the evolution liquid. And during this process, the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other ancient races were also buying and doing everything they could to excavate the divinity ores. GZ and the Sacred Prince were the main force. They traveled between the human and ancient races respectively to communicate with the most powerful holy lands and the archaic royal families to purchase the divine materials in their treasury. These great forces with long legacies and long histories had extraordinarily deep foundations. The heavenly village used all kinds of treasures to exchange for several kinds of rare ores. Yi Fan naturally also took action. He was already a future Yuan Taoist master. When he traveled between the mountains and rivers, he could tell with a single glance whether or not there were divine materials inside. During this period of time, he personally excavated many rare spiritual objects. It had to be said that the Big Dipper star region contained too many vitality and wondrous objects. When they were on the Eternal Lord star, in order to extract the evolution liquid, the great powers had to travel countless light years and enter many star domains before they could barely gather enough. No one had ever refined the evolution liquid in the Big Dipper source of life. That was why they were able to preserve the necessary ores, allowing them to succeed. What? A piece of water marrow essence was stolen? The Black Emperor flew into a rage when he heard this. The heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone was furious because they had paid a great price. This piece of water marrow essence was exchanged for great luo silver essence, but someone actually intercepted it halfway. It was truly hateful. Many special divine supplementary materials were needed to extract the evolution liquid. Among them, there were 4 that were absolutely necessary: Earth Dragon Essence, Fire God Stone, Wind Bone Wood, and Water Marrow Essence. These materials were difficult to replace. The Sacred Prince paid a visit to an archaic royal clan and was prepared to use the great luo silver essence stored in the heavenly village to exchange. The other party reluctantly agreed. After that, the Sacred Prince rushed to the next location. In the end, the people from the heavenly village went to exchange, but the water marrow essence was intercepted along the way. It's the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern. Right now, the major races have learned about the evolution liquid from the captives and are moving everywhere. They also went to that royal clan to exchange but were a step too late. That's why they attacked us. After learning of the situation, the Sacred Prince was furious and prepared to take action. And at this time, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others just happened to return from outside. After hearing this, they immediately agreed to make the other party pay the price. Not long after, Yi Fan and GZ also disappeared. One had to admit that the monkey had a fiery temper. Even if the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, it still caused him to stomp his feet in anger. The Sacred Prince took action along the way. He intercepted all the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern who were purchasing ores outside and seized all of their ores. Sacred Prince, you've gone too far. Treating my Fire Qilin Cavern like this, are you not afraid of the consequences? The people from the Fire Qilin Cavern were also anxious. They didn't hesitate to use their weapons against each other. Return my water marrow essence, or else don't blame me for starting a massacre. Water marrow essence? There must be some misunderstanding. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was stunned. He went to ask someone on his side. However, the final battle couldn't be avoided. There might be some misunderstanding, but after the ancient prince, the Fire Qilin, received the news, he personally declared that he wouldn't return it. It was because the monkey had also seized a portion of their divine materials. Li Heishui immediately became anxious. The ores they plundered later on couldn't compare to the water marrow essence at all. That was a divine material that couldn't be lacking and was extremely crucial. Tell them that after injuring so many of our people, if I say I won't return it, then I won't return it. The Fire Qilin Cavern made this decision. When the archaic royal clans were preparing to counterattack the Eternal Lord Star, because of the evolution liquid, small-scale battles and chaos erupted. The evolution liquid was destined to incite a great upheaval. The Sacred Prince was naturally furious. He felt that the Fire Qilin was going too far, so he began to kill the people who were leaving the Fire Qilin Cavern and plunder the divine ores without restraint. Sacred Prince, since you all feel that the water marrow essence is precious, can we purchase it at a high price? A saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was alarmed. Although the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, they weren't willing to provoke the battle-sacred ape bloodline. After all, that old monkey was still alive and too terrifying. However, there was a knot in the hearts of the Fire Qilin and the Sacred Prince. It originated from that battle back then when the Sacred Prince was killed. The Fire Qilin and the others who had helped the 8 divine generals felt that they had suffered a setback. During these years, both sides had a knot in their hearts. They wanted to have a battle that didn't involve their respective royal clans' resources. It was just a battle between the ancient princes to see who was stronger and who was weaker. However, this wasn't what the victorious fighting Buddha and the older generation of the Fire Qilin Cavern were willing to see. Thus, they had always been at peace. It was just that the two princes had always wanted to clash. Now that the Fire Qilin had made such a decision, it naturally angered the sacred prince. It was clear that he wanted to turn this into a true battle. However, the Fire Qilin had underestimated the monkey's fury. He didn't want to wait until the decisive battle and directly attacked without restraint. Yes, at this time, the sacred prince was challenging the saints. Let the Fire Qilin come. Otherwise, don't block my path. So what if you're a saint? I don't fear you. The monkey roared. This saint before him was a bit neglectful because he was from the imperial clan. Although he was still advising him with kind words, there was no lack of threat in his words. Sacred Prince, all things should be peaceful. The victorious fighting Buddha is already old and might die soon. I believe he also hopes that you can live in peace with our clan. Hui Yunxing was an ancient saint with an extraordinary cultivation. He came from the Fire Qilin Cavern and was a member of the imperial clan. Even though the ancient emperor bloodline had already thinned out by his generation, it still made his status seem extraordinary. Since you want to live in peace, why did you rob my water marrow essence? Are you bullying my battle's sacred ape bloodline because my uncle is already old? The monkey was unyielding. The other party's words were full of thorns, and he couldn't help but want to fight. This is what the prince said himself. I didn't say that. Take a step back, isn't it just a piece of water marrow essence? I believe the prince isn't willing to make a big fuss over this. The victorious fighting Buddha is really not young anymore. He definitely hopes that our two great imperial clans can live in peace. Perhaps in a few years, you will be the only one left of the sacred ape bloodline. Sigh, I like to speak the truth. Don't say that the prince doesn't like it. This battle was naturally unavoidable. The sacred prince wasn't rash and came prepared. His true body entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fought against Hui Yunxing. The prince has such an ancient sacred war tool. No wonder you're so fearless. However, it's still a bit lacking compared to a true saint. Now that the world knows that the victorious fighting Buddha can't be provoked, I naturally don't dare to anger him. I can only capture the prince and send him to Mount Meru, Hui Yunxing said. Aren't you just looking for an excuse to break my Tao heart? Come and give it a try. The sacred prince sneered. Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, and the others watched the battle. They weren't anxious and their expressions were calm. When they left Heavenly Village, even though the monkey was angry, he wasn't impulsive. He had already informed Yi Fan and GZ. Hui Yunxing's eyes were cold and revealed a strange expression. That was because the sacred prince entered the ancient sacred Mecca and was unstoppable. He was momentarily shocked and found it hard to take him down. He originally wanted to defeat the monkey. Even though he didn't dare to do it too obviously, he could still make the monkey taste the bitterness of defeat and affect his Tao heart. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, two powerful fluctuations appeared on the battlefield. They rushed over together and attacked Hui Yunxing. Yi Fan and GZ appeared. They both entered the ancient sacred Mecca. 5 colored divine lights swirled behind one, while the other ignored the void as if it was nothing. They immediately attacked. The 3 great experts all entered the ancient sacred war tool. Their strength soared and all of them reached the saint level. Even though Hui Yunxing had a thin ancient emperor bloodline, he still couldn't stop it. He roared out in anger again and again. Soon after, half of his body was blasted apart by the monkey's fist. Bloody light flashed. GZ mysteriously appeared and disregarded distance and space to cut off his head. Poof! 5 colored divine light swirled behind Yi Fan. Chaotic energy was hazy. 5 precious swords hacked down, mincing his flesh apart and turning it into a bloody mist. Chapter 1188. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince worked together and destroyed the headless body of an ancient saint from the Fire Qilin cave, turning him into a mist of blood. The great Tao rumbled. Void essence appeared between GZ's hands. Layers of light rippled like water, forming a cycle of life and death there, binding the severed head, preventing its primordial spirit from escaping. Behind Yi Fan, the 5-colored divine light appeared once again. The 5 treasured swords slashed downwards, smashing that saint's head into pieces. Lustrous white bone fragments and saint blood splashed out, and the primordial spirit cried out in fear. The sacred prince let out a long roar. The golden fur on his entire body stood on end, dazzling and sparkling. The 9 revolutions heavenly art was activated, and it was unyielding and domineering. The primordial spirit was covered in cracks, and it was on the verge of dispersing. No! Hui Yunsheng cried out loudly. He never expected that he, an ancient saint, would be defeated by 3 Dao-severing experts, and now his life couldn't be preserved, thus vanishing like smoke into thin air. Spare his life in exchange for the mother water marrow. Yi Fan stopped the sacred prince. Sacred prince thought for a bit. He didn't want to completely break off relations with an archaic imperial clan either. The Fire Qilin cavern was deep and immeasurable. That was the inheritance of an ancient emperor with a powerful bloodline. In the past, they could look down on the entire archaic immortal realms, and now they could still dominate the world. The Fire Qilin was infuriated. When he saw the primordial spirit of the ancient saint that was sent back, his eyebrows shot up. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient sovereign blood flowed in his slender and muscular body, giving off a thunderous sound. Even for the far ancient royal family, sages were the strongest combat power and were indispensable. The mother water marrow was sent back, but in exchange, she received a primordial spirit that was almost destroyed. The Fire Qilin couldn't take this lying down. He smashed the entire tea table with one palm, causing the Fire Qilin cave to gush with multicolored light and propitious qi to drown the entire important land of the ancient royal family. What are you doing? Huolin appeared. Her blue hair fell to her waist and was so bright that it could be seen as a mirror. Her figure was graceful, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was as graceful and intelligent as a fairy. I'm going to fight that monkey to determine who's stronger. Fire Qilin said. There was a knot in his heart. Back then, the battle where the heavenly prince died was something he couldn't accept. Even now, he still couldn't let it go. Huolin warned him, saying, the victorious fighting Buddha is about to pass away and doesn't have many years left to live. It's not worth it to provoke that monkey now. If that old sacred ape goes crazy before his death and clears all the obstacles for his nephew, our race might not be able to endure it. I can provoke him, have a fair battle with him, untie the knot in my heart, and cut down his arrogance. The Fire Qilin said. His eyes were like 2 divine lamps, resplendent and intimidating. His aura was like a mountain, making the half-saints in the ancient cave tremble. Huolin objected and said, don't do these things. We will use the mothership we seized to head to the outer realms and make a trip to the eternal Lord Star. Then, we will head to our race's true ancestral land. We can temper ourselves there and become the strongest under the starry skies. The Big Dipper Star region was in a state of unrest. Traces of saints were appearing in the outer realms, coming for the path of immortality. Winds and clouds were stirring up the great earth. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the expedition to the eternal Lord Star hadn't dissipated yet and was becoming more and more intense. Now, apart from preparing to enter the outer realms and attack the eternal Lord Star, the most powerful archaic races were also discussing the most powerful evolutionary liquid. In the recent days, undercurrents were surging. Many king races were aware of this and were all fighting over the divine ores to store them. It was to the extent where the news of an ancient saint being killed in the Fire Qilin cave was known by others. This was a great disturbance that couldn't be calmed down because of the evolutionary liquid. The most powerful evolutionary liquid actually exists. It's truly heaven-defying. We must obtain it. Those ants look weak and only know how to rely on external objects, but they are also extraordinary. This kind of precious liquid that can promote bloodline evolution is truly extraordinary. We must obtain it. Let's fight into the eternal Lord Star region and seize their evolutionary liquid for our use. The 10,000 ancient races were discussing fervently. Every single one of them was very excited. They began to search for divine ores while preparing for the expedition. Now, the entire world was moving because of this matter. This was a chaotic situation. Before the expedition, before the great battle had even begun, the disturbance of the evolutionary liquid had already begun to spread through the Big Dipper star region. All the races were restless and couldn't calm down. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, all for the sake of resources. In the following half a month, there would be bloodshed from time to time. Fortunately, it was all within a controllable range and didn't develop into a storm. Now, all kinds of valuable ores had reached sky-high prices in the various auction houses. Very few people were selling them, and everyone was hoarding them. Unfortunately, there weren't many truly valuable things left. Yi Fan and the others had seized the initiative, but it was already too late for the other great powers to follow suit. There were a few divine supplementary materials that couldn't be lacked. Among them, the Mother Water Marrow was recovered, allowing everyone from the heavenly village to sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had the Fire God Stone on him. It was a stone that was fiery red like jade and had been obtained on the ancient starry sky path just like the Death World Heart. Meanwhile, the crucial Earth Dragon essence had also made some progress. Wang Shu, Dumbo, and Zhang Weya had been walking around the mountains these days, searching for the dragon veins and gazing at the Earth Qi. Zhang Weya was a descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. Yi Fan was able to obtain the Heavenly Book of Source because of his guidance. Now, Yi Fan had already returned the book to the Zhang family. As for Wang Shu and Dumbo, they were known as the Silver Blood Emperors. They were originally part of the mining order that Yi Fan had established back then, and they had been trained by the Black Emperor to the Dao Severing Realm. Immemorial silver blood flowed within their bodies. Back then, this race was known as the Uncrowned Emperors with terrifying strength. Now, their potential had been awakened in their bodies. Grandpa Zhang and the others are in trouble. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. Just like Yi Tong and Little K, they were the hope of the younger generation of the celestial court. Currently, the two of them were helpless against the saints, but they could perform divination on other people. Of course, they couldn't go too deep and could only perform some basic safety issues. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately stepped into the domain gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to these people. Moreover, he had a clue about the Earth Dragon essence, and he would soon be able to refine the evolution fluid. There couldn't be any problems at this critical moment. This was a barren mountain range where not even a blade of grass grew. It could be called a barren land. It was precisely here that Zhang Weya and the others discovered the Earth Dragon Essence's aura. Yes, this is the place. There should be an Earth Dragon Essence underground. Yi Fan nodded inwardly. At present, he was the #1 Genesis technique expert in the world. Not only had Zhang Weya and the others found this place, but several Genesis technique worlds of the northern region had also found this place. There were even some ancients following behind them. One could imagine the extent of the competition for the divinity ores over the past few days. Even the ancients had gone to ask the human Genesis technique aristocratic families to take action. Zhang Weya and the Silver Blood Emperors were trapped in a valley. If not for the uncrowned king's powerful bloodline, they would most likely have been attacked. Has the human race's sacred physique, Yi Fan, returned? The Mixed Sky clan was ranked among the 10 strongest ancient royal clans. This wasn't some vicious 10 clans, but one of the 10 strongest royal clans outside of the royal clan. In the recent war, they weren't affected, but they had seized some battleships. They had learned a lot of facts and completely understood the secrets of the evolution fluid. Recently, 3 half-sages had led a team and asked the Genesis technique aristocratic families to search for the divinity ores for them. They had intercepted Zhang Weya and the others here. If you don't speak, you won't be able to leave today. You can only die here. No one can save you. Speak quickly. Has the human race's sacred physique returned? What secrets did he bring back? Don't tell me you want us to search his soul? The Silver Blood Emperors protected Zhang Weya and retreated without fear. They had the array platform given to them by the Black Emperor. Breaking out of the encirclement and protecting themselves was not a problem. Boom. Suddenly, the Genesis chi in the earth veins boiled and turned into giant swords that soared into the sky. They exploded among the ancients on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a large number of them died. Yi Fan strode over. When his true body appeared, the group of ancients was so shocked that they all retreated. His name was like a tree's shadow, and the group of people turned pale. "You're really back." The three half-sages retreated. Their scalps were numb, their hair stood on end, and they had goosebumps. What kind of person was Yi Fan? Everyone knew about the Big Dipper. He was not afraid of the ancients. He had even killed the celestial prince and destroyed the 8 divine generals. The things he had done were shocking. The three half-sages' faces were drained of blood. They rushed into the distance, and the others also scattered like birds and beasts. However, it was too late. Yi Fan had used a Genesis technique. There was a large amount of Genesis energy in this mountain range, which was under his control. It immediately turned into a blood-red battlefield. No one could escape. Yi Fan's Genesis technique was extraordinary. He used a forbidden Genesis technique to sweep this place in all directions. The three half-sages exploded one after another and died. Earth Dragon Essence. An hour later, Zhang Wuye was excited. He hadn't thought that he would be able to dig out such an item in his lifetime. He picked up a stone egg from under a large piece of divine source. It was warm all over and contained a powerful life force. It was also Yi Fan's first time seeing it. This was a wondrous object born from divine source. It had condensed with the essence of the earth and turned into an egg shape. It was called Earth Dragon Essence. It had nurtured a large amount of life essence. Powerful earth essence chi. It's really a good fortune. People of the underground cave, come out. I don't care who you are. Hand over the Earth Dragon Essence and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, there won't even be a corpse left. An arrogant and conceited voice was heard. A group of people stood in the mountain range and blocked the entrance to the underground cave. "You're trying to snatch it from me," Yi Fan sneered. From this, it could be imagined that the undercurrents were surging so fiercely. To what extent was the fight over the divine or? "Who are you people?" The 2 Silver Blood Emperors were the first to come out. "First King Tribe," a young man said proudly. His skin was fair and not much different from a human's. The only difference was that he had a divine ring behind his head. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He had heard the sacred prince say that apart from the ancient imperial family, the first king tribe was known as the number 1 of the 10 great king tribes. They were much stronger than the Mixed Sky tribe and the Demon Ox King tribe. "Offer up your Earth Dragon Essence and kneel to the side. I'll spare your lives," the young man said. The group of people behind him shouted loudly. Their divine voices were deafening. Every one of them had a divine ring behind their head that was dazzling. I thought it was Huang Shudao, the Fire Qilin, and the Dragon Lady of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Yi Fan walked out while supporting Zhang Wuye. He glanced at them indifferently. "You're the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan. You've really returned." The young man's expression changed on the spot. He was indeed very powerful and was known as an outstanding talent outside of the ancient imperial family. However, at this moment, his face was pale and he was incomparably frightened. "That's right, it's me. Do you want me to kneel?" Yi Fan asked. "No, there's a misunderstanding here. I thought it was my enemy here," the young man from the First King tribe said in a trembling voice. He immediately fled, and the others followed. They knew very well that this was a killing star. Even the ancient imperial family was slaughtered without hesitation, let alone a descendant of the 10 great king tribes. Bloody light covered the sun. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique and drowned everyone. A large amount of blood vapor rose, and miserable screams rose one after another. In this place, there was an underground dragon vein that contained endless Genesis chi. Yi Fan was practically invincible and could challenge a saint. With the Earth Dragon Essence in hand, Yi Fan and the others returned to the heavenly village. Now, they only lacked one crucial supplementary material, the wind bone wood. After gathering the main divinity materials, over 100 supplementary materials, the Earth Dragon Essence, fire god stone, wind bone wood, and water marrow mother were indispensable. They represented the four divinities of earth, fire, wind, and water. 2 days later, good news came. When Yi Tong was searching in the central region, the current holy master of the Feng tribe, Wind Phoenix, gifted him a piece of wind bone wood. This moved Yi Fan's heart. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Now that all kinds of divine materials were gathered, he could finally refine the evolution liquid. We have all the materials. Moreover, the Genesis Life Stone, the Heart of the Death Realm, and the Destiny Divine Rock are in large quantities. The refined precious liquid should be enough. Chapter 1189. Heavenly Village was a peaceful small world, established by ancient sages. The mountain peaks were beautiful, there were many spiritual springs and silver waterfalls, the valley walls extraordinary, old pines taking root, the scenery magnificent. At this moment, a cauldron was rising and falling. Hazy mists surrounded it, releasing a medicinal fragrance that refreshed one's mind. Yi Fan and the others did not waste any time. After gathering all the divine materials, they immediately started refining the strongest evolution fluid. The Heavens Mandate Divine Rock, Heart of Death World, Absolute Beginning Life Stone, Immortal Elixir, Divine Blood, and other main materials were thrown in one after another. Then, over 100 supplementary materials, each of which was priceless, were all combined into one furnace. When choosing a pill furnace, everyone specially discussed it. At first, they wanted to use the goddess furnace, but later on, they rejected this idea. Even though this was the ancient great sage's precious furnace, and it was forged with the help of Hengyu Great Emperor, it wasn't suitable for medicine refinement. It was too domineering and unyielding, but it wasn't peaceful enough. The fire energy inside was too heavy, and it possessed an offensive nature. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to use Yi Fan's cauldron to extract the evolution liquid. He was just right. This was because the source energy of all living things was a type of supreme immortal energy that existed during the creation of the heavens. Refining the precious liquid might be able to play a crucial role. Moreover, the reason he didn't choose the goddess furnace was because it wasn't a specialized furnace. Its killing intent was too great, and after killing who knew how many experts over the years, it had never been cleansed or refined. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's cauldron was different. As the source energy of all things, it had never been tainted by the mortal world. It was innately isolated from the aura of death, transcending the world. Regardless of whether it was a weapon or a medicinal cauldron, this cauldron was a supreme existence in the world. It was likely that Emperor Vicious had considered all aspects when choosing this cauldron. The spiritual spring gurgled, the ancient pine trees stood tall, the silver moon hung high in the sky, the village of heaven was completely silent. The great cauldron rose and fell. Many people didn't feel sleepy, all of them staring at it. They clearly knew that it would take several months, but they still felt excited. This carried their hopes. All life source energy swirled, stirring up the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Streak after streak of stellar splendor scattered down, in the end becoming a vast expanse of whiteness, all of it flowing into the cauldron. That place was overflowing with clouds and multicolored light. The cauldron was wrapped within immortal energy, producing endless life force. All types of Tao radiance were faintly discernible, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. The extraction of the strongest evolution liquid was progressing smoothly. There were people watching over it at all times, not allowing the slightest mistake. Because of this, Killing Saint sat under an ancient tree, allowing the leaves to fall and the ancient vines to sway. He didn't move at all, as if he was petrified there. The most powerful evolutionary liquid had great implications. It might be able to allow Imperial Court to soar into the heavens. It was related to the future of this inheritance. He had to personally sit in seclusion for several months without moving. As for the others, they were all like this as well. Every day, they would take turns to stand guard over him, and the large black dog was even more fervent. He was almost drooling, and didn't leave his side for even a moment. The captives from the 12 royal families were all shocked. They had never thought that they could gather enough divine materials to refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid. This was simply a miracle. In Eternal Kingdom, if the top forces wanted to start a furnace, they would have to prepare for hundreds of years. They would search through the ancient star field one after another, but they might not be able to find the divinity ores they needed. How could the people here say that they wanted to smelt the divinity ores immediately? The Eternal Kingdom didn't trust Yi Fan. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. Of course, Yi Fan and the others didn't trust them. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. For the first few days, everyone stayed close to each other. After half a month, they finally calmed down and began to do their own things. Extracting the fourth stage of evolution liquid wasn't easy. It was very complicated. Even with the methods of the ancient gods, it would take 4 months at least. During these days, the outside world was even more restless. There were many bloody incidents. The races fought over the divine ores. This wasn't a secret. Everyone knew about the evolution liquid. However, no one could refine it on their own, so they couldn't gather the most important main material. Let's go on an expedition to the Eternal Lord planet. They have the evolution liquid there, and the great clans must have accumulated a lot of materials in their treasury. War and attack. This became a consensus. It turned into a storm. The ancient great clans all wanted to go on an expedition and occupy the Eternal Lord planet. For revenge and to obtain the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, it was worth it to charge into the galaxy. The people of the heavenly village completely calmed down. Li Heishui, Li Tian, the large black dog, and the others were relatively calm. They went out to look for treasures from time to time. They had a relaxed attitude and looked for ores. Yi Fan left for 2 years. It wasn't a long time. When the heavenly village's medicine refinement was on the right track and everything stabilized, he started to look for some old friends. Unfortunately, Gai Juyo, Divine King Jiang, and the others were elusive. He couldn't find them at all. Then, he went to an important place of the demon race to see the Red Dragon Taoist, the Peacock King, and the others. He also secretly went to the Jiang family to see little Tingting, which made her very excited. He also went to the Jade Pool to see his friends and observe the 9 orifices divine fetus. He also left his footprints in the Western Desert, Southern Mountains, Central State, and Northern Plains. However, he didn't see in Miaoi in the Buddha Nation. She sealed herself in the 9-story stone tower and cultivated in seclusion for 2 years. Southern Region, Supreme Mystery Clumsy Peak. Weeds grew everywhere, and broken walls were in ruins. The scenery was the same as before. The progress of Zhang Wenchang's cultivation was really very slow. After so many years, he was still in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. He hadn't ascended to the Celestial Platform yet. Yi Fan was quite speechless when he saw this. However, after careful observation, he discovered that Zhang Wenchang's Dao Foundation was very solid, so much so that it was too solid. It was really built up bit by bit. Just like how Yi Fan treated Komatsu so strictly, Li Ruoyu didn't allow Zhang Wenchang to break through easily. Every step he took was very steady. When they met again, Zhang Wenchang was more composed. Even when talking about his wife, children, and parents, he could face them calmly. The hair on his temples was dyed white, and there was a kind of vicissitudes in his eyes. "If there's a chance to go back, will you make a move?" Yi Fan asked. And now, the heavenly village had 2 motherships that could perform spatial warp. He knew the coordinates of Earth in the starry sky, so he could naturally set foot on the way back. However, if he wanted to go back, he had to strictly keep it a secret. He didn't allow others to follow him because he didn't want to become a sinner. If the flames of war were to be drawn there, it would be big trouble. Moreover, he was a little worried about the mothership. He was afraid that the mothership had an unbreakable connection with the Lord Eternal Planet. If they found out about it, it might be a disaster. Going back won't change anything. My children have already grown up, and my wife has another family. If I appear in front of them, it will only add to their sadness. Rather than that, Zhang Wenchang fell silent as he spoke up to hear. He had changed a lot. He was no longer like before, only reminiscing about the past, unable to extricate himself. Now, many things in his heart seemed to have been opened up. "In the future, I will go back. I will only look at them from afar, just a glance. I won't appear, won't meet them. Zhang Wenshang's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. In the end, tears trickled down. In the end, Zhang Wenshang took out a scripture. There was a lot of information recorded on it, such as flowers, birds, fish, insects, ancient medicine cultivation. There was a great variety. It was a pleasure to cultivate one's nature and sharpen one's Tao self. This was an ancient scripture. It was given to Yi Fan by the Central Continent's Princess Yu Dai. It recorded the natural great Tao, and he had given it to Li Ruoyu. In the past, Li Ruoyu had said that when Yi Fan was about to break through to the Saint Realm, he could come here to take it back. Li Ruoyu had long since left to wander the world. Before leaving, he told Zhang Wenshang that if Yi Fan returned from the starry sky, he should return this scripture to him. Yi Fan left. He walked on the great earth, observing the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. He entered deep mountains and great lakes, searching for dragon caves. There would be a great battle in the future, and the Big Dipper Star region would be the main battlefield. Everything was for that, immortal. The path of immortality. Yi Fan began to think about the long term. He would inevitably become the Yuan Taoist master. There was only a fine line between them. The mountains, rivers, and great earth would all become weapons in his hands. Now, he carefully observed. He saw many friends. It had only been 2 years since he left. It wasn't that long ago, so he didn't miss them too much. However, there was a bit of unnaturalness in the depths of his heart. He thought of a little guy who unknowingly arrived in Yen country. It was here that he met the little girl in the past. But now, the city was destroyed, and the people were gone. There was only desolation everywhere. After so many years, it was as if she had disappeared from the world. The Black Emperor almost turned the earth upside down, but he couldn't find any traces of her. Yi Fan used phoenix blood gold, immortal tears green gold, and other immortal materials as rewards, but no one could provide any valuable clues. Apart from a few people who wanted to swindle him, no one could provide any valuable clues. Eternal expedition. The Archaic King race finally took action. The first expeditionary army was assembled. Because the number of motherships was limited, this was a multi-race allied army. The ancient race didn't immediately launch an all-out attack. This group of people also had the nature of scouting. Even though they clamored that the people of the Eternal Lord Star were ants, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the Eternal Lord Star wiped out a few ancient race ancestral kings in the last great battle, and even more races were completely obliterated. This made them feel restraining fear. Great chaos is about to rise. Are the two great civilization systems finally going to collide? Yi Fan watched the ancient race allied army leave with his own eyes. The ancient race was very valiant, and their experts were as many as trees in a forest. However, if this group of scouts stirred up a storm over there, they might not necessarily be able to gain an advantage. After all, the Eternal Lord Star had produced deities in the past. Success. The first stage of the evolution liquid has been refined. Cheers sounded from the heavenly village. The all-life energy cauldron was curled up by immortal mist, and auspicious colors gushed out. The precious liquid was sparkling and translucent as it splashed high into the air, affecting everyone's nerves. Put away the initial liquid and continue to extract the second stage of the evolution liquid. From this day onwards, Li Heishui, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others began to cultivate in seclusion, using the first stage of the evolution liquid to break through to a higher realm. As for the Sacred Prince and GZ, they needed at least the second stage of the evolution liquid to be effective. Their bloodlines and strength were there, so they could only wait. Yi Tong had reached the crucial moment of severing his Tao, so he wasn't allowed to use this precious liquid. His future prospects were boundless, and this hurdle required comprehension of the Tao. He couldn't rely on external forces and could only rely on himself to break through. Another month passed, and the second stage of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. GZ and the Sacred Prince went into seclusion, and just like Yi Fan in the past, they were about to break through. In the third month, the all-life energy cauldron floated up and down in the mountains. Millions and millions of strands of multicolored light shone, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. Azure dragons, immortal phoenixes, flying immortals, and ancient deities appeared at the same time. The great Tao rumbled, and the radiance was endless. The higher level of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. Chapter 1190. Everyone had high hopes for the expedition of the supreme ancient imperial family. Although it was just a scouting expedition, once they understood the situation, it was very likely that it would bring them a great opportunity. The strongest evolutionary fluid became everyone's obsession. All the races were waiting for news. When they received specific information, they would send out an overwhelming army. The heavenly village became quiet. Even the large black dog went into seclusion with drool dripping from his mouth. He was going to cleanse his body and break through. As the first, second, and third stages of the evolutionary fluid were successfully extracted, the important figures of the celestial court all went into seclusion. There were only a few people left. The killing saint stood still like a stone statue. He sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and guarded the all-life source cauldron. Apart from this, Yi Fan was also free. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. The first three stages were useless to him and couldn't help him break through. In these days, he had been reading the great Tao of nature and studying the meaning of this ancient scripture. He deeply understood the difficulty of becoming a saint. This was a heavenly barrier. Stepping over it, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. However, it was easier said than done to transform from a worm into a brightly colored butterfly. Since ancient times, who knew how many heroes had been stopped at this door? Since ancient times, billions of cultivators didn't transform into butterflies. Instead, they were trapped in a dead cocoon and couldn't break through. After reading for a long time, Yi Fan closed the ancient scroll. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. As long as he successfully extracted it, he would be able to advance to the next level and fight a saint. There was still one person in the heavenly village who hadn't used the evolutionary fluid, and that was Yi Tong. He was about to sever his Tao, so he had to rely on himself for everything. Master, I plan to go out and look for an opportunity to break through the shackles. Yi Tong planned to travel the world and make the final attempt to sever his Tao. Go. Yi Fan nodded. Senior brother, I'll go with you. We'll be a pair of peerless prodigies, and the whole world will respect us, the little baldy Huahua said. He was young but full of mischief. He was naturally a free person, and he ran around happily. Go cultivate obediently. Yi Fan chased him away. The all-life source cauldron's aura was peaceful. During these few months, it had always been wrapped within immortal mist, becoming more and more extraordinary. Refining medicine, resonating with the great Tao was beneficial to it as well. Immortal light surged, and all types of divine chains of order shot out in all directions. The mortal energy couldn't get close to its body. Its entire body was engraved with symbols, and those were complex and indescribable Tao marks that were born along with all types of past tribulations and punishments. Yi Fan took a look at his cauldron and cleared his mind. He closed his eyes and started to comprehend the great Tao of nature again. In the outside world, the various ancient races were all waiting in anticipation, hoping for good news to arrive from Eternal Overlord Planet. Evolutionary fluid was extremely important and they all desired it greatly. The storm had calmed down a little during this period of time, and the competition for various divinity ores had come to an end because there was really nothing left to trade. Yi Tong transformed into an ordinary youth. He walked a bitter path and entered the Central Plains. He was asking himself what exactly he was lacking. He was asking himself how he could sever it. Along the way, he forgot about everything else. There was only the word, severing Tao, in his mind. Only after a long time did he think of the bitterness of his childhood. The declining sun god race was completely exterminated by others. He thought of that old servant who died to save him. He thought of the isolation he felt back then, talking to himself with a small animal. Finally, he thought of Yi Fan. It was this master who saved him, imparted him a technique, and opened up his immortal platform, allowing the profound mysteries of the sun scripture of the distant ancestor to appear in his heart. He possessed a flawless sun scripture. This was a secret left behind in the blood of their race by the distant ancestor. Even though the scripture had long been lost, as long as someone with the same bloodline as the Sun Saint Sovereign appeared, they would be able to obtain it. Severing the Tao, sever endless obsessions, break through endless fabrications. Yi Tong wandered aimlessly, all alone. As he was severing his Tao, he thought back to the tragic scene when he was hunted down by the Golden Crow race on the Emperor Star Planet. Father, mother. The pain in his heart, the bitter experiences of his childhood, appeared one by one. After so many years, he sealed himself away, not willing to face them. But now that he was about to sever his Tao, the scars he was most unwilling to open would be ruthlessly peeled off. Elder sister, I miss you. Yi Tong's eyes were filled with tears as he involuntarily screamed. He had a little sister who risked her life to save him in that dangerous situation. Her entire body was covered in blood, but she still smiled radiantly at him, telling him to continue living on. That was just a little girl with extraordinary talent. She was a heaven-defying genius, but she was still too young and had yet to mature. Little brother, you have to be good. Yi Tong could still clearly hear the voice of the little sister in his ears. That beautiful little girl said this to him before she died. Her tears flowed, but there was a smile on her face, telling him that he had to live on and grow up to be an adult. Little sister, I survived. Yi Tong's tears rolled down his face. He stretched out his hands and stroked forward, wanting to touch the tender face of the little girl who had a look of concern on her face. She was smiling, yet there were tears in her eyes. She consoled him when his family was destroyed, telling him to be strong. Golden crows whistled through the air. Beams of golden light arced through the air. The dilapidated palaces, the declining clans, they all fled towards the sea, being pursued endlessly. Dead, they were all dead. The blood was cold and glaring. Lives were withering one after another. His loved ones left one after another, unable to be caught even if he wanted to. They died in battle in front of him, fighting for a path of survival for him. Yi Tong cried. Although many years had passed, everything that happened was still vivid in his mind, causing him to feel pain in his heart. Severing the Tao was the cruelest path. Everything would reappear, and he would have to experience it all again. After being sealed for so many years, Yi Fan saved him, but he couldn't completely save his tender heart. That young child was sealed in his heart by himself. And now, the scar was opened, dripping with blood. That child of the past had appeared. A pitiful child walked forward alone, not trusting anyone. He trembled in fear and only dared to talk to the birds in the forest. His eyes were filled with tears as he raised his head and asked a little bird, "How far was forever?" Father said that he would always silently protect me. When would the future be? Little sister said that she would appear in the future and come to see me. I know, they won't appear. Just like Uncle Jiang, they all died to protect me, forever. These were the memories of a 5 or 6-year-old child. At this moment, Yi Tong's heart was torn apart. He couldn't help but cry out. Yi Tong was in great pain. He walked on the path of severing the Tao, and the bitter memories of family were only a part of severing the Tao. It was difficult for him to bear. This was because this was the pain of his childhood, and it had caused him serious injuries. He was a person who valued friendship. He couldn't bear it, couldn't forget it, and when he faced it again, there was only blood. How did Master sever the Tao? When he returned, he just happened to receive the grievous news of his parents' passing. He suffered a lot, but he didn't say anything. I have to persevere. Master once said that pain is good, sorrow is good, blood is the only thing that can be known. There is no need to shout and scream, no need to let the whole world know that the path of cultivation is miserable. Only by chewing on the loneliness and tasting the bitterness can one reach heights. This is nothing. Master even severed the great Tao, so this is nothing. I have to face it, I have to face it. Sooner or later, I will return to the North Star and fill in the soil of little sister's desolate grave. Yi Tong's gaze became more and more resolute. He walked out of his own bitter world and allowed the young child that had been sealed in his heart to move forward with others. He was no longer sealed. His body shone brightly like a divine sun in the sky. With every step he took, his entire body was submerged in blazing light, and he turned into a sun god. My Tao, my path, does not follow Master's path. It transcends the scriptures of my ancestors and is not bound by the path of those before me. It begins with the sun scripture and ends with the source of the sun. Yi Tong's eyes became more and more resplendent. He walked forward resolutely, ascending into the sky in the great wilderness, step by step towards the sun in the sky. I cultivate the sun scripture. Since ancient times, there have never been two people who proved the Tao on the same path. In order to break away from it, I can only start from the source. Yi Tong activated the chessboard formation platform and stepped into the realm gate. He rushed towards the sun, wanting to slash out his own unique Tao and ascend to the peak. When he appeared again, endless flame essences danced about. Raging flames raged and burned. This was a country of fire. Yi Tong approached the sun. The blazing light and terrifying heat were enough to incinerate everything in the world. He cultivated the sun scripture, so his entire body was bathed in flames and was imperishable. He wanted to enter the sun and slash out his own path. If the outside world knew of this, they would definitely think that he had gone mad. Not even many ancient saints dared to do so. Ooh, this is too shocking. The Big Dipper star region's sun has the imprint of an ancient great emperor. An ancient golden crow flapped its wings and attacked the sun. Look, there are a few golden leaves in the sun. They look like the essence leaves of the Fusang divine tree. They have the imprint of a great emperor carved on them. They have existed since ancient times and are difficult to erase. Another golden crow cried out. After Yi Fan returned, he had asked the killing saint about the situation and learned that 2 golden crows had come to the Big Dipper. He was shocked at that time. It was because these 2 ancient saints came from an ancient star called Hwasong Star. That was the world of golden crows, and the hero Great Yi was killed precisely by the quasi-emperor there. These 2 golden crows precisely came from Hwasong Star. They were scouting for the even more powerful golden crows. After they appeared in Central Continent, they then rushed towards the sun to explore historical remains. There's a little demon over there. He actually has an innate extreme yang body, even more terrifying than my golden crow race's fire body. The sun's essence has entered and cleansed his flesh. It cannot be harmed in the slightest and is strengthening his life force. It is comparable to my clan's great emperor when he was young. The 2 golden crows discovered Yi Tong. They both revealed looks of shock. Then, they discovered that Yi Tong was going to sever his Tao and travel alone. He was actually going to enter the sun and rush towards those golden leaves. Shwa! The 2 golden crows appeared, cutting off his path. They revealed looks of shock. This was definitely a rarely seen human race immortal seed since the ancient times. Little friend, I can see that your divine aptitude is heavenly. Are you willing to enter my golden crow race's sect? We will pass down an unmatched precious scripture to you. Yi Tong's eyes immediately became clear again. When he saw the 2 golden crows, his eyes immediately became vertical. He thought of his father, mother, as well as his tender little sister. They were all exterminated by the golden crow race. I'm not willing. He refused without the slightest hesitation. But we are saints. Is that Tao not worthy of being your master? One of the golden crows said. I already have a master, so I won't join anyone else's sect. Yi Tong replied. Is that so? Let me see just how powerful your master is. A golden crow reached out its hand, capturing the will within the depths of Yi Tong's brows. He didn't want to miss out on this extreme yang body, because it would be extremely useful for him to break through cultivation realms in the future. This was a rarely seen immortal seed. Regardless of whether it was used as a disciple or as a cauldron, its value was immeasurable. The other golden crow also made its move, wanting to restrain Yi Tong's mystic arts. However, the Sun Sutra had merged with Yi Tong's blood, turning into mysterious symbols that were difficult to take shape. Only a few golden symbols could be faintly seen. What this might be Great Emperor's symbols. The 2 golden crows were immediately shocked, and then they revealed expressions of joy. Good, 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 we are fated to be master and disciple. The two golden crows' bodies shone with resplendent golden light. They had to grasp this youth in their hands. They couldn't let him go. "I already have a master, so I won't take another one," Yitong said. However, under saints, all were ants. No matter how stunning he was still someone who was about to sever the Tao. The difference in cultivation realms was too great, so there was no way for him to contend against them. One of the golden crows pointed out, capturing his will. He saw his master, Yifan, and understood many things. "So it turns out to be the human race's holy body. I heard about this person as soon as I arrived in this star domain, and I didn't want him to be your master. However, what does he count for? He's just an insignificant Tao-severing warrior. How can he compare to saints like us? He's just an ant. I can destroy him with a wave of my hand. My good disciple, come with us. How can that holy body compare to us? If you don't believe me, I'll turn my hand and suppress him." The two of them were determined not to let him go. They had to extract the great emperor's symbols flowing in Yitong's blood, and they had to take him with them. To them, he was priceless. Yitong was furious, but he couldn't move. He had no way to resist the saints. In the heavenly village, the siblings Gu Lin and Gu Fei quickly found Yi Fan and anxiously reported that Yitong might be in trouble. On the sun, the siblings were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. They had grasped extraordinary divine arts of divination, so they divined Yitong's location. Yi Fan didn't say much. He immediately took out a formation platform and entered the void, charging toward the sun. Chapter 1191. You guys actually extracted such a heaven-defying precious liquid? It can break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become saints in one go. An ancient golden crow cried out in shock. They were ancient saints with boundless magical force. With a turn of their hands, they could easily extract Yitong's will and read it. Ha! The other ancient golden crow laughed loudly, feeling extremely satisfied. The evolutionary liquid refined from the absolute beginning life stone was equivalent to a divine pill. It was definitely priceless. I truly never thought that there would be such a world-defying opportunity after coming to this ancient star region. Good, let's go and seize this opportunity. They had long become saints and couldn't use the fourth stage of the evolutionary liquid to break through. However, how could the precious liquid refined from the absolute beginning life stone and undying immortal medicine be ordinary? It could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead and allow the body to live forever. The auras of the two ancient golden crows were like blades that could split the sky. The golden feathers on their bodies trembled, causing everything in the void to collapse. Overflowing golden demonic energy rushed out from their bodies. Sun God body, imperial scriptures contained in her blood, great secrets within her heart, evolutionary liquid, and other things made the eyes of the two ancient golden crows burn with radiance. The way they looked at Yitong became even more extraordinary. Enter my golden crow race and your future will be limitless. You will definitely shine with resplendent brilliance. Yitong resisted. There was no way she would yield. We will make you change your mind. Don't you have a master? He's just a Tao severer. We'll go kill him in a bit. The two ancient golden crows were extremely calm. As saints, they looked down on the common people like ants. They could kill cultivators who hadn't become saints with a raise of their hands. Wu, the most powerful evolutionary liquid is being extracted from the heavenly village. Let me see exactly how to go and seize this opportunity. One of the ancient golden crows stretched out his hand, wanting to completely see through Yitong's immortal platform and understand all of its secrets. Suddenly, 5 colored divine light swept over, turning into 5 precious swords that were suffused with primal chaos aura. They were exceptionally sharp and abruptly hacked out. Poof! Bloody light flashed. One of the golden crow's fingers was sliced off. Blood splashed everywhere, causing his expression to change greatly. After becoming a saint for so many years, no one could injure him. Today, his finger was actually sliced off. Carrying Yitong, he rapidly retreated several thousand zhang away. His expression was unsightly, and his golden eyes were like lightning as he stared at the original spot. Naturally, Yifan had arrived. He entered the ancient Saint Mecha suit and performed the supreme assassination secret art of the celestial court, cutting off one of the saint's fingers. "Who are you?" shouted another golden crow. "I'm just an ant in your eyes, a mere Dao Severer. I'm Yi Fan." Yi Fan stood tall in the void, facing the extreme young flame essence. His entire body was overflowing with light. Although he didn't have a fire body, he was comparable to an ancient saint and didn't fear any holy radiance. He had Yi Tong's imprint, so he was able to find him immediately outside the sun. Although Yi Fan had cut off the sage's finger with the five-colored divine light, he didn't dare to be careless. In terms of true strength, he still couldn't compare to the sage. The success he had just achieved was mainly due to his sneak attack. His expression was solemn as he sized up the two ancient saints. Their bodies were shriveled, but their spirits were high. Their shriveled bodies seemed to be made of pure gold. They wore golden robes and were shrouded in holy light. Just by standing there, they could suffocate all living things. This was the might of a sage. Yi Fan knew that his disciple was in trouble, but he didn't expect to provoke two sages at once. Now that he had arrived, he frowned and had to be careful. Because if he didn't handle this well, both of them might die here. "Master!" Yi Tong was anxious and worried. He knew how powerful his master was, but he didn't think that he could fight against two golden crows. "So you're Yi Fan, the so-called saint physique of the human race? I've heard some things about you since I came to this galaxy, but you don't seem to be much," said one of the golden crows coldly. "Let go of my disciple." Yi Fan was expressionless. The other golden crow said calmly, "This child is fated with our golden crow race, and he will become our disciple. Becoming your disciple is really delaying his future. If you think about his future, you should let go. Let go of me. I will never become a golden crow, and I will never become a disciple of another sect. I only have one master," Yi Tong said resolutely. "You heard him. Let go of him." "He's just my disciple," said Yi Fan. "You overestimate yourself. You're just a Dao Severer. What qualifications do you have to compete with us for a disciple? I've already given you enough dignity and courtesy. If you don't know when to back off, I'll kill you with a raise of my hand." The golden crow who had lost a finger said coldly. At this moment, the golden crow's blood flowed in reverse, and his broken finger grew back. He quickly recovered. His expression was gloomy, and his killing intent was revealed. Having his finger cut off by a Dao Severer could be considered a great humiliation. He didn't act out immediately, but that didn't mean that he didn't care as a sage. "If you want to compete with me over a disciple, then I can keep you company." Yi Fan was going to fight. He walked forward, his expression extremely cold. "You all think that you are high up above, but when facing an ant like me, can you let go of my disciple first? Could it be that you are scared?" An ancient golden crow laughed loudly. He let go of Yi Tong, sending him several li out. He wasn't worried that he would leave, because there was a Dao imprint left in his body that could instantly bring him to him. "We are saints, so what do we have to be scared of? We sit in the 9 heavens, overlook the common people, view you like weeds. If I don't like you, I can casually pull you out." Another ancient golden crow said. Even though this was the case, he didn't look down on Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had injured one of their fingers, even though it was a sneak attack. "Then let's fight," Yi Fan said. "Ha! How laughable. Is there even a need to fight against you? You don't have the qualifications. I can wipe you out with a turn of my hand." The ancient golden crow laughed loudly. At the same time, a large hand slapped over. Even though he said this, he secretly transferred terrifying heavenly Dao power. This was the reason why saints could look down on all life. When one's body merged with the Dao, all things in the heavens would be merged with the body. One's own body would become a great Dao. His true body would rise above the sun and moon, descend into the 9 layers of mountains and rivers. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, the great Dao of heaven and earth resonated, the stellar domain rumbling. The enormous sun that was inches away burned, as if it was trembling because of him, suppressing downwards. Divine chains of order appeared in tens of thousands of streaks. The void collapsed, all types of natural laws turning into light that submerged Yi Fan. This was definitely fatal. The ancient Golden Crow's words were full of contempt, but when he truly took action, he was like a lion hunting a rabbit. He didn't hold back at all, wishing to wipe out the human race's divine body with a single strike. Long. Heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon both trembling. The great Tao divine laws completely exploded, destroying everything. Yi Fan's expression changed. He entered the ancient divine war tool, operating all of his magical force. His entire body shone, supporting an exceptional irregular scene. The celestial king descending to the 9 heavens, the golden bitter sea, the chaotic green lotus, and the beautiful land and mountains were linked together, forming a real world. It was like the 6 paths of reincarnation, as if the world was being reopened. The blazing light and the indistinct irregular scene were not perfect, but when Yi Fan used it with all his strength, it was still very shocking. The indistinct irregular scene was like a heavenly blade, forcibly tearing apart the endless natural laws of the saints. It cut open a part of the void and struggled free. Yi Fan defended and attacked. Endless irregular scenes crushed forward, wanting to envelop the Golden Crows. The 2 ancient Golden Crows revealed strange expressions. All of this was too unimaginable. He was just a Tao Severer, but with the help of that war tool, he could actually fight against one of them. Boom! This attack ended. Yi Fan swept through the 9 heavens, tearing apart tens of thousands of natural laws. He flew out and stood in front of Yi Tong, shielding her behind him. The ancient Golden Crow's expression was ugly. He actually didn't manage to take down Yi Fan. Just now, he wanted to kill him with a wave of his hand, but Yi Fan had resolved the killing situation. Human Saint Physique, you do have some skills. I admit that I underestimated you. Today, let's see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. He shouted softly, and a 3-legged crow appeared behind him. Its whole body seemed to be made of gold, not black, and its brilliance covered the sun. With a long and clear cry, the feathers of the golden crow behind him fluttered and clanked. Countless golden swords flew out, tearing apart the sky. Clang! Yi Fan actually went tit for tat and didn't retreat. The void behind him split open, turning into a golden world. All kinds of weapons flew out and slashed forward, contending against every single golden sword. This was a killing calamity. If it was carried out in the mortal world, the people would definitely be in an abyss of misery. They fought in front of the sun, causing flames to surge into the sky and clouds to stretch endlessly. Golden divine treasures appeared behind Yi Fan. Golden pagodas, divine swords, Tao bells, gourds, and other things turned into a dense rain of light. They collided with the Golden Crow's feather swords, and sounds rang out incessantly. I can't let you live. The ancient Golden Crow was astonished. He didn't expect that a Tao Severer could use a war tool to stop him. It was difficult to take him down in a short amount of time. This made him feel gloomy. How powerful would this person be if he became a saint? Perhaps killing him a step earlier was the best choice. The other Golden Crow that hadn't made a move was also indecisive. In their original estimations, if any one of them used their full strength, they could kill Yi Fan with a flip of their hand. At this moment, their hearts were shaken. Master, I'm going to sever the Tao. I need to enter the sun. Yi Tong suddenly transmitted a message, revealing an uneasy expression. Yi Fan frowned. It was extremely dangerous to sever the Tao at this time, and he couldn't allow anyone to disturb him. However, he couldn't even find a quiet place. Yi Tong's Tao was very special, and he needed to enter the scorching sun. Severing the Tao was extremely crucial for cultivators. It affected their lifetime accomplishments, and if they failed, they might very well turn into ashes. Go. Enter the sun and comprehend the Tao in peace. There's no need to worry about anything outside, said Yi Fan. Yi Tong was his eldest disciple, and this was the most crucial moment. No matter what, he had to protect him well and not allow anything to happen to him. Yi Tong nodded, and then he turned around and entered the sun. He understood that his master had already made up his mind. It was useless no matter what he said. The best way to resolve this was to smoothly sever the Tao. A golden crow sneered and said, "Do you think you can stop me? You still want to protect the Tao here? Overestimating your capabilities. Today, I will split apart your primordial spirit, search your sea of consciousness, and slaughter my way into the heavenly village. Watch how I seize your celestial court's natural luck. He flapped his wings and released a long cry. Holy might surged, covering heaven and earth. In that instant, even the sun began to tremble. The natural laws of the heavenly Tao were at his disposal. This wasn't an ordinary ancient saint. This golden crow had already become a saint 1,000 years ago. His cultivation was profound, and his magical force was boundless, exceeding ordinary saints. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. 2 black arrows appeared between Yi Fan's fingers, releasing an incomparably strange power. Even Yi Fan was shocked. It was because these arrows seemed to be a bit different when facing the golden crow. This was a weapon made from the leftover materials of Yi shooting down the sun. It had been mysterious since ancient times, and had accompanied many experts. It was an ancient secret treasure. Shio. A black arrow flew out, shattering the sky dome. The dark light was intimidating, several hundred li in length. The ancient golden crow sensed danger. It flapped its wings and rushed into the heavens, but it was still shot through. Poof! A streak of bloody light splashed out. One of his golden divine wings was pierced through, blood scattering outwards. Chapter 1192. The golden crow saint roared in pain and struggled violently. His golden wings had been pierced through and blood rained down. An ancient saint had almost been killed and was gravely injured. It had to be said that this was quite shocking. One had to know that his opponent was only a Tao Sever. The black arrow flew into the distance with a mist of blood lingering around it. A powerful domain shook as the arrow tore the sky and split the earth. The ancient golden crow turned into human form with an ashen face. His left forearm had been blasted open and a large hole had appeared. White bone fragments could be seen and blood was dripping down. It was quite a frightening sight. I've actually been injured by you. A fierce power quickly spread along his arm, destroying his golden crow saint power and cutting away a large amount of vitality. The majestic arrow intent was terrifying. Swoosh! Yi Fan spread his arms. There was no bow in his hand, but his heart was filled with the intent to destroy the world. The longbow formed from energy shot out a second black arrow towards the golden crow saint. It was as fast as a black bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky. The golden crow saint flapped his wings lightly and rays of light shot out. He retreated hundreds of miles at an extremely fast speed. However, the black arrow didn't stop. It changed directions and didn't stop until it hit its target. It brought with it a large area of black lightning and a majestic killing intent. What? This is a Tao arrow specially made to deal with my golden crow race. The other ancient golden crow revealed a serious expression. He immediately attacked to kill Yi Fan. Golden feathers flew out and 100,000 feather swords fell together, shattering the space. Buzz. Chaotic chi surged behind Yi Fan. The 5-colored divine light covered the sun and turned into 5 treasured swords. The chaotic sword chi swept out and blocked the 100,000 feather swords in front of him. This was a battle of sword intent. Yi Fan didn't have the power of a saint, but he could use the ancient saint war tools and borrow the power of the ancient god's secret power seed to attack. Swoosh! At the same time, Yi Fan summoned the 2 black Tao arrows back and shattered the feather swords to defend himself. He left behind the black arrow. The other golden crow cried out above the fire cloud formed by the essence of solar fire. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable. It was because when the second black arrow was shot out just now, it also broke through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and shattering a piece of sacred bone. It was a tragic sight to behold. Even the powerful ancient sage of the Golden Crow tribe, who had become a sage more than 1,000 years ago, was still reduced to such a sorry state. His bones had been shattered at the spot where he had been struck by the black arrow. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the black arrow was. With the black arrow standing in front of him, Yi Fan felt a little more confident. Otherwise, the pressure of facing 2 ancient sages would be too great. While he had a powerful mecha, It was not his own strength, so there was no guarantee that he would be able to withstand their attacks at the crucial moment. The two gold crows gathered together, their faces dark and gloomy. Their eyes were shining brightly as they gazed at the two arrows beside him. Not to mention them, even Yi Fan himself had sensed something different. He had sensed a soaring killing intent from these two ancient arrows. Great Yi, it's the Great Yi Dao arrow from ancient times. It was infused with his essence, energy, spirit, and murderous intent. It was forged to target the saint of our Golden Crow tribe. One of the gold crows cried out, revealing an expression of disbelief. They came from the Hwasong Star, which was an ancient and vast country belonging to the Golden Crows. There were divine flames and precious trees everywhere. The Golden Crows could split the sky, and there were only a few of them from other races. Since ancient times, no one had been able to compete with this race. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor appeared in this race. He had 10 princes, and in order to find a place of immortality, he once went on an expedition to an ancient source of life. In the end, 9 of his princes died in the hands of a man named Great Yi. The legends of the past and the terrible disaster caused the veins on the foreheads of the two Golden Crow saints to bulge. Their expressions were extremely cold. The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe destroyed 9 similar black arrows and brought the fragments back to the ancient Hwasong Star. Many Golden Crows had seen and felt it. Tell me, how did you get this kind of Dao arrow? What's your relationship with Great Yi? An ancient Golden Crow roared. The other ancient Golden Crow tried his best to operate his Xian Qi to separate the murderous intent from his body. He finally stabilized his injury and successfully healed his body. It's not the real ancient Black Dao arrow, but it's definitely made by Great Yi. It is infused with part of his essence, energy, and spirit. It's a demonic weapon that can kill our race. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The ancient hero Great Yi shot the sun and left behind an immortal legend. In the end, he bled and died in the hands of the supreme quasi-emperor. It was a sad story. I thought you're just a human with a holy body. I didn't expect you to have the weapon of Great Yi. We can't let you live. We'll take your life no matter what. The blood of the princes of the Golden Crow tribe is not for nothing. Everything about Great Yi must be destroyed. The two ancient Golden Crows said coldly. They could imagine what kind of praise they would receive if they killed Yi Fan and brought the 2 black arrows back to the Hwasong Star. Buzz. The 2 ancient Golden Crows disappeared and turned into the laws of heaven and earth. Only the terrifying Golden Crow divine light appeared and attacked forward from time to time. A saint was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a saint cast aside everything else and made up his mind to kill, everyone would tremble. At this moment, the 2 ancient Golden Crows no longer treated Yi Fan as an ordinary Dao cutter. Their murderous intent was enough to destroy the world. Yi Fan frowned and took out 2 black Dao arrows. He defended himself from all directions and attacked from time to time. He had no chance of winning against the 2 powerful Golden Crow ancient saints. If he didn't have the black arrows, he would have died. That was because he had yet to become a saint. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came. Inside the blazing sun, the heavenly essence fire rose to the sky. Yi Tong sat in the flames and comprehended. 9 golden leaves flew over and surrounded him. They flowed with auspicious radiance, and the aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. 9 mulberry divine leaves with immortal marks on them. Take them quickly. The 2 ancient Golden Crows glanced at each other. They wanted to give up on Yi Fan and rush over to grab the 9 leaves. They were afraid that Yi Tong would absorb the imprints on them. At this point, they didn't want to take Yi Tong as a disciple at all. They had already decided that he would be a furnace. It didn't matter if he could break through or not. What mattered was to take the imperial scriptures and divine fire source in his body. Yi Fan let out a long whistle. He couldn't let the 2 Golden Crows disturb Yi Tong's comprehension no matter what. He couldn't be disturbed at this crucial moment. He didn't hesitate to use all his methods. Yi Fan was at a disadvantage, but he was determined to stop the 2 Golden Crow ancient saints and fight them. Brat, your death is imminent. Let's see how many lives you have. Today, you will be killed by the sun essence fire. The 2 Golden Crows said coldly. They were truly enraged and had endless methods. Saint Laws surged and destroyed everything. The sky was shattered beyond recognition. Master, I'm fine. You can come over. The mulberry divine leaf can defend. Yi Tong suddenly transmitted his voice. Yi Fan's heart moved. He used the line incantation and the windspeed battery entered the sun essence fire. He stood in front of the 9 mulberry leaves. Golden light flickered as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Although it wasn't very dense, it was like an awakening emperor weapon, causing everyone to be shocked. The 2 golden crows chased until here. Suddenly, their expressions changed. They couldn't break through and couldn't rush over. This is the mulberry leaf scripture left behind by my ancestor. It talks about some of the experiences of cultivating the extreme yang physique, Yi Tong said. Yi Fan was shocked. This was truly a good fortune for Yi Tong. The Sun Saint Emperor had entered this star before. It was most likely something from 1 to 2 million years ago. One could only sigh at the ruthlessness of time. Comprehend it carefully, but don't blindly be led by the predecessors. Yi Fan warned. Yi Tong replied, I know. My ancestor also left behind some words. He said that you can walk the path of the predecessors, but the most important thing is to find the path that suits you. The 2 golden crows were anxious. The 9 mulberry divine leaves were blocking their way. They couldn't rush over and couldn't collect them either. They could only watch helplessly. Aunt, do you dare to come out and fight? They shouted at Yi Fan, expressing their anxiety. They were afraid that the imprints on the leaves would disappear and they would all be refined by Yi Tong. Now, you 2 should enjoy your last moments. I will definitely kill you 2 in a month. Yi Fan said. 1 month later, he would definitely be able to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. At that time, his cultivation would reach a new level and he would be able to fight saints. Yi Fan stood in front of the mulberry leaf. He was surrounded by the ancient emperor's aura and didn't need to defend at all. He attacked the 2 golden crows with all his strength. The black arrows tore through the sky like lightning and attacked the sun essence fire. They were extremely powerful and targeted the bloodline of the golden crows. The 2 golden crows were injured one after the other. They were pierced by the black arrows and almost damaged their origin. They roared in anger, but there was nothing they could do. You 2 fire crows, if you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Today I'll roast pigeons. Yi Fan's words were full of mockery. Junior, I swear I will kill you. The 2 golden crows roared. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the threads of terrifying Emperor Qi on the mulberry leaf. They would be torn to pieces if they got even a little closer. Yi Fan laughed loudly. He gathered his spiritual energy and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the chest of one of the golden crows and exploded its heart. There was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. Saint bones and blood splashed everywhere. Junior, I will remember this debt. I will definitely turn your bones into ashes in the future. The injured golden crow soared into the sky. At the same time, the other golden crow also suffered a heavy blow. Yi Fan's body and mind became one. A strand of undying will merged into the Dao arrow and shot outwards. The second golden crow's thigh was blasted apart, blood dripping everywhere. The 2 golden crows were furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they couldn't break through the 9 mulberry divine leaves, everything would be useless. Even though they were furious, they could only back up and stop in the distance. They were full of hatred as they stared forward. Master, I've severed the Dao. Yi Tong's voice sounded. He stood up and opened his eyes. They were deep like the starry sky and flame essence swirled around his body. Kacha! The 9 mulberry leaves were all shattered. 9 types of imprints entered Yi Tong's body, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. Every inch of his flesh was shining. His entire body was sparkling and dazzling, exceeding the sun. When the 2 golden crows saw this, they turned into 2 streaks of golden lightning and rushed over. They wanted to kill the master and disciple pair of Yi Fan. However, at this moment, they felt their blood run cold. They immediately retreated because a tribulation comparable to a saint had appeared within the essence flames. Huge lightning descended from the sky and submerged this place. 5 elements: heavenly tribulation, sun god tribulation, primal chaos tribulation, world-shaking divine court tribulation. Large amounts of lightning descended together and swept in all directions. The 2 golden crows were well aware of how terrifying the tribulation was. If they were to resist it, they would also go through the tribulation. Moreover, it was a saint tribulation targeted at them. They broke out in cold sweat and were struck dozens of times. Lightning shot out in all directions, but they finally retreated. Yi Tong stood in the sea of lightning and began to resist the heavenly punishment. He was like a young deity accepting the baptism of the heavens as he bathed in the sea of lightning. This kind of tribulation is too terrifying. Look, an ancient emperor has appeared. 10 heavenly suns have appeared in this star domain. This kind of tribulation is comparable to a saint tribulation. Many people might not be able to survive it. The 2 golden crows felt bitter. They felt their blood run cold and didn't dare to approach. They could only watch as a youth rose up powerfully. Yi Fan nodded and felt gratified. This kind of tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even the great ancient emperors when they were young could not compare to this, right? He stood at the edge of the tribulation and didn't want to disturb Yi Tong. He only watched quietly. The 2 golden crows hid far away, afraid that Yi Tong would use the tribulation to plot against them. How hateful! We can only watch helplessly but can't stop it. What should we do? This is a youth with the talent of an emperor, and his master is even more unfathomable. Is he going to create a miracle since ancient times? Is he going to have one sect with 2 emperors? The 2 golden crows were anxious and full of hidden worries for the future. After several hours, the tribulation still hadn't dispersed. Yi Tong had suffered serious injuries. This kind of tribulation was too terrifying. His body had been shattered dozens of times, but he had withstood it with great difficulty. Finally, after another 2 hours, the sky full of lightning disappeared and the primal chaos dispersed. Endless worldly essence and solar essence surged towards Yi Tong and entered his Tao-severing body. The tribulation was successful. Let's go! Yi Fan appeared, producing a formation platform, opening a realm gate. He pulled Yi Tong inside, and just like that, they crossed over. Where do you think you're going? The 2 golden crows roared, but they were too far away and couldn't stop him. The tribulation just now was too terrifying. They were afraid of being affected by the karma and following the tribulation. Now, they couldn't get close at all. Wash your necks clean. I'll kill you 2 in a month and roast your golden crow meat on the bonfire. Yi Fan's cold words came from the gap of the realm gate that was about to close. The 2 golden crows were furious, but it was too late by the time they arrived. They couldn't stop him. We only found some secrets from the sea of consciousness of the little demon with the extreme yang constitution. We didn't have time to continue before the human race's divine physique arrived. We don't know where the heavenly village is, so how can we seize that great fortune? The 2 golden crows frowned but couldn't do anything. Yi Tong had slashed his Tao. The phenomenon caused by the tribulation really caused a huge commotion in the Big Dipper galaxy. There were ancient saints who charged towards the sun but didn't find anything. In the heavenly village, Yi Fan and the others returned. They were instantly surrounded by many elders. They all knew that the phenomenon was caused by Yi Tong. Senior brother, you're really amazing. No wonder you're on par with me as one of the 2 peerless prodigies. You have my style. The little baldy ran over and hugged his leg. At the same time, he blinked his black gem-like eyes and asked for a gift. Clang! In the distance, the myriad Qi cauldron trembled. Qi Luo opened his eyes and stared at it without blinking. There were all kinds of phenomena circling around the cauldron. Azure dragons, divine phoenixes, flying immortals, vermilion birds, gods, and other lights and shadows gathered and emerged from the walls of the cauldron. Celestial aura enshrouded the cauldron, making it look holy. The 4th stage of the evolution fluid is about to be successfully refined. At this moment, GZ, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others all came out of seclusion. Even the large black dog was startled, and he stretched his huge head over. The evolution fluid will definitely be refined in a few days. The era where we can battle saints has arrived. Yi Fan said, Chapter 1193. Winds rose, and mists fluttered about. This was a mysterious small divine world. Flowing springs and divine light flickered about, waterfalls and lawn birds dancing about together. It was rumored that this was a small world left behind by an ancient deity. It was obtained by the ancient divine dynasty's people, and then it evolved into their palace. Pill Cliff had strange rocks and strange peaks. Purple energy surged, and strange beasts roamed about. There were also large amounts of verdant mountain ranges that were shrouded in multicolored mists. In the very depths was an expanse of bone structures that were covered in dusky vital light. They were thick, solid, solemn, and dignified. At the same time, they gave off a stifling feeling. This was the human world's ancient palace. Ever since they were established, no one had ever broken through. It represented death, making one feel despair. It was strange and terrifying. An enormous white skeleton rested in front of them. Its several hundred zhang long vertebra hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years, its radiance still the same. This was an enormous ancient beast. In the past, it was killed here. All of its bones were sawed off to form a palace, and its remaining vertebra was turned into formation banners to protect this place. At the center of these bone structures was the human world's most ancient palace. The gray mists were so thick that they wouldn't disperse. Killing intent crossed the ancient era like strands and threads, becoming tangible as it seeped out. It was actually constructed from the remains of kings and saints. Its scale wasn't large, and compared to those imposing colossal gates, it could be said to be quite small. It couldn't hold many people, but the ancient aura and killing intent was something other buildings couldn't compare to. This was the human world's most sacred ancient palace. The white bones were sparkling and flowing with radiance. If they weren't the withered bones of saints, then they were the skulls of outstanding individuals with special constitutions. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. The world's decaying aura is becoming stronger and stronger. The path of immortality is about to open, and the remnants of the celestial court still exist in this world. It is time to eliminate them completely. A hoarse voice sounded. It was incredibly aged, as if it would stop breathing at any time. The entire bone palace was covered in a gloomy aura. A killing saint emerged from the celestial court, always searching for the location of the small divine world. If we don't get rid of him, there will be a disaster. Another gloomy voice sounded, carrying a type of decaying aura. This was a terrifying palace constructed from bones. Meanwhile, the skin of ancient saints covered the ground like a carpet, releasing bone-piercing radiance. Nothing more than remnant evildoers, long no longer as glorious as before the desolate era, unable to amount to much. I already found out where the village of heaven is. The aged voice said with a sneer. I'll quietly wait for them to successfully refine the evolution fluid and then completely erase it, bringing heaven-defying good fortune to the mortal world and hell. They were actually two killing saints, unknown just how many years they had lived for. They were all skin and bones, eye socket sunken, hair like weeds, looking like malicious spirits. They were even older than Chiluo. Their bloodlines were dried up, but their battle prowess was terrifying beyond compare. They used killing to prove their Tao, and they specialized in killing saints. The two patriarchs have been in seclusion for so many years. I wonder if they've made any breakthroughs. If they really do become the great sage, then who in the world will we have to fear? Ancestor Slaughter's flesh is almost dried up, but his cultivation is shocking. Before the heaven and earth changed, he already understood the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, that step is too hard to take. If the outside world heard the discussion between the two killing saints, they would definitely be horrified. The human world and hell were even more terrifying than what people could imagine. It wasn't as simple as just two killing saints overseeing things. As long as Gai Juyo doesn't die, the two killing ancestors will feel restraining fear. Above them, there were actually two killing ancestors who could already look down on the common people before the heaven and earth changed. It was just that their lifespans were withered, and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't take action. And it was precisely these two who had chased after the old madman back then. They almost made a move in secret, but in the end, they endured it. The two old ancestors most likely won't take action to destroy the remnants of the celestial court. If we offer up that precious fluid to extend their lifespans, then the old ancestors can relax. Those were two ancient saints who weren't willing to move. They had lived for too long. Gai Juyo has lived for too long, but he should be dying soon. Yusen's voice reverberated within the ancient divine dynasty's palace. No one in the world can find the divine spirit realm, so we can go slaughter the heavenly village without worry. What extreme young physique, outstanding heroes, heaven-warping geniuses, etc., they will all become bones piled up in this palace. During these days, the outside world was in chaos. The expeditionary scouting team had gone to the Eternal Lord Star, but there was still no news even after so many days. Meanwhile, the saints from the outer realms would appear from time to time, causing unrest in the Big Dipper star region. A great storm could happen at any time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura engulfed the earth, vast and mighty beyond the sky. Mortals only felt their hearts palpitate, and even though they could sense it, they couldn't see anything. Even the ancient saints' expressions changed. This made even their souls tremble. Something major must have happened. Some people quickly rushed up. The Immortal Ascension Road has opened. On this day, a shocking piece of news arrived from the outer realms, shaking the Big Dipper star region. What? The Immortal Path has appeared, it really exists, and it appeared today. This was undoubtedly explosive news. The saints were restless, and the 10,000 races were in an uproar. Many experts flew towards the outer realms. It came so suddenly that everyone was caught unprepared. Many experts cried out loudly, tore open the void, and rushed to the scene. Why is it in the outer realms and not on an ancient star? Some people were suspicious, but they couldn't care so much. The opportunity was fleeting, and only by making a decisive decision could they obtain something. This was an explosive day. The Immortal Ascension Road's appearance was almost unbelievable. Is this a rumor or a conspiracy? How could it be like this? Didn't they say it would appear on the Big Dipper star? Even though there were people who still had doubts, they couldn't care so much anymore. They hurried to the scene to seek confirmation, wanting to understand everything. Everyone went crazy. The saints all moved out. Even if they weren't saints, the cultivators of all clans couldn't hold themselves back. They followed the ancestors, their hearts surging. The heavenly village's people were naturally alarmed as well. They hurried towards the outer realms, and even the killing Saint Chi Luo temporarily left the all-life energy cauldron to see what was going on. It really is an immortal gate. Unfortunately, no one can enter. It is constantly changing, appearing and disappearing in outer realms. The cultivators who arrived earlier were discussing excitedly. Yi Fan and the others arrived. After chasing for 2 days, they finally found traces of immortals. That was a faintly discernible immortal gate. It was hazy and auspicious, and not even ancient saints could approach it. Its speed of movement was too fast, as if it was illusory. It pierced through the starry skies in an instant, traversing the past and present in an instant. Did you guys sense it? The dense multicolored light it is releasing is most likely immortal energy. Even saints can't help but want to worship it from so far away. This was a grand occasion. Everyone used all types of methods to get closer. This is a divine gate that is extremely unstable. Where exactly does it lead to? Is there really immortal domain behind it? It went in, someone succeeded. An old saint from Shi King clan entered the immortal gate. Someone cried out loudly, feeling incomparably shocked. A wave of cries of alarm sounded from within the immortal gate. Then, loud laughter sounded. The gate of light quickly disappeared. Everyone erupted with commotion, chasing after its traces. However, they couldn't find it no matter what. 2 days later, the immortal gate appeared again. Fire Qilin Cave's old clan was in charge of the ancient imperial weapons pursuit. In the end, that gate seemed to have a spirit, instantly escaping into the distance, brushing past his shoulder. Ha! A Saint King from Muddled Sky clan entered. He released an incomparably carefree laughter from within, as if he discovered the most exciting thing. It really is connected to immortal domain. Otherwise, why would they be so happy? The crowd was stirred up, their eyes all becoming red. They fought over the immortal gate, searching for this faintly discernible gate in outer space. This is a crack in immortal domain, an omen that the path of ascension is about to open. It is indeed connected to immortal domain. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan lord roared. When news of this got out, outer space completely erupted with commotion. In the past, there were ancient emperors who speculated that when the path of ascension opened, there would definitely be terrifying immortal force fluctuations that would first break through the barrier between the two realms. During this period of time, a few small immortal domain cracks would appear. It was unavoidable, but they could also lead to immortal domain. Even if this isn't an immortal gate, it is still a gate left behind by an archaic deity, one that leads to an unmatched chaotic divine earth. Endless years have passed since the owner died, and now that it has opened again, the wisps of aura are too mysterious. It might be divine energy. The second type of deduction was made. It was because this type of thing had happened since the ancient times. Whoever could enter would definitely have a great opportunity. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, all of them erupting with activity. Regardless of whether it was the immortal gate or a chaotic divine earth, they were both great natural luck. Whoever could enter might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. A great battle was naturally unavoidable. As long as this divine gate appeared, there would definitely be a great storm. Many bloody events took place. However, after many days passed, only 3 people successfully entered, and they were all Saint Kings. The others couldn't compete with each other. It appeared again. Amidst shouts and life and death battles, a group of people rushed forward, fighting over the right to enter the immortal path. Yi Fan was horrified. Was this a prelude to the opening of the immortal path? What kind of great battle would there be in the future? Just this mysterious gate alone made bloody battles erupt in outer space. Normal cultivators weren't enough at all, turning into bloody mist the moment they went up. Even saints were directly injured. Who would have thought that one could truly sprout wings and ascend to immortality? This is immortal energy. My constitution is transforming. An ancient race Saint King cried out in alarm. He successfully seized the immortal gate. When they heard him say this, the doubts in many people's hearts immediately disappeared. They frantically took action, wishing to follow him in. However, when this Saint King quickly became indistinct, the immortal gate immediately disappeared, thus disappearing, leaving everyone with only regret. The 4th person, for exceptional experts have already entered. We still have a chance. The voices of people clamored. On the 10th day, strand after strand of immortal energy reappeared in outer space. This time, it was even more bitter, blood dyeing the heavens red. It really is immortal domain, too beautiful and magnificent. I saw, heavens, a true immortal phoenix. It possesses the aura of long life. Before it I am like an ant. A Saint King was shaken, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Everyone went crazy. The path of immortality was the dream of many generations. Not even the great ancient emperors could enter, yet now they could enter. There weren't many opportunities. No one knew when the immortal gate would close, so everyone frantically fought over it. Goodbye, I am going to enter immortal domain. This was a Saint King from the Great Law clan. He was quite nostalgic, turning around one last time, and only then did he start to walk forward. However, something strange happened. 2 void figures silently appeared in front of the immortal gate, almost transparent. They took action at the same time, pressing forward. Pooh! The Great Law clan's Saint King cried out miserably. He actually couldn't evade, couldn't resist, and was directly killed. Who are these people? How could they silently approach a Saint King? Just how powerful are their cultivations? Everyone was shocked. It was clear that the 2 void figures had always been at the side of the Great Law clan's Saint King, hiding and not taking action. Only when they personally witnessed the miraculous scene in the immortal gate did they take action. Silently killing a Saint King, these 2 are too terrifying. Killing intent, this is heaven overflowing killing intent, comparable to an ocean. Heavens, How can there be such terrifying people, like a demon lord from hell? In the back, the people were shocked. The ancient saints that were rushing forward all stopped. All of them felt a chill run down their spine, from head to toe. They had never seen such people before. They were hidden like the void, but once they acted out, the killing intent was as dense as an azure field. After it erupted, even saints were shocked. The void figures turned real, and everyone saw two people so old that they almost turned into ghosts. Their skin was shriveled, and they were as thin as matchsticks. Their eye sockets were sunken, and their eyeballs were about to dry up. It was these two people who silently killed a saint king. Humans. They are experts of the human race. Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. It's the ancestor of killing. There really are such existences in hell and the human world. The divine gate trembled, and as the two withered figures disappeared, the gate also disappeared. Chapter 1194. The two emaciated corpse-like existences blurred together with the immortal gate and completely disappeared. The boundless killing intent also retracted. Yi Fan felt goosebumps all over his body. Chi Luo's words just now explained everything. There were killing ancestors in the human world and hell. They were two extremely terrifying existences. They entered the immortal gate just like that. Chi Luo was stunned. The two peerless enemies had left and actually stepped onto the path of immortality. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the sages and the ancient saints from the outer realms felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies recovered from the chill and they slowly heaved a sigh of relief. To prove one's Tao through killing, the ancient killing ancestors. Only such a person could silently obliterate a saint king from the Daluo clan. It was too terrifying. Yi Fan sighed. Such terrifying existences could most likely pose a threat to the great sage. They were only one step away from crossing that hurdle. What grudges? What enmity? Everything is empty before the path of immortality. We can let go of everything and leave just like that. The ancient race had appeared and brought disaster to the human world, but these two killing ancestors treated it coldly and didn't care. The celestial court was re-established. They looked at each other coldly and might attack at the crucial moment. Now that the path of immortality had opened, all grudges were no longer important. They were all abandoned and directly ascended to immortality. On the 12th day, another Saint King fought a bloody battle. His body was covered in wounds and he coughed up large amounts of blood. However, he was laughing and rushing into the immortal gate with an excited expression. This was a Saint King from the fallen winged race. He was rather hostile towards the human race and had once advocated exterminating all living beings in the Big Dipper star domain to restore the ancient imperial race's glory. However, it was precisely this extreme ancient saint who abandoned his own race the moment the immortal gate appeared. He no longer cared about the human race and directly rushed into the immortal gate. Only at this moment could he let go of all kinds of obsessions. Compared to the path of immortality, everything could be left behind and was no longer important. Father, are you going to abandon me and not care about me? There was a female from the fallen wing race. Even though she had just become an ancestral king, there were still traces of tears on her face. The path to immortality actually made one abandon even their closest kin, severing the relationship between father and daughter. The Big Dipper star region was in chaos. This was an unprecedented immortal opportunity, a dream that even the ancient emperors couldn't fulfill. Now that it was right before their eyes, everyone went completely crazy. Over the past few days, fresh blood had flowed and even the starry sky had been dyed red. It was all for the sake of fighting for the hope of ascending to immortality in a single step. Sages were falling. Up until now, only a few sage kings had charged in and successfully stepped onto the path of immortality. The various clans went crazy. There were people who even brought out extreme Tao weapons, blasting the sky dome several times to restrict the immortal gate, but they didn't succeed. Each time, the immortal gate would escape ahead of time. That's not right. We have ancient imperial weapons that are far superior to Saint King's. Why can't we enter the immortal gate? Why are we being beaten to it time and time again? The immortal sect can't withstand the weapons of the primeval emperors? Immortality was right before their eyes. Everyone went crazy, but a problem suddenly appeared. Even the archaic imperial family was involved, so why couldn't they succeed? In a dangerous situation, the ancient imperial weapon will revive. It is comparable to a heaven-defying attack of the primeval emperors. Only a weapon of the same level can suppress it. The immortal gate is in fear. Many people were scared on the spot. This immortal gate had avoided the ancient imperial weapon, so there was clearly a big problem. Many people became pale after coming to their senses. If this was a scam, how terrifying would it be? The targets were all saints, and the ones who entered were saint kings. Could it be a conspiracy? This made the saints shiver from their tailbones all the way to their skulls. This was too horrifying. They had set up a trap to kill ancient sages. What exactly was this immortal gate? Wasn't it the path to the immortal domain? It wasn't that people were hot-headed and didn't think too much. It was just that the timing was too sensitive. The path of immortality was about to open, and such an immortal gate had appeared. Who could see through it at a glance? Moreover, those who entered were all saint kings. Before they left, they had all used their heavenly magic eyes to observe and were sure that it was the immortal domain. Moreover, some saint kings had personally experienced it. The immortal chi had transformed their constitutions, and they were reborn. Where else could it be other than the immortal domain? It was too realistic, and it was impossible to guard against. How terrifying was it to be able to hide from the spiritual senses of saint kings? When they thought of this problem, many people felt a chill run down their spines, and their bodies turned cold. This is too terrifying. The path of immortality is indeed piled up with corpses. Even the primeval emperors found it difficult to enter. How can we be qualified? This must be a conspiracy. People began to reflect. Fortunately, only a few people had entered. If they had all charged in, they would have been swallowed up. That would have been a bloody disaster. It might not be a conspiracy. These are just conjectures. I don't believe that the saint kings would make a mistake when they entered the immortal gate. The heavenly eye can see through the netherworld, so how could it be fake? Naturally, there were also people who firmly believed that the path of immortality was about to open. These cracks that had appeared ahead of time, the immortal gate, should be real and not fake. We only need to wait a few more days, and then we will be able to distinguish the real from the fake, an old clan leader of the archaic imperial family said with a gloomy expression. Yi Fan and Qi Luo looked at each other. They didn't want to get involved in order to avoid falling into a trap. The people of the heavenly village came silently and left without a trace. If we calm down, it isn't difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Unfortunately, the path of immortality has been passed down for countless years, and people have waited for tens of thousands of years. It is said that it will open in this era. Even the saint kings were blinded by the greatest obsession in their hearts at the beginning. That's right. We just need to wait a few days and see if there are any strange movements in the 7 great forbidden regions. Everything will be clear. You have to know that the supreme existences are waiting for the path of immortality. The people of the heavenly village discussed and retreated along the way. In the following days, not a single saint entered the immortal gate. After they calmed down, there were more and more doubts. They all felt their teeth turn cold, and a chill rose in their hearts. The immortal gate appeared several times. Everyone used war pets, strange beasts, and other things to scout the way. They once again saw the magnificent scenery of immortal domain, as well as the immortal phoenix and azure dragon that released divine auras. What is going on? Is it really real? Everyone became a bit doubtful again. What they detected didn't seem to be the slightest bit fake. It was as if it really should be a boundless immortal domain. Heavens, I saw an ancient medicine that can run on its own. After a short period of silence, the world beyond erupted with commotion again. Seeing was believing. They truly sensed that it wasn't an illusion. Even the saints were moved. In the end, there was a group of people who were close to the end of their lifespans and hadn't become saints who clenched their teeth and charged in together. I'm going to die in meditation anyway. At worst, I'll just lose my last few months of life. It's not a huge loss. Those who carried this type of mentality naturally didn't feel any fear. After rushing in, they transmitted the information outside. A few people were shocked and then they felt joy. It's true. I feel like my aging has stopped. There is vitality in my body, and I can live for a long time. Their voices were almost trembling. However, the immortal gate disappeared soon after, separating the two regions once again. At this point, people were bewildered. It was a bit difficult to determine whether it was real or fake. Why didn't the people from the Life Forbidden Zone come? Why can't those with ancient imperial weapons enter? These were the two most crucial points of doubt. The saints who had calmed down didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Who knows if the Supreme Being from the Life Forbidden Zone is still there? Perhaps he has already stepped on the path of immortality half a month ago. It's just that we don't know about it. It should be that the ancient imperial weapons themselves aren't willing to go on their way. They are waiting for their former master and feeling sad alone. Someone gave an explanation for these 2 points of doubt. This made people even more unconvinced. During this period of time, the Forbidden Zone had been very peaceful. People didn't know the situation inside. Finally, a few old saints who were close to the end of their lifespans also chose to go on their way and rushed into the immortal gate. Dao friend, your methods are against the harmony of the heavens again. It's too cruel. On the 24th day, a sickly old man appeared in the outer space under the support of a young girl with bright eyes and red lips. Kai, Jiu. Some of the ancients' expressions changed. Facing this human supreme being, they were all on tenterhooks. 2 years ago, this old man went on a killing spree and even killed the great sage. He killed 10 ancestral kings in succession and shocked the entire Big Dipper star region. An old voice came from the immortal gate. It was like a ghost that had lived for thousands of years, making people's souls tremble along with its ancient voice. Used to be. Quasi-Emperor. Junior pays his respects to Senior. When everyone heard how he addressed Guy Juyo, they all felt their scalps tingle. Quasi-Emperor. He really used to be Quasi-Emperor. It was one thing to know, but it was another to be proven. This old man has been in seclusion for more than a year. On a whim, I wanted to take my disciples to the depths of the star region. I didn't expect to see such a disaster as soon as I came out, Guy Juyo said. I don't have a cruel heart. Inside this gate is the chaotic divine soil. There are countless paths and I just obtained it not long ago. If someone survives, there will be an incomparable opportunity. Dao Friend's magical power is boundless. If you kill all the experts here, it will be against the heavens. There's no need for me to say more. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Guy Juyo disappeared into the starry sky with his disciples. At this point, everyone was scared. What kind of powerful character was this? No matter how they listened to it, it was an unparalleled existence. The cruelty of the path of immortalization was manifested. This person seemed to want to kill a group of saints to clear the place. After thinking about it carefully, many people broke out in a layer of cold sweat. The path of immortalization had not even begun, but peerless experts from other ancient star regions had already begun to take action. What would happen in the future? Without a doubt, it would be even more cruel. At this moment, the expressions of the ancients and some of the sages from the outer realm changed. A great calamity was about to begin. Dao Friend, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? At this time, the great sage of Qianluan, great sage Hunchuo, and the Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan leader walked forward together, each holding an ancient imperial weapon. The great sage of the ancient race finally appeared. He looked like he was going to send a punitive expedition. Within the immortal gate, a faint and indifferent laugh sounded. The gate gradually became faint and then disappeared. In the Big Dipper star region, no one can cover the sky with one hand. The ancients once said that even true dragons have to coil up when they come, and even immortal phoenixes have to lie down when they descend. The ancients were stirred up when they heard this. The great sage was so confident that he didn't hesitate to fight. This made them feel more at ease. Could it be that there were really 1 or 2 old seniors who were still alive? Is that so? I'll wait and see. I'll quietly observe the changes in the Big Dipper. We'll meet on the path of immortalization. After these final words, the peerless expert who came with the chaotic divine soil disappeared and never appeared again. Oh, it's finally no longer cold and cheerless. It's gradually becoming lively. I believe the future will be even more exciting. Within the star region, a 10-meter-long ancient metal ship transmitted such a fluctuation. It was like the sonorous sound of a golden bell. If Yi Fan was here, his expression would definitely change. This was because this was the same metal divine ship that he, Li Tian, and Yen Ishi saw in the alien battlefield after returning from the Ziwei ancient star region. In the past, it was precisely the existence within this mysterious ancient ship that left a mark on his body. The Western Desert's ancient Buddha burned it with great difficulty before he passed away. Moo! Suddenly, the cry of an old ox reverberated through the divine sense. Many people couldn't help but look over. In the depths of the starry sky, a green ox leisurely walked over. An old man was riding on it. Chapter 1195. A green ox slowly walked over. Its fur was bright like green silk, and its body was sturdy and powerful. The horns on its huge head were thick and long, rough and lusterless. It leisurely walked over from the depths of the starry sky, shocking many people. This appearance and calmness attracted attention, and it was extraordinary no matter how one looked at it. There was an old man on it with a thin appearance, a full forehead and clear eyes. He was aloof from worldly affairs, and his body was untainted by the aura of the mortal world. It was difficult for the sages to see through his cultivation. Only the old clan leader of the Blood Phoenix Mountain had strands of divine light in his eyes as he deeply saw something. An expert. Moreover, he was an exceptional expert that no one dared to provoke. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through the old man's depth, but they could judge a thing or two from his mount. They all stared at the sturdy green ox. A sacred ox! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The mount had reached the saint level. This was truly shocking, and all the sages present revealed strange expressions. If the mount was like this, how could the master be weak? His background was definitely astonishing, and it wouldn't be much different if he wasn't the great sage. Otherwise, how could the sacred ox yield? Your Niu Yi, are you really my adopted son? Suddenly, an old saint from the vigorous ox demon race trembled. He shook his huge ox head and opened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief as he stared forward. No, it's him. He disappeared for 2,000 years, and he actually became a saint. Another person from the vigorous ox demon race cried out strangely, clearly shocked. The two old oxen lost their composure like this, naturally causing a commotion. All the cultivators in the outer realm widened their eyes, staring at the man and ox that came from the depths of the starry sky. What kind of person was this? The ancient race hadn't appeared more than 2,000 years ago, so how could he subdue an expert from the ox demon race? Moo! The green ox let out a cry that shook through his divine sense, and a desolate aura swept through the starry sky. Greetings, granduncle. The green ox nodded in greeting, also a bit excited. Who is he? Why did you become his mount? Where have you been all these years? The two old oxen's expressions were unkind as they stared at the old man and questioned Niu Yi. Their hostility was strong, and it seemed like they would take action if there was a disagreement. 2,000 years ago, I left the demon ox cave after I recovered. Niu Yi explained, telling them not to get angry. In the past, Niu Yi was still very weak and could only be considered a little calf. He couldn't bear the loneliness and was born in advance. He met an expert, and now he was already a saint when he returned. After a series of secret conversations, the two old ox demons retracted their killing intent. However, their expressions were still unfriendly when they looked at the skinny old man. This was because no matter how much they persuaded Niu Yi, he did not want to return to the clan. Fellow Taoist, where are you from? How should I address you? An old Saint King from the Fire Qilin cave said. He narrowed his eyes and could truly sense the strength of the person in front of him. My name is Ishi. I came here with no other intentions, the elderly man said with a friendly and calm smile. If Yi Fan were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was an ancient person from the spring and autumn period of China. Now, his real body had appeared in the Big Dipper star region. Shi had obviously been influenced by his master to come here on his cow. His master was a transcendent and aloof cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs. They were very particular about the natural Tao, and their hearts were calm and peaceful. Many cultivators were shocked. This was definitely a powerful human expert who came from the outer realm. It seemed that the human race in the depths of the universe was not weak at all. "Are you also here for the path of immortality?" an old saint from the Blood Phoenix Mountain asked. "We cultivators only want to break through the path of immortality." This old man also has the same intention. Shi did not hide anything and was very frank. In reality, everyone who came from the outer realm did not come for the path of immortality. It was very obvious that there would be more people coming later on. Whether it was the human race or the ancient race, they were not willing to become enemies with the cultivators from the outer realm for no reason. Naturally, no one would provoke them, especially such an extraordinary ancient saint. If the path of immortality is opened, the world will definitely be in chaos. All the saints will rise together. This old man's business here is finished, and I have to return to my homeland to guard Hanggu Pass. Farewell, everyone. With that, Shi rode away on his cow and slowly disappeared under the starlight, entering the source of life below. When Yi Fan heard this, he was dumbfounded. He immediately rushed to the outer realm and then into the great wilderness to find Shi, the ancient person from the other side of the starry sky. He would never have thought that this powerful person would appear at this time. The sage who had guarded Hanggu Pass in the past had actually appeared in the Big Dipper star domain. The path of immortality is about to open. Will other ancient people also appear? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He searched everywhere but could not find any trace of Shi. He did not know where he had gone and could not find out. Yi Fan knew that the great calamity was approaching and that the path of immortality might really exist. Otherwise, why would someone like Shi appear? He said that he would guard Hanggu Pass in the future. What will happen? Will there be an unprecedented war when the path of immortality appears? Yi Fan already knew in the past that beings from the flying celestial planet and other ancient regions had once followed an ancient road to attack ancient China. Would they appear again in the future? The gate of immortality had disappeared and would never appear again. The curtains fell on a murderous calamity, causing many sages to shudder in fear. Everyone was deeply aware of the cruelty of fighting over the path of immortality. The appearance of an expert from the outer realm had already caused such a huge disturbance. What kind of massacre would there be in the future? The path of immortality had not yet opened, but the sages could already see the scene of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was bound to be incomparably cruel. Someone wants to clear the place now. How many people will survive in the future? The Big Dipper star domain might even be destroyed and cease to exist. The road ahead was unknown and made people hesitate. They were filled with apprehension. A terrifying great era that had not been seen since the beginning of time had arrived. Lives were bound to be cheaper than grass, and the path of immortality would be stained with blood. During this period of time, undercurrents were surging. The Golden Crow tribe of Hwasong planet, the divine tribe of Tongtian planet, and many wandering cultivators from the outer realm appeared one after another. This made the Big Dipper star even more complicated and turbulent. Moreover, mysterious ruins appeared in the outer realm. Some powerful cultivators rushed over and placed their temporary residences in the starry sky. They did not descend in person. The atmosphere in the Big Dipper star became more and more tense. It was suffocating. This period of time was like the calm before the storm. All the clans were nervous. All those who had severed the path wanted to become saints because only then could they have a place in the future and fight for the opportunity to become immortal. How could it be like this? The two old ancestors disappeared just like that. Within the divine spirit realm, within a palace built from white bones, a roar came from the most ancient palace. It was filled with unwillingness and murderous intent pierced through the 9 heavens. It can't be. The killer ancestors did not die. They will definitely appear again. Even the great sage cannot do anything to them. The bone palace shook. The skulls with special physiques and the withered bones of the saints shone with a sparkling luster. The two killer saints revealed their murderous intent like a surging ocean. In the southern mountains, in front of the demon imperial palace, a figure had his back to the ancient palace. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "Will the path of immortality really appear? In a few years or a few hundred years, how many people will die on this bloody path?" In the western desert, on Mount Meru, there was also an old monk who looked into the sky and asked with his heart. The entire great thunderclap temple was solemn and dignified, holy and peaceful. The situation became more and more complicated, making the cultivators worried. They did not know the path ahead and could not clearly predict the future. Even the saints were very nervous. During this period of time, the 7 great life forbidden zones were very peaceful. Nothing special happened, but the more peaceful this was, the more people felt the atmosphere was heavy. It's going to succeed. It's finally going to be refined. The large black dog grinned, his shining white teeth reaching the base of his ears. His face was filled with sinister joy. Longma's eyes were also wide open. His entire body emitted the auspicious light of an auspicious beast. His dragon scales flickered and flames overflowed into the sky as he waited here. The heavenly village was very peaceful. The people did not feel the nervousness of the outside world. They were filled with the joy of harvest because the precious medicine was about to be refined. There is no need to worry about failure. We can extinguish the dragon vein flame essence and the others. After nourishing them for the last 2 days, the evolution fluid can be refined, Killer Saint Chiluo said. The killing Saint Chiluo said. His brows relaxed. After guarding for several months, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. This carried the future hope of the celestial court. It could allow the younger generation to be reborn and their battle prowess to soar, allowing their strength to increase greatly. He could already see the scene of the celestial court's resurgence. The cauldron was rising and falling. Immortal chi wrapped around it, and all types of strange scenes appeared. It was a grand scene that was almost heaven-defying. They were all like mythical creatures that surrounded it. Dragons and phoenixes cried out together, white tigers leapt into the sky, black tortoises left the sea, deities soared in the 9 heavens, and humanoid creatures soared into the sky. Auspicious light and auspicious brilliance completely submerged the cauldron, gathering at the center. They only needed the last 2 days to open the medicine furnace and obtain the evolution fluid. There were some elders in the heavenly village who were already extremely old, but they were like living ancient scriptures. Right now, their faces that were full of wrinkles revealed a smile, and they were muttering to themselves as if they were praying. They had waited for many years, hoping for the celestial court to become stronger and recover its past glory. Their entire lives had almost passed, and their bodies couldn't hold on anymore. Now, they finally saw the light of hope. "Grandpa Tianchi, your eyes are carrying tears," the little sparrow said, wiping away the elder's tears. "Grandpa is extremely happy. This day has finally arrived." Elder Tianchi said. The other elders were like this as well. They hadn't become saints like Chi Luo, long having 1 foot in the grave. Their hair was about to fall off completely. Yen Ishi was also present, supporting 2 elders. He was extremely respectful towards them. Ever since he arrived in the heavenly village, he often played chess with these elders, receiving pointers and benefiting greatly. The celestial court has been re-established, and it will definitely flourish greatly. Even if we die now, we will be able to rest in peace. The elders were trembling, their voices moved, and their old tears almost fell. "Hey, is that so? In my opinion, you all should just die with remaining grievances. This one will send all of you on your way." Killing intent suddenly descended, engulfing the entire heavenly village. The ancient saints' might overflowed into the heavens as they descended. The elders, Little Sparrow Yen Ishi, and the others immediately coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their internal organs were all ruptured, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They continuously backed up. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, killing Saint Chi Luo's feet moved with the rho symbol. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse, turning into a streak of lightning that blocked in front of him, blocking the ancient saint's might. This truly is a great natural opportunity. You all worked so hard for so long, and finally refined the evolution fluid. We have come to collect it so you all can go on your way. Another killing saint appeared, laughing coldly. His voice was bone-piercingly cold. He reached out a large hand towards the all-life energy cauldron. Chapter 1196. Saint Chi Luo released a clear hiss and spat out a strand of origin essence energy. It turned into a divine soul and rushed over to block that large hand. He definitely couldn't let the medicinal cauldron fall into the other party's hands. Hey, it's useless. You guys are just making a wedding dress for nothing. The survivors of the celestial court will all die. Not a single one will survive. Hell's killing saint's magical power was like a sea of stars. His killing intent was like an ocean. His blood energy was terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. He looked like a bag of bones with a withered body, but his strength was at the peak. In his hand was an ancient divine artifact. An eerie dagger streaked across and sliced apart Chi Luo's innate origin essence energy soul as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was a great disaster. They were both killing saints, but he was much older than Chi Luo. He had abundant experience and his killing intent was even denser. He only needed to take action against a single soul, so he could naturally flatten it in an instant. Chi! He brandished the black dagger. A streak of black light flashed past, and several heads fell off. The people in front of the cauldron died with remaining grievances. Then, their bodies exploded in that instant and turned into a bloody mist. These were the 6 people from the heavenly village who were in charge of guarding the earth flame under the medicinal cauldron. At this moment, they didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they turned into broken bones and blood under the holy might. He chuckled coldly like an icy blade scraping at the bones. You guys have worked hard to refine such a great batch of medicine. I will remember you all. You can all go in peace. On the other side, Chi Luo roared angrily, but he couldn't break away from his opponent. They were both killing saints, so he used all kinds of methods. Killing intent engulfed the mountains and rivers, cutting down all vegetation. Streak after streak of bloody light left behind several wounds on the killing saint's body. He was dripping with blood, but he couldn't truly eliminate the other party. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You were actually able to use your killing intent to pass through the ancient killing formation to injure me. You really aren't simple. The killing saint of the mortal realm used a withered finger to dip in his own blood and tasted it. All kinds of ancient objects floated beside him. It was actually a mobile ancient killing formation that could protect the body and destroy the enemy. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Uproot the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't leave a single one alive. Let the celestial court be destroyed." All types of ancient objects at his side burned with radiance, completely reviving. In addition, a bone bell appeared above his head, the white bones sparkling and translucent. A loud dang sounded, making this small world tremble endlessly. It was terrifying beyond compare. Ha! On the other side, Hell's killing saint laughed cruelly. He looked down on Heaven Village, his shriveled body appearing sinister and demonic. Hell and the human world will prosper greatly. Many thanks to you all for delivering this great natural luck. He raised his hand and grabbed towards the great cauldron, extremely complacent. At the same time, crazy killing intent appeared in his eyes, looking down on everyone from Heaven's Village. An ancient Saint Mech appeared out of nowhere, shining with a dark blue luster. GZ attacked, unleashing a void rend slash towards his back. Shio! The killing saint of hell had a cruel smile on his face. His bony palms slapped behind him. When it came to killing, who could compare to him? Even GZ, who had mastered the great Tao of Void, was no match for him. Bang! A terrifying claw mark appeared on the ancient Saint Mecha, and it was sent flying. Inside the war tool, GZ's eyes were cold. He continuously moved about, tearing apart the void and continuously destroying illusions. The killing saint was too terrifying. He was the king of slaughter, his methods terrifying. He almost forcefully grabbed GZ, who had grasped the Void Emperor's secret technique. Roar! A long roar sounded. The sacred prince arrived, entering a golden war tool. He held a golden spear in his hand, using it like a large rod. He swept it over, his aura surging like an ocean. A ding sound rang out. Hell's killing saint dagger flickered, slicing apart the spear. After a few twirls, it disappeared from its original location. When it reappeared, it almost sliced apart the golden mecha. He forced the sacred prince to quickly retreat. His fighting strength was inferior, and as a result, he was almost injured. The celestial court has long decayed. The remnants will all be erased today, completely destroyed. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo said coldly. Hell's killing saint forced back the sacred prince. He also nodded with a sneer and said, "Correct, all of you are about to die. You should have been wiped out a long time ago, just like your ancestors, until their blood runs dry." He grabbed towards the all-life energy cauldron again, but his movements were extremely slow. He glanced at the sacred prince and GZ, waiting for them to come over and seize it. "Stop him!" The Heavenly Village's group of assassins all widened their eyes in anger. They had gone through untold hardships to concoct medicine until now, and now that they were about to succeed, someone came to take the fruits of their labor. They were furious and unwilling. The sacred prince and GZ rushed forward again. However, in the end, they weren't saints, and this was a killing saint who understood slaughter the most. They couldn't succeed, and they themselves were almost injured. The pitch-black dagger streaked past. A middle-aged man from the Heavenly Villages had tumbled down, blood dripping everywhere. His primordial spirit was destroyed, his death extremely miserable. Hell's killing saint naturally did this on purpose. Everything was within his grasp. He wanted to kill the Heavenly Village's people one by one. He grabbed towards the great cauldron again, his movements slow. He was still looking at GZ and the sacred prince, his gaze cold, as if he was waiting for them to take action. Suddenly, the great cauldron rumbled, turning into a streak of immortal light. Dao force shocked the heavens, quickly smashing into his palm. At the same time, Yi Fan, who was hidden in the nothingness, opened his eyes. His gaze was intimidating, releasing cold radiance like electricity. All of his irregular scenes merged together, submerging him within. Poof! Bloody light flickered. Half of Killing Saint's body was badly mangled, almost crushed by the irregular scenes. The all-life energy cauldron's aura was terrifying, shattering space and releasing a tremendous force. It smashed into Hell's Killing Saint's arm, temporarily making his body lose balance. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Fan's irregular scene was effective, killing this person until he was drenched in blood. Yi Fan used the Celestial Court's unmatched secret method to launch a targeted sneak attack. If it was anyone else, they would have shed a layer of skin even if they didn't die, definitely suffering serious injuries. However, this killing saint was completely unharmed. Bloody light flickered. GZ and the sacred prince used this opportunity to find an opportunity, respectively leaving behind 2 terrifying wounds on Killing Saint's withered body. However, he was still unscathed. This was the terror of Killing Saint. His battle techniques were unparalleled, and his killing techniques were boundless. He was able to reduce his own injuries to the minimum. Yi Fan and the other 2 were horrified. They rapidly retreated because in that instant, they felt a terrifying aura assaulting their bodies. This killing saint was quite ruthless. He destroyed a saint artifact in order to use it to shatter their mecha, wanting to exterminate both their body and soul. The 3 of them moved horizontally far away. That place was unexpectedly calm again. Hell's killing saint laughed miserably. The saint artifact in his hand was undamaged. Just now, it was just an empty technique. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and GZ's expression sank. This killing saint had rich battle experience and was extremely difficult to provoke. The most crucial point was that the other party was a saint. Adding on his terrifying battle prowess, if they charged forward today, they would most likely fall. Buzz! The all-life energy cauldron rumbled. It was forcefully summoned back by Yi Fan. With a flash of splendor, it entered the space between his brows. Retreat! Qi Luo heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the medicinal cauldron safely withdrawn. There were many wounds on his body. He blocked the front and let the people behind him retreat. Today, no one can escape. All of you will die here. The prosperity of hell and the human world will be built on the ruins of the celestial court. The killing saint who was fighting against Chi Luo had all kinds of ancient objects floating in front of him. They were all formation flags. He had set up an ancient killing formation and was unharmed. At the same time, all kinds of ancient objects appeared in front of the killing saint from hell. They were all flowing with luster. He also set up a small ancient killing formation that could move along with his body. He was about to slaughter everyone. During the ancient times, the two divine dynasties were unharmed. Most of their foundations were preserved, and they were much more powerful than the current celestial court. Senior, come quickly. Yi Fan set up a formation platform. He opened up the void and called for the old saint of Merak Quarry. However, there was no response. The void was dusky as if it had been sealed. Not good. GZ's expression changed. He had people try to cross the void, but they discovered that all the formation platforms were ineffective. The heavenly village had all kinds of defensive measures. There were formation patterns everywhere, and they could pass through to the middle state, the southern mountains, and other places. However, they were ineffective now. They have a secret treasure that can seal the void. They have sealed off the entire small world. The large black dog was an expert in formations, so he immediately made a judgment. He had a bad premonition. The killing saint of the human world had a sinister look in his eyes, and he said, "I know there are bigwigs here who understand formations. For the sake of safety, we used the most primitive method. Before we entered, we split open the void and pulled this small world into another divine land created by the ancient great sage. It was like a small bubble that had been swallowed by a crocodile. They were isolated in another cage. Fellow cultivators, everything has been arranged so well. It looks like there is no need for me to act." A third saint walked out from the shadows. Everyone's expression changed. This was actually an ancient. His white hair was loose, and his eyes were like cold lightning. His figure was majestic, and there was a pair of antlers on his head. There was a divine halo that was like a divine moon. "It's the Silver Moon royal family," the sacred prince said coldly. It was fine that the two killer divine dynasties had appeared, but the ancient royal family had also appeared. Although only one ancestral king had come, this still caused everyone's heart to sink. "We discovered this place at the same time recently, so we can only split the treasured liquid evenly. Even the heavens want to destroy the remnants of your celestial court, and no one can save you," the killing saint of hell said coldly. The two divine dynasties and the ancient race had joined forces to attack. This was going to be a bloody disaster. The Silver Moon royal family was a radical clan of the ancient race. Recently, when they were investigating the divinity, they discovered some clues and accidentally found the heavenly village. "I didn't expect to gain so much. If we can kill them all here, it will save us a lot of trouble in the future." The Silver Moon ancestral king laughed loudly. He swept his gaze over Yi Fan, and then fixed his gaze on the sacred prince. His eyes were cold and cruel. "Wu, there's no rush. We want the child to be stained with a bit of blood. How can he grow without experiencing slaughter?" The two killing saints waved their hands. Without a sound, numerous assassins appeared, and then they disappeared into the void. Shua! Chi Luo fell back and stopped fighting. Then he drew a line with his hand, and a large expanse of murderous light soared in front of the heavenly village, blocking these people outside and preventing them from approaching. This was an ancient killing formation left behind by the celestial court. The celestial court's flawless killing formation has long since disappeared from this world. This ruined formation is useless. "Watch how I break it," said a killing saint. However, when he took a step forward, endless murderous light surged, opening up over 100 bloody scars on his body, almost twisting him in half. If not for the fact that he was a killing saint with heaven-defying methods and retreating immediately, something unexpected might have happened to him. This is an ancient formation that this emperor has added a corner of emperor patterns. How can it be broken by you all? The Black Emperor mocked. The killing saint of hell shook his head and coldly said, "In front of absolute strength, all methods are useless. I can slowly grind away at this ruined formation, and none of you will survive. Yi Fan looked at Qi Luo and said, abandon this small world and leave this place. After consuming the evolution fluid, our battle prowess will rise to the next level, and we will completely eradicate hell and the human world. Qi Luo sighed. This was all they could do. They couldn't protect this small world today, so they could only leave. They had made all kinds of preparations and had thought of the worst-case scenario. Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and the Black Emperor had once branded origin techniques, formations, and so on into this small world. They could burn this small world and destroy the external sealing power. Hell, human world, you all wait quietly. One day, you will all be completely destroyed, and your names will be erased from this world. The large black dog shouted. Yi Fan said coldly, you all are right. Everything is fabricated, and only absolute strength is the hard truth. In half a month, I will definitely flatten hell and the human world. Silver Moon royal family, please wait patiently. I will definitely make a trip to your clan. The sacred prince stared at the white-haired ancestral king. Not good, stop them. The two killing saints and the Silver Moon ancient saint had a bad premonition, but they couldn't break through the ancient killing formation in a short period of time. Boom. The small world was collapsing, and it burned rapidly. A passageway was opened up, and the people of the heavenly village passed through it. Chapter 1197. The expressions of the two slaughtering saints changed. If the roots weren't removed, it would grow again. If the remnants of the celestial court escaped, who knew when they would be eradicated? Shio. They frantically attacked, unleashing all kinds of killing techniques. However, there was a great formation blocking in front of them, and they couldn't pass through in a short period of time. The Silver Moon clan's ancestor king was burning with anxiety, even more anxious than the two slaughtering saints. They had already attacked the sacred prince, yet they couldn't kill everyone here. If news of this leaked out, the old sacred ape on Mount Meru would be enraged, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The small world was collapsing. Genesis techniques, ancient killing formations, and saint imprints interweaved together, piercing through the barrier of primal chaos and creating a passage. The people of the celestial court successfully rushed out and began to activate the formation platform. Dao marks formed, and a domain gate appeared, allowing them to cross the void. At this moment, the old people of the heavenly village were crying, their turbid eyes filled with sadness and reluctance as they murmured incessantly. Desolate ancient heaven, the last realm left behind, has also been destroyed. We were unfilial and couldn't protect anything. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, and they didn't have much time left. Their hearts were filled with sadness, and their last nostalgia was also shattered. The remains of the celestial court no longer existed. Seniors, let's go. Before long, we will definitely build the celestial court on the ruins of hell and the human world. The young descendants urged. We and the remains of the celestial court exist together. Burying our bones here is the best choice. Quickly go. The old people's turbid eyes emitted a strange light, as if each of them was full of vitality. Rebirth from ashes, perfection from nirvana. Everything can be restarted, Yen Ishi said. He often played chess with these old people and had received their pointers. We are already going to die, and we have at most half a year of lifespan. Burying our bones here is the best. Quickly go. The old people urged. The fourth stage of evolution liquid has been refined. It can help you break through and prolong your lives, Qi Luo said. No need to waste it, leave it for the children. It will be difficult for us to become saints even if we use the liquid. We can only live for a few more years. These elders who had one foot in the grave asked for death, because what they said was the truth. Their blood energy had long dried up, and their bodies had decayed beyond recognition. Now, his only wish was to perish together with the ruins of the celestial court, and he refused to leave. Many people became silent as they watched their old tears flow down their cheeks, the scene of a bleak evening. Grandpa Yanqi, little Kay, burst into tears. She grabbed an old man's hand and was about to drag him away. Grandpa Jingshan, I don't want you to be like this. Come with me. Yi Tong also stepped forward and supported a trembling old man. These elders had watched them grow up and carefully taught them many things. It could be said that they were the closest people to them. Gu Fei and Gu Lin also stepped forward and grabbed their hands, refusing to let go. Grandfathers are old and can't live any longer. We just want to find a burial ground that we like. The assassin should die in the light of the saber and lie down in the pool of blood. But we are too old, our hands can no longer hold the sword. Grandpa! Little Baldy cried loudly. Tears streamed down his face as he tightly hugged an old man, unwilling to let go. What are you all doing? Everyone has to die. Being able to be buried here is the best ending for us. An old man stroked his long sword with his rough and calloused hand. Unfortunately, his hand was trembling. He could no longer wield the 3-foot-long blade to roam the battlefield. Everyone fell silent. They respected the choices of Tian Qi, Jing Shan, and the other elders. They did not have much time left. Being buried here was a final resting place that could bring peace to their hearts. You all hope that the celestial court will definitely prosper. They could no longer hold the sword, but the 3-foot-long blade was still humming in their hands. It clanged in their hands and accompanied them as they walked into the disintegrating small world. Muddy old tears, stooped figures, battle clothes that had turned to ash, and finally, the 3-foot-long blade, were all buried in the flames. Everyone took one last look before stepping into the realm gate and disappearing. The ancient land of the celestial court was destroyed. Will we have such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself. No matter how great a hero was, there would come a day when he would be old. Even the invincible ancient saints would have their blood and qi dried up and they would not be able to fight. He thought of the blood at the holy cliff. The great Saint Physique was so heroic, but in the end, it was such a miserable old age. When his hair took root, when his essence, qi, and spirit declined, when his eyes were no longer sharp, when his body grew old, when his saint blood dried up and no longer boiled, what choice would he make? For some reason, Yi Fan's heart throbbed. It was as if he could see a corner of the future. Would he have such a miserable scene in his old age? At that time, where would his friends be? The great Saint Physique could live for more than 10,000 years. Perhaps he would be the only one left at that time. Would he still be able to wield his sword to fight? In the southern mountains, a primitive land. Giant trees covered the sun, ancient vines covered the sky, and apes and tigers roared. Many savage beasts roamed about, but it was difficult to name them. A huge ferocious bird flew across the sky and crushed a mountain with one claw. It tore apart a 1,000-foot-long python and swallowed it. The strange beast in the swamp opened its mouth and inhaled. Even the clouds in the sky fell down. Many beast kings in the vicinity entered its mouth. In the depths of the southern mountains, all kinds of prehistoric creatures roamed about. It was extremely dangerous. Even the demonic imperial palace and the barbarians rarely set foot here. The azure dragon spread its wings and covered a large area of the ancient forest. The great golden peng let out a long cry and shook hundreds of mountains. This was the dwelling place of the heavenly village. They were here to recuperate. Everyone was strengthening themselves and doing their best to break through. The 4th stage of the evolution liquid had been completed. The amount was great because they had obtained a lot of divine ores and extracted enough precious liquid. Grandpa Yanqi, little Kay wept. Her white face was covered in tears, and her big eyes were red and swollen. Yi Tong's eyes were also misty as he remained silent on the other side. Gu Fei and Gu Lin wept and blamed themselves. They couldn't calculate the heavenly secrets of the saints and couldn't predict the arrival of the 2 great killing saints. Hell, the human world, all of you should die. The little Baldy Hua Hua was also wiping away his tears. What are you crying for? The elders left peacefully. They chose to hibernate there. As long as you all work hard to increase your strength, that will be the best consolation for them. Li Heishui said, yes, break through the 2 great divine dynasties and destroy the hell and the human world to comfort the elders. Yi Tong stood up and continued to break through. Yi Fan didn't let him take the evolution liquid immediately. He had to stabilize his realm. After all, He had just severed his Tao not long ago and needed to carefully appreciate this fruit of Tao. Ayo! In the depths of the forest, the miserable cries of the two silver blood emperors could be heard. They were being chased by a large black dog to the point where there was no way out. They were undergoing hellish tempering. When Li Heishui heard this, even his scalp went numb. He hurriedly took the evolution liquid and broke through. He felt that if he didn't hurry, he might be surpassed by the two disciples of the Black Emperor. It had to be said that the Silver Blood Kings were worthy of being crownless emperors. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, the power of their bloodline was tyrannical and not weaker than the imperial clan. These two had the assistance of the evolution liquid. The power of their bloodline was heaven-defying and completely activated. Their strength could be described as soaring. During these days, thunder continuously sounded in the depths of the mountain ridge. Dong Fangyi, Li Tian, and the others broke through in succession and passed tribulation. Their strength increased. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Rubble flew through the air, demonic clouds covered the sun, and killing intent slashed through the 9 heavens. Everyone gasped. Killing Saint Qi Luo was actually passing tribulation. His flesh had been baptized by the evolution liquid and was filled with the power of life. His strength had increased by a small level. This old man has been stimulated. The 4th stage of the evolution liquid isn't enough for him to break through. However, after accumulating for these years, together with the resentment in his heart, he has forcefully advanced a small level. It wouldn't be strange for him to become a Saint King one day. The scene of a Saint King passing tribulation was naturally terrifying. That area turned into ashes, and no one could take a step closer. In the end, he successfully passed through. The population of the heavenly village wasn't very large, only a few hundred. Apart from Tian Qi, Jing Shan, and a few other elders who were the oldest, there were also a few elders who were half a generation younger. Now, with the help of the evolution liquid, they were like withered trees coming back to life. They made breakthroughs one after another and undoubtedly became kings among the Dao-severing realm. Among them, old Saber Hancho's achievements were the greatest. He was already Dao-severing, and in terms of realm, he was even above Li Heishui and the others. Now, he had directly become a great king tier. That son of AB** Tisich Black Emperor is actually about to become a saint, faster than anyone else. Longma's face was full of jealousy and hatred. He spat out white smoke from his mouth, and his whole body was burning with flames. Dong Fangyi and the others were also quite speechless. This dog was indeed very heaven-defying. In his own words, he was doing his best to suppress his realm, otherwise he would have gone earlier. This emperor was established after destruction, destroyed after establishment, and now I'm establishing again. I have to consolidate every step. He's just a half-saint, so what? He boasted shamelessly. However, no one could refute him, because he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Back then, he relied on his physical body to fight close combat with Yi Fan, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. His bite was called ruthless. Now that his realm had steadily increased, this guy's abnormal physical body became even more exaggerated. It made people suspect that he was the demon emperor's son. Because the power of his bloodline wasn't weaker than GZ and the sacred prince, he dared to fight with anyone. In the future, this emperor won't run anymore. Whoever chases after me, I'll bite them to death. The Black Emperor wore a pair of large flowery underpants. He stood upright with his claws behind his back. He lived up to his name and had a proud expression on his face. Now that he had reached the half-saint realm, he could definitely match a saint. With the ancient method passed down by great Emperor Wushi, he could break through the barrier of the saint realm. Of course, Lanmo was also a mess. He had broken through to the upper-tier king realm. If he was given time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-saint. After all, he was an auspicious beast, known as a mount that only the great emperor of ancient times could have. Back then, when he was on the other side of the starry sky, his realm was even higher than Yi Fan's. At that time, he was already a demonic horse on the 6th level of the Dao-severing realm. Now, with the help of the evolution fluid, he was naturally one step further. The Black Emperor reminded, "Be careful. Those who want to prove their Tao and become great emperors shouldn't use the evolution fluid to become a saint. The last step has to be comprehended by yourself, otherwise, it will affect your future achievements. Longmo was very ambitious. That was why he stopped at the 9th level of the Tao Severing Realm. Otherwise, he might advance further and might really have an opportunity to become a saint. Among everyone, Dongfang Yi was definitely a fierce person. He and his younger brother, Dongfang Man, were known as the barbarian war god physique. Not to mention Dharma power and Tao comprehension, their physical strength was second only to the saint physique among humans. Today, Savage was as tough as ever. His realm hadn't fallen over the years. With the help of the evolution fluid, he reached the 8th level of the Tao Severing Realm. Of course, the evolution fluid was still effective for him. If he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a half-saint. However, Savage felt that he shouldn't break through too quickly. He needed to work hard to consolidate his cultivation and break through in the future. Yao Yuekong had the heavenly demon physique and was also heaven-defying. He reached the 8th level of the Tao Severing Realm because of time and consideration for the future. Yan Yishi and Li Tian also reached the 8th level of the Tao Severing Realm. Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and Wu Zhongtian stabilized at the 6th level of the Tao Severing Realm and didn't dare to break through anymore. With the evolution fluid, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become half-saints in the future. Everything was just a matter of time. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Fan, GZ, and the Saint Prince coming out of seclusion because they knew that once the three of them advanced to the next level, they would definitely be able to fight saints. Chapter 1198. Several days later, the heirs of the ancient emperors and the archaic emperors, as well as Yi Fan, appeared one after another. However, none of them were going through the tribulation. The evolution fluid is ineffective? Li Tian was stunned. Of course it is. We can now attack the underworld and the human world, the sacred prince said in a deep voice. Yi Fan and GZ nodded. They had the same idea. It would be a waste to go through the tribulation now. They had absolute confidence that they could calmly resist the sea of lightning. Their killing intent engulfed the mountains and destroyed the vegetation. Divine light surged around their bodies. They were ready to counterattack the human world and underworld. You want to go through the tribulation in the God of Killers? Dongfang Yi laughed honestly. His hair was messy and he held a wolf fang club in his hand. This was a divine weapon. Tribulation. Li Heishui was speechless. Yi Fan had done many things in the past. Since we are going through the tribulation and it has great destructive power, we can harm the ancient saints if we use it well. Why not use it? It would be shameful to waste an advantage. The group of people looked at Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince in a different light. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Who are these people? They were all princes. These three heaven-defying existences. One of them going through the tribulation was already terrifying, but the three of them going at the same time was simply a disaster. Who could stop them? This battle will remove the name of the underworld from the human world. We cannot afford to lose. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. The enmity had existed for a long time. He had been fighting since the beginning of his cultivation and couldn't resolve it. Avenge Grandpa Tianqi and Grandpa Jingshan. Little Kair clenched her fists and shouted with tears in her eyes. Horses trample the underworld. Fists shatter the human world. Little Baldy wiped his tears and shouted along. Although he was mischievous, he really missed those kind elders. Master, give me the divine sun and the goddess of the human world. Yi Tong took large strides forward with a resolute expression. Very well. Yi Fan nodded. This time, none of them can escape. We must eradicate them all. The sacred prince's hair was sparkling and translucent. With the black iron club in his hand, he looked like a demonic god. Not long after, Qi Luo came out of seclusion. First, an ocean-like killing intent rushed out, and then it turned into a warm spring breeze that blew over. One of his eye sockets was deep like a black abyss, and the other was blazing with divine radiance that was brilliant like the sun. His eye was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and the scenes of mountains and rivers being born and the destruction of the universe could be seen within it. Even if we want to slaughter our way in, we have to pay attention to our own safety. We cannot be careless. Killing Saint Chi Luo said, feeling a bit worried. These were two great assassin dynasties. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in ancient times, they were still not people that ordinary people could afford to offend. Aren't there only two killing saints? Now that we have joined forces, we should be able to deal with them, Wu Zhongtian said. It's a pity that a part of our celestial court's trump card wasn't revealed back then, and we don't know where it was lost. If we could find it, we would definitely be able to sweep away the current two divine dynasties, Chi Luo said. At the moment, he was worried that the reserve powers of the infernal realm and the mortal world might show up, which would be a huge problem. Are we afraid of them in terms of foundation? Let's go invite people too. Dong Fangyi cried out strangely. He glanced at the monkey and laughed mischievously. Let's go invite Master. Yan Yishi and Li Tian said. Although they hadn't officially become disciples of the Heaven's Choice Stone Square's old saint, they still had a master-disciple relationship. I will also go invite Master, Li Heishui said. He was going to invite the number 1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, to come out of seclusion. Killing Saint Chi Luo suddenly frowned and said, "Oh, maybe it won't be that troublesome. The two killing ancestors have entered the false immortal sects, which most likely caused the infernal realm and the mortal world to lose their foundation." But everyone was puzzled. The assassin dynasty was different from the other inheritances because they had offended too many great powers. If the most ancient palace was discovered, it would also mean that they would most likely be destroyed. Their foundation was hidden somewhere else, and only one person in each generation knew about it. They would only tell the successor before they passed away. Doing this can prevent the inheritances from being completely destroyed, but there is also a big problem. Back then, a part of the Celestial Court's reserve power was lost like this. A great disaster suddenly came, and the master of the Celestial Court was chased to death, causing that part of the reserve power to forever lie underground. It won't be difficult to destroy them because we know where the ancient palaces of the two great dynasties are. Yi Fan sneered. The assassin dynasty could not see the light of day. It could exist until now because it was sufficiently secretive. Now that it was exposed, their advantage would be gone. Yi Fan said calmly, "Before we attack, go tell the Jiang family, Jade Pool, and Alcade that we have found the ancestral lands of the infernal realm and the mortal world. They can go there to retrieve the skulls of their ancestors." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This forced the holy land of the human race to take action. Who could not do anything when this news was brought over? Otherwise, they would be unfilial descendants. If this news spread, it would definitely damage the clan's reputation. Everyone knew that the two great dynasties used the skulls of saints and heroes with special constitutions to build immortal palaces. It was a divine land to display their majesty. Naturally, there were the skulls of the ancestors of the great sages' land, the saints that they had assassinated in the past, and the skulls of the kings. They were all displayed there as spoils of war. Good, the two great ancient dynasties will have to bear the consequences. Everyone nodded. Their eyes were fiery, and they wanted to take action immediately. It's fine if they have already exhausted their resources. We can destroy them on our own. If they still have more, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just wait for the earth-shattering attack. Everyone began to discuss in secret and make all kinds of arrangements. They were preparing to wipe out the two great dynasties in one fell swoop. The remnants of the Celestial Court had been searching with endless hatred since ancient times. After working hard for so many years, they had long found out where the ancient palaces of the infernal realm and the mortal world were. This was the most crucial point. These days, they had been moving out constantly, making detailed arrangements and communicating with all parties. Yi Fan had personally gone to the Jiang family, the Qishir mansion, and other places. When Jizi returned, he brought a very old cultivator with him. He was actually an ancient saint. People could see the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. "Is this the foundation of the Ji family?" Yi Fan asked in a low voice. Jizi nodded. No one would be surprised if the Ji family had a saint. They had produced an ancient great emperor, so how could they not have a saint until now? And now, the path of immortality was about to open. If some people had specially waited for this generation, it was about time for them to come out. His brother's skull fell into the mortal world's bone palace. This was a piece of information revealed by GZ. Good, let's see how the two great dynasties can't be destroyed. Yifan said. The celestial court had made arrangements in many places. Those who needed to be informed had already been informed. Everything was carried out strictly, and they were about to take action with lightning speed. The moon was very big, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of white snow. On this very peaceful night, killing intent was brewing. In the depths of the southern mountains, killing intent suddenly rushed into the heavens. The people of the celestial court were about to take action. 3 huge motherships covered the sky and earth, and 5 ancient saint war tools flickered with a cold luster. Those who were slightly weaker could also display the power of a saint on the motherships. Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and Old Saber Hancho each took control of 5 ancient saint mechas. With their strength, they could definitely display their power. As for Yi Fan, GZ, Sacred Prince, Black Emperor, and Longma, they didn't need these. They also had the power to fight. In addition, there were a few battleships that were hundreds of meters long left for the people of the heavenly village to control. Everyone was mobilized, including children like Huahua. They were going to watch the battle and broaden their knowledge. In the end, they built a realm gate, tore open the space, and rushed into the eastern wasteland. They wanted to destroy the 2 great dynasties with their own strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party didn't have a foundation, or else they would start a more heavyweight contest. Yi Fan and the others had studied the 2 great dynasties in detail. The strategic locations of the 2 dynasties were arranged very carefully. They were scattered in secret places in the eastern wasteland and were very secretive. But tonight, they were all going to be uprooted. Qi Luo, Sacred Prince, and GZ rushed straight towards the ancient palace. Meanwhile, the people of the great sage who were invited to come out of seclusion stood in the dark. If there was no need, they wouldn't make a move. As for Yi Fan and the others, they would first get rid of those strategic locations. Even though they were moving separately, in order to avoid any accidents, each team was powerful enough to thoroughly wash the place with blood. Boom! Wu Zhongtian and a few youngsters from the heavenly village controlled a several thousand meters long mothership. They were the first to attack and rushed into a small world. The mothership's power was so great that it was comparable to a saint's attack. Great Tao symbols flickered, and after the divine light swept out, this important land of the underworld was almost flattened. Die, all of you, return Lu Ko's life, return Grandpa Lu's life. Wu Zhongtian shouted crazily. Even his eyes were red. Back then, Lu Ko died, and his grandfather's forehead was pierced by an old assassin and nailed to the cliff. His blood dyed the cliff ground red. Miserable screams rose and fell. 80% of the people died under the first attack. A few people had their flesh and blood splattered in all directions as they tried to escape. Not a single person can live. Wu Zhongtian roared. The mothership's second attack landed, and everyone turned into bloody light. At the same time, on another battlefield, Li Heishui's eyes were bleeding in tears. He controlled a mothership and cried while sweeping through a small world of the human world. "Grandpa, I've come to take revenge for you," he roared and cried. Back then, Li Heng was also nailed to death by the people of the god of assassins' imperial court in order to save him. Blood dyed the old man's body red. Those dim eyes, that withered body, every time he thought about it, he would feel so much pain that he wanted to die. This was a massacre. There was no mercy, no mercy. Bloody mist lingered in the air as corpses flew everywhere. In another small world, an important place in hell, it had become hell in reality. Dongfang Yi gave the ancient mech to his younger brother Dongfang Man. He was bare-chested, and his bronze-colored body was strong and powerful. His tendons were like dragons. He held a wolf-tooth club in his hand and swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river and flesh splattered everywhere. As for Dongfang Man, he was a typical barbarian expert. His hair was disheveled like grass, and he controlled an ancient sage mecha. He swung his huge axe around like a wild beast, harvesting lives. Ghosts wailed and gods howled, and no one could escape. The two assassins of the ancient god dynasty usually walked in the shadows and assassinated the world. But now, they had become lambs to be slaughtered. Before the battle, everyone had studied the killing techniques of the celestial court. They were very familiar with the assassination techniques of hell and the human world, so they were not afraid at all. The bloody scene was cruel and miserable. Life was wailing and evil energy was released. Grandpa Chi, Grandpa Jing Shan, we have come to take revenge for you. Little Kay was crying. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also sobbing. Hua Hua was crying and shouting. They were on a mothership and had followed the battle. Although they didn't take action, they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Boom! Yi Fan entered an important place in the north alone. It belonged to the human world. He used his golden fist to shatter the formation door and barged in. Who is it? A cold voice scolded. Meanwhile, a terrifying killing intent came from another direction. This was the most important small world apart from the ancient palace. There was a great completion king-level expert overseeing it. Now, he had silently made his move. The person who will kill you. Yi Fan walked in openly and replied while attacking the great completion king-level expert in the dark. Piff! Blood splattered everywhere on the spot. He killed this world-shocking killer king-level expert with a single punch and ended his bloody life. The others also cried out miserably. How could they stop Yi Fan's footsteps? He was alone as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Blood flowed like a river and shattered bones flew in all directions. This was a night of bloodshed. Even the stars and moon in the sky couldn't bear to look at it. Chaos rose in all directions. Hell and the human world were dyed in blood as they were attacked. Chapter 1199. Broken bones stained with blood splattered and flesh turned into mud. This was a battlefield of carnage. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making people shiver. Wails filled the air. In the blood-stained scene, one body after another fell into the pile of corpses. The massacre was in progress, and no one could stop Yi Fan's footsteps. In the final strike, he tore open this decaying small dimension with his golden fist, turning all the bones and blood into ashes. This was the fourth small dimension he had slaughtered. There was no sympathy, no mercy. He was like an evil spirit from the kingdom of the dead, constantly attacking, his hands stained with blood. In the past, the two divine dynasties ran amok in the world. Once the order to kill was issued, the four seas turned cold and the eastern wasteland was poisoned, making people tremble with fear. Now, they had also reached a critical moment of life and death. They had suffered a devastating blow, and their foundation was collapsing as they were swept away. Yi Fan's heart was very cold and hard, without the slightest sympathy. He watched as one life after another disappeared between his golden fist and fingers, not even frowning. Taking revenge for an old friend and pulling out the tumor, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. His body turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, rushing to the next place. This was a night of bloodshed. The most important places of the mortal world and hell had suffered a devastating blow. The demonic blade in old Saber Hancho's hand swung, and a black blade light slashed across 3,000 zhang. Murderous intent swept through the universe, and starlight poured into his body. He hacked a small world, plunging the people here into misery and suffering. As a descendant of the celestial court, he had a great hatred in his heart. He had endured humiliation for many years, and now, facing this group of enemies, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, he slaughtered them all. The mortal world was said to be able to measure 90,000 zhang of the secular world. At their most glorious time, they could overlook the world and rule the 9 heavens. They had 9 small sealed worlds, but now they were collapsing one by one. Hell, at its most powerful, was comparable to a group of fallen gods. Holding a blood-dripping divine sword, they beheaded the saints of the world. It was terrifying and bloody, and had a total of 18 layers, or 18 small worlds. The river of time flowed, and now, they were far from their peak state. Since the ancient times, a number of small sealed worlds had been destroyed, but they still left behind some of the most solid foundations. But at this moment, the foundation of the two divine dynasties had collapsed. Everyone in the eastern wasteland was attacking the lifelines of the two divine dynasties. The five masters, Dong Fangyi, Old Saber Hancho, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and Yao Yuekong, had reached the cutting Dao realm on Earth Heaven. Now that they were controlling the ancient sage war tools, they were invincible, and each of them could kill their enemies. Especially Li Tian, with the goddess furnace, the artifact of the great sage of Zhonggu, he had already destroyed two mysterious small worlds all by himself. In front of absolute power, everything else was illusory. The great sage of the ancient era's divine furnace attacked. Li flames overflowed into the heavens, and the essence of the sun overflowed in all directions, incinerating everything in the world. The blood had evaporated, and the bones had become scorched earth. The people of the celestial court killed their own way to the central region, because the most ancient palaces of the two divine dynasties were in that direction. It would be the final battleground. The three motherships rumbled. Li Heishui, Little K, Wu Zhongtian, and Yi Tong shed tears as they killed to avenge their loved ones. Beams of godly light shot out, and Dao runes enveloped the area. The screams, begging for mercy, and the corpses of the dead intertwined with each other, playing a soul-calming song. The sleepless night, the night of blood and bones, and the shocking night were destined to be recorded in the annals of history because this was the end of an era. The killing continued, and the bloodshed continued. The assassins of the two ancient godly dynasties roared and fought back until their swords broke and their bodies collapsed. But the result couldn't be changed. Just like how they had destroyed the foundations of others in the past, the same thing happened to them tonight. This was a cycle. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the sky. No assassin could escape. This was a destructive blow, and the people of the celestial court were determined to kill all the high-level members of the two divine dynasties. The flames of war reached the sky, and blood dyed the ground. From the southern region to the northern region, and then to the central region, the entire eastern wasteland was swept away. Ancestors, rest in peace. Today we will destroy hell and the human world. We will bring back your skulls and let you rest in peace. The people of the celestial court weren't the only ones fighting. The Ji family, Jade Lake Holy Land, Sky Demon Palace, Wavering Light Holy Land, Jiang family, Dao Yi Holy Land, and others had all received the notice at the last moment and came to participate in the battle. These people had no choice but to come. The bones of their ancestors were displayed in the most ancient palace in the world of assassins. When the news came, it was the same as forcing them to express their stance and take action. Kill. 49th generation ancestor, please wait. We will welcome you back and bury you in the family graveyard. Kill. Avenge our ancestors. Kill all these executioners, wash away the humiliation, and bring back the remains of our ancestors. Shouts of killing shook the sky. The world of mortals and the 18 layers of hell were collapsing. How could they resist such an army? The earth trembled. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped across the sky. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were charging and descending into the world. Regardless of whether it was out of sincerity or out of helplessness, the holy lands of the eastern wasteland all sent people over. This was a force that couldn't be ignored. Some people brought divine weapons and started a massacre tonight. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He walked alone in the cold and barren northern region and destroyed the fifth small world. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was cold and desolate. He stood on a cliff and looked into the distance. The foundation of the human world and hell in the northern region had been completely wiped out by him. The void trembled. He stepped into the realm gate under the moonlight and met up with the central region to begin the final expedition. This was a peaceful place. In the middle of the night, the barking of wild dogs and the cries of night owls could be heard from the distance, making this place seem even colder. No one would care about the mass grave. There were still a few corpses that were thrown mercilessly into the wilderness for a few wild dogs to gnaw on. No one would think that this was the entrance to the ancient palace of the Hell God dynasty. The most unshakable ancestral foundation was here. It was dirty and messy. It was close to a backward small city. It was very unremarkable. The corpses of dead people and animals were thrown here. Who would have thought that hell would tolerate it? It had always ignored it and was in the middle of a dirty mass grave. For tens of thousands of years, this small divine world had never been discovered by anyone. It was orderly and stable, and no one knew about it. The large black dog had already walked around this place dozens of times. The killing saint, GZ, and the sacred prince were standing still. There might even be a saint holding the line in the darkness. They wanted to destroy realm after realm, so they first came to the undying demonic land of hell. A saint of the G family and Wei Yi had already gone to the small divine world of the human world to guard and seal it for them. Everyone had a formation pattern on them to prevent their aura from leaking and alerting the enemy. Everyone was very cautious, and they were about to begin the final attack. Tell the people of the great sage's land to come here. The realm gate opened, and the news spread. Not long after, groups of people rushed over, forming a black mass. Some people brought saint tools. The Wavering Light Holy Land, the Jiang family, the Jade Lake Holy Land, the Ji family, and the others all had their own way of hiding their aura. However, there was no need to hide now. The final battle had arrived. The large black dog was the first to rush in and break the formation, followed by Qi Luo, Yifan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and Longma. Behind them were the armies of the various lands. A great battle suddenly broke out. After passing through the entrance of the illusion formation, there was a spacious land with lush vegetation. Stone cliffs rose up, and purple mist curled up. The mountains were strange and majestic. Enemy attack! An ear-piercing scream sounded. There was actually a king tier guarding the mountain gate, and he immediately gave an alarm. However, it was useless. Yi Fan took the lead and rushed over like a true dragon soaring through the sky. His fists were fierce and heavy, and in the instant he swung his leg, the void collapsed. He was extremely fast. He was using the road technique, and the formation in front of him was nothing. Golden blood chi surged like a sea, and he shattered the defense of the king tier with a single stomp, destroying the barrier of light. This person's cultivation was profound, and he was originally hiding in the void. However, in front of Yi Fan, he had nowhere to hide, and he attacked with his king tier Dao tool in panic. Under Yi Fan's stomp, although the king tier was divine and powerful and was honored as a killing king, he still couldn't block it, and his Dao tool shattered. Bloody light surged. Yi Fan was extremely ruthless, and his foot pierced through the king tier's chest. In the instant that his knee bent, he smashed his forehead and killed his primordial spirit. Shua! This was lightning fast, and Yi Fan almost rushed over in a flash. He didn't stop at all, and a king tier exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died just like that. In the instant that Yi Fan landed, he shattered the purple mountain in front of him with a punch. This was the target of his attack, and he made all the formations around the mountain gate lose their effectiveness, destroying the main formation flag gate. Kill! Kill! Destroy the underworld, bring back the divine bones of our ancestors, wipe away all shame and humiliation. Angry roars sounded. Regardless of whether the people of the great sage's land were sincere or not, when they arrived here, they were all stirred up by this type of blood energy. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Everyone rushed forward together. All types of war chariots rumbled, and savage beasts tore apart the sky. Divine arrows shot out one after another, flying towards those restrictions. Expanse after expanse of divine light flew out, Dao traces appearing one after another. A destructive explosion erupted, energy overflowing into the heavens, dazzling and dazzling. This was a small divine realm, rumored to have been left behind by an archaic deity. It was found by the people of the underworld, and then turned into an important ancestral base. It was precisely because of this that this small realm was sturdy and undying, difficult to destroy. For all great powers, it was a piece of divine land. This is a precious land. If my celestial court establishes a sect on these ruins, it will flourish for 10,000 generations. This realm will be difficult to break through. Killing Saint Qi Luo said, "Who dares intrude into the underworld?" The deities will be furious. Everyone will pay for their sins with blood, all of you will fall. An enormous roar sounded, as if an archaic deity was roaring, shaking up many people until their blood and chi surged. There were even more people who directly exploded, dying a violent death in that instant. This was a wave of heaven overflowing holy might. In the spacious land up ahead, a stone beast was roaring. The powerful holy might was released from it. It opened its bloody eyes. This was a mountain-protecting stone beast, a statue that was placed before the gates of the underworld. It was shaped like a stone dragon, but it revived, as if it was a type of ancient life form that revived from the ancient past. This is a holy level puppet. Who would have thought that the underworld would have this type of thing left behind? It really is too precious. Unfortunately, it has their will and soul imprints engraved on it, unable to be used by us. Qi Luo shook his head. Then let's kill it, completely destroy it. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince took action together, treading on the sky. They all produced holy artifacts, fighting this stone dragon together. Everyone was horrified. Their strength had long advanced. Even though they didn't cross tribulation, not verifying with heaven and earth, their bodies and primordial spirits had already completed transformations, able to fight saints. Chung. Void crack heavenly Tao. Clang. Sacred emperors transformed into war immortals. Punk. Divine body that defied the heavens. 3 great imperial prince-level figures took action together. Now, they could all fight saints, so the power was naturally powerful to the extreme, ear-splitting. Within the terrifying screen of light, the stone dragon roared angrily, roared, and struggled. In the end, it cried out in grief, and then cracked apart. Its holy level body exploded. Chapter 1200. The stone dragons had tumbled down, and its sturdy and powerful body also shattered, exploding in all directions. Saint-level power spread out like a sword slicing through the heavens, shattering hundreds of mountains and turning thousands of hills into ashes. Killing Saint Qi Luo slashed at the void with his finger, and a large black crack appeared. He channeled all the destructive power into it, or else everyone present would be affected. The great sage's people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 princes had actually destroyed a saint-level puppet on the spot. What did this mean? They could kill real sages. Clang! The copper bell rang out, ringing out for several hundred li. The entire small divine world was filled with killing intent, sword energy weaved about. Tens of thousands of streaks flew out, hacking towards this direction. Poof! One of the Purple Mansion's sacred land's war chariots was reduced to dust, and the experts inside were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Soared chi myriad illusionary winds and clouds rose, and colorful lights streaked across the sky. Even from far away, people would feel pain in their bodies, and their hair would be shaved off. For more than 100,000 years, no outsider had ever trespassed. This was a world of death, the residence of the ancient saints of the underworld. Even though it was no longer glorious, it was still world-shocking and full of killing intent. No matter who came to attack, they would not be able to advance without paying the price of blood. Xiao. A thick sword chi, which looked like a black mountain peak, swept over and chopped more than 10 people of the Jade Lake into bloody paste on the spot. This caused a burst of exclamations, and the rest of the people quickly retreated. Boom! The Yaoguang Holy Land suffered a heavy blow. A huge sword fell from the sky and chopped more than a dozen legendary figures into meat paste. This was a murderous calamity. Streak after streak of heaven-connecting sword energy flew out, thick like mountains, almost reaching the saint level. It was unknown if they were released by an ancient formation, or if they were cut down by someone. Qi Luo let out a long howl. The sound waves were like ocean waves as they engulfed the front and blocked all the sword chi. He was holding the line here as he cautiously stared at the depths of the profound world, guarding against the most terrifying enemy. The large black dog was infuriated, and he quickly set up a row of formation platforms. This was the incomplete Wu Shi killing formation. Instantly, auspicious aura surged, and killing intent spread out in all directions. Boom! Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens ahead. A mountain region was flattened, but the sword energy was unending, still attacking. The sacred prince let out a long roar and leaped several kilometers into the sword light. He brandished his black cudgel and attacked in all directions. Rumble! The great mountain was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand even a single strike. If it didn't turn into ashes, it would be sent flying like rice straws. Large amounts of Tao patterns were forcefully destroyed by him. GZ walked forward, moving through the void. With a raise of his hand, several dozen mountain ridges were sent flying, tossing them into the depths of hell, neutralizing the attacks here. Yi Fan's entire body was like divine glass, surrounded by brilliant light. With each step, a golden gate was propped up. Endless weapons flew out, sweeping forward. Clanging sword cries shook the heavens, tearing apart heaven and earth. The drawn-out sound of a bell shocked the heavens, and when the ripples spread out, it destroyed everything. The pagoda rose and fell, destroying the Tao marks and obliterating the killing intent. The sacred prince, GZ, and Yi Fan moved together, cooperating with the Black Emperor's killing formation, forcibly carving out a path. Blood splashed outwards. The divine killer court's casualties exceeded 100, and large amounts of terrifying restrictions were also broken through. Those who intrude into hell will not be able to return. They will fall here, forever unable to reincarnate. An eerie voice rang out. What a joke! Hell has already been exposed, so what does it count as now? Its destruction is imminent, yet you still dare threaten us. A Jiang family's supreme elder sneered. In the past, the Holy Lands feared you all because they didn't know about your nest and couldn't guard against it. Now, not a single one of you can leave. A living fossil from the great Yen Holy Land shouted. Deities, please open your eyes and devour everyone's blood. The sacrifices have already been prepared, so enjoy them to your heart's content. The gloomy voice sounded again. This type of tone was extremely strange, extremely cold, making one feel a horrifying aura, small goosebumps appearing on their skin. Pretending to be mysterious and deceiving. Before the Tao method that can hack apart the world, everything is empty. Hell's destruction is imminent. The Black Emperor roared. He opened his mouth and spat out 365 great banners, covering the sky and covering the earth. Smoke surged, killing intent endless as it swept outwards. An enormous sound rang through the air, an intense confrontation. All types of killing light flew out, turning the area in front into a scorched earth. Even chaotic energy was blasted outwards. It had to be said that Hell's defenses were extremely astonishing. Just the outer region already touched upon ancient divine formations, terrifying beyond compare. From time to time, heaven-shattering killing intent flew over. The Holy Land's people released cries of alarm. In the blink of an eye, several dozen people had their bodies hacked apart, collapsing into pools of blood. Everyone's faces were ashen. Even at the most crucial moment, the nest that hadn't appeared since the ancient times was discovered by the people of the world. Hell's people were still resisting with their backs against the wall. If this continued, even if they succeeded in taking down this small divine world, the casualties would still be disastrous. Another layer of restrictions was broken through. Everyone advanced through the shattered mountain region. This small divine world was incomparably sturdy. There were formation patterns everywhere, densely packed and filled with endless killing intent. Use the Cosmos Mothership to destroy this place. Yi Fan said. Heavenly Village had 3 motherships, but because the space here was limited and it was too dangerous, they only had Li Heishui control one to follow them in. Large amounts of light flew out, submerging everything in front of them, about to completely destroy this place. Blazing symbols engraved themselves in the void. This was the mothership's great Tao weapon, displaying great power. It was like a sharp sword cutting through grass, a single sweep sweeping through everything. All types of restrictions quickly collapsed. Yi Fan and the others continuously broke through 8 layers of danger. When they reached the 9th layer, they couldn't break through any further. They could clearly see the figures of the killer divine court's people, but they couldn't do anything. In that mountain region, black mists rose in spirals, dark clouds covering everything. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, the aura of death covering heaven and earth. The flawless ancient formation laid down by a sacred king. The Black Emperor was given a fright, his large eyes widening, radiance shooting out in all directions as they opened and closed. Everyone encountered great trouble. This ancient formation had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, yet only a small portion of it was damaged, difficult to break through. "Give me the goddess furnace." Killing Saint spoke. Li Tian handed it over. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked up, activating the ancient great sage's top-grade magical artifact together with Qi Luo, blasting it forward. "Attack there!" The Black Emperor pointed. A crack appeared between his brows, that vertical eye able to see through the formation, searching for weaknesses and flaws. The ancient great sage's power erupted, flame essence overflowing into the heavens, domineering to the extreme. The goddess furnace was sparkling and translucent, crushing forward like a mountain. Kacha! A terrifying sound rang out. An enormous crack was forcefully hacked open in the sacred king's formation, the Tao traces there being obliterated. The flames of the goddess furnace overflowed into the heavens, as if it was going to refine this entire world. It pierced through this place, opening up a path of life. Without a doubt, the consumption of the ancient great sage's magical artifact was tremendous. If it was anyone else who released such a powerful attack, they would most likely have been sucked dry. Yi Fan and the others' complexions slowly returned to normal as they breathed in and out. They were fine, continuing to attack forward. Miserable cries rang out as the people from the various holy lands killed their way in, attacking the people from the Hell God dynasty mercilessly. In this place, the formation's Tao patterns decreased sharply, and its power wasn't as strong. Everyone could pass through and chase after the assassins. If something's not right. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He had a bad premonition, because they had reached the deepest part of the Hell God dynasty, but they didn't see the legendary White Bone Palace. "We've attacked, but where are the Hell's killing saint? Why is the highest cultivation only that great completion king we saw at the start, and there's also a stone dragon puppet? Where are the other giants? Retreat quickly." "Not good, we might be in trouble." Everyone's expressions changed. There was a vast expanse of land in front of them, as if an ancient building had been uprooted, leaving only traces. Clearly, that should be the most ancient palace, but it was no longer there. The entire divine spirit world seemed to have been abandoned, and not a single one of the giants from the Hell God dynasty had appeared. Go. Longmo was the first to take out a formation platform. He opened the realm gate and wanted to escape. Without the Saint King's formation to block them, leaving shouldn't be a problem. However, he was immediately stunned. The realm gate had just been opened, but it was silently destroyed again. He couldn't escape. The others also encountered the same problem. What happened? Although there weren't many people from the various holy lands, there were still 500 to 600 of them in total. It was chaos. Who would have thought that our hell would have such a day? Even the ancestral land of the gods has been breached. As expected, there is no eternal divine dynasty, and there is no immortal inheritance. Everything will reach its end one day, and the vicissitudes of prosperity and decline are eternal truths. A withered figure appeared and sighed. He was like a ghost, and just now, he had actually evaded everyone's divine senses. "It's the Hell God dynasty's killing saint." Someone shouted. Qi Luo's eyes flickered. The blood transformation blade in his hand increased explosively, and it was about to slash out at any moment. However, after looking carefully, he stopped. The ghost-like killing saint said to himself, "In the end, it's still our hell's decline. If it was during the glorious times of the primordial era, even if we didn't have any trump cards, 10 ancient saints wouldn't necessarily be able to take us down." "It's just a shadow," Yi Fan said. He could shatter the shadow left behind by killing Saint with a single punch. "Everyone, you should just go on your way. I didn't think that you would really be able to find this place. This is the first time since the ancient times. You can always live longer if you're careful. All of you die." Killing Saint's eyes were terrifying. The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly changed, and it pressed forward. Tao flames raged, turning into a cage that wanted to burn everyone into ashes. Miserable cries immediately rang out. In an instant, a large number of people from the various holy lands died or were injured. They couldn't resist and were turned into ashes. Ancient great sages' formation pattern. The Black Emperor said in shock. When everyone heard this, their faces all turned snow-white. The small divine world was being compressed, and there were actually great sage-level Tao patterns imprinted on it. The entire mysterious world was a giant killing formation. What a pity! It would be great if 7 or 8 saints came in. That way it would be worth it. However, having 3 imperial princes is enough. The hell-killing saint who was all skin and bones said sinisterly, "You really are willing to part with it? Using the ancient great sage's formation like this rare small divine world will collapse." A living fossil from the great Yen Holy Land said with an anxious expression. There was no way for them to escape. The small divine world produced a world stone, and we dug it out. That was its essence, and it can be used to reopen the mysterious world in the future. Alright, all of you can go on your way. The hell-killing saint's shadow shouted. He merged into the formation, and terrifying killing intent erupted. The people from the various holy lands were alarmed. Someone brought a divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a divine artifact, its power was still shocking. They attacked with all their might, but they couldn't break open this world. Miserable cries rang out. Life blossomed. More than half of the several hundred people died in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed everywhere. In front of the ancient great sage's formation, the cultivators were as weak as ants. They were like wheat being cut down, falling in rows. Yen Ishi released a clear roar, activating the goddess furnace. He opened the lid and swallowed Li Tian, Longma, Black Emperor, Mothership, and all the other people and artifacts that could be taken in. This was a killing calamity. The goddess furnace could block the great sage's ancient formation's attack, but even after everyone fell inside, they still couldn't escape from danger. Energy surged, and the great sage's artifact trembled. Even though the divine furnace wasn't damaged, everyone couldn't take it. Many people turned into bloody paste inside the furnace. Yi Fan's expression was extremely cold. He brought out the green cauldron and held it in his hand, blocking in front of everyone to protect himself. When the great sage level fluctuations surged over, the green cauldron finally released a hazy immortal light, blocking the heaven overflowing energy. The small divine world couldn't withstand the power of the great sage's formation and finally collapsed. Divine light wrapped around the survivors as they rushed out. The Black Emperor struggled free from the divine light. His entire body was covered in blood as he fell onto the ground. He roared, "This emperor's meticulously prepared, unrivaled killing formation hasn't even been used, yet I was almost killed by someone." Yi Fan's expression was extremely cold. "I just knew that the ancient divine dynasty is difficult to destroy. Even if they aren't as glorious as before, they are still extremely dangerous. However, they won't be able to escape this disaster."